dirt beneath my nails and clean air in my lungs. "I'm just so busy at the moment," I told her lightly. "I'll have to miss it this week."
28. Sofie, Berlin, Germany, 1936. Lara started school in the summer of 1936. On her first day, I walked her to the gate, then went back alone to Adela's house for morning tea. I still visited Adela every day, but I no longer told myself that I made those visits for her sake. Now that I felt so alone, I finally realized that Adela was not. She had a network of friends all over the city, strong, independent women like her best friend Marta, who had also outlived her husband and her children. Adela was busy with those friends and her garden and her tenants. I'd always somewhat resented having to care for her. Only once Maim left did I finally realize Adela never needed me at all. "How did Laura do?" she asked as I let myself in through the back door. "Not a tear. Not from her, anyway," I said, setting my hat down on the kitchen table. I'd shed a few myself on the walk home. I couldn't believe my baby was at school. She had a terrible night's sleep, but that was from excitement, not anxiety. "That's our girl," Adela chuckled as she poured steaming hot water into a teapot. She turned back to the counter and retrieved a tray. "I made you some bee sting cake. I thought you might need the treat." "Thank you," I said, surprised. She smiled and cut a piece, flipping it onto a plate for me with the side of the knife. I cut into the cake with a fork and sighed happily as it all but melted onto my tongue. Cake, honey-glazed almond slivers, and pastry cream tasted like pure joy. "Listen, I'm having a little problem, and I was hoping you could help me," Adela said. I frowned at her unexpectedly somber tone. "What is it?" "One of my tenants is struggling financially," she told me. "And that means I'm having a little trouble making ends meet." "Oh?" I said, startled. "Which tenant? Do you want me to speak to them?" No, she shook her head slowly. "I've spoken to them about it, and they are going to try to make amends. It's just that, while they catch up, I wondered if you could maybe lend me a little money." "Of course," I said without hesitation. "Just tell me what you need and when." I'd mention it to Jürgen when he next called, but I knew he wouldn't mind. Knowing that the house was wired with some kind of audio surveillance, Jürgen and I were performing all the time. Even when we were alone, we said and did all the things good Nazi parents were expected to do. But Jürgen and I had systems to try to claw back at least a little privacy. We had to connect on a genuine level sometimes, or we'd lose our minds. Sometimes when he was home, we drove out of Berlin and took long hikes, the children running up ahead in front of us through the forest, or climbing to the tops of trees as Jürgen and I whispered to one another. Other times we'd hide in the bathroom, running all of the taps to cover the sound of our voices. And I moved the wireless into our bedroom, and I'd turn it on every night, whether Jürgen was home or not. We had scripted conversations about how I was becoming an insomniac and needed the background noise to sleep. In reality, though, this was a cover. A way to protect us from prying ears when we pulled the blankets over our faces to whisper. "Hi," he'd whisper, even though we might have been together for hours by then. I always felt I was removing a suffocating mask as we pulled those blankets over our heads. Even though there was so little air, and every now and again we'd have to pull the covers down, gulp in a breath, then dive back in. We talked about Lydia. She'd transformed herself into the perfect Nazi wife, no longer dyeing her hair or wearing makeup. And pregnant, again. I felt such complicated emotions about her. A mix of nostalgia for our once genuine friendship and swirling shades of distrust, resentment, and hurt. I had never confronted her about the way she let me down the night Jürgen was taken. There was no way to hold her responsible without drawing attention to our disloyalty to the Reich. I saw Lydia now only when I had to, and even then, it was polite but distant. Jürgen told me about his work. He had just overseen a test launch of a new prototype, the first ever test launch at Kümmersdorf before an audience. There's been so much skepticism about the technology. Karl and Otto want to expand the program. But they first need to prove to officials that the concept is viable. So, will you get the funding? Yes. The general approved the request after he saw the launch. And what does that mean? A huge bonus for a start, Jürgen said. I didn't even feel the slightest flutter of excitement, only regret. Once upon a time, I'd have given that money to Mayim, but now I had no idea where she was or how they were. Every time the Nussbaums came to mind, I felt a deep, uncompromising grief. We can give it to Aunt Adela, Jürgen said, and that did ease the ache in my chest a little. As I'd expected, he wasn't at all troubled by her request for financial assistance. Adela was independent enough that we knew she'd only ask for the help if she really needed it. That's the good news. The bad news is they are talking about moving the entire program to a new development site. Where? Peenemünde. I didn't react, so he clarified. On the Baltic Sea. 4 hours drive? Closer to 5. I'm guessing you're not inviting me and the children to move with you? No. They are going to build us accommodation. It won't be family-friendly. You're never home as it is. I know. So that's about to get worse. Probably. I digested this, grateful for the pitch darkness beneath the covers so that he couldn't see the tears in my eyes. Sometimes it feels like living this life is like listening to a piece of music played by a beginner. Most of the song is fine, isn't it? Most of the time I am engrossed in my work. That prototype we fired this week is like a baby version of the device that might take us to the moon one day. And it works, Sophie. I helped make that happen, and there is pride in that. We have this beautiful house, perfect children. We're healthy. We don't have to worry about money anymore. But there are dissonant notes, sometimes even discordant phrases. And we have to keep smiling regardless. In fact, we have to smile even harder when we hear those sounds, just to cover up how jarring they are. Sometimes, I don't know if I can bear it. Sophie, believe me, it helps to focus on the parts that you can bear. And for you, that's the rockets. That's right. And for you, it's this house, isn't it? This lifestyle. I didn't have the heart to tell him those things had long since lost their shine. But he correctly read my silence. There has to be something. The children, the new baby. I had just discovered I was pregnant again, but my feelings even about that were muddled. With my first 2 pregnancies, I told Jürgen and then Mayim before anyone else, even Adela. I was reluctant to break the tradition, even though I knew it was inevitable that I'd have to. I even felt conflicted about bringing another child into this world. Every day, Georg and Laura were slipping a little further from me, even though we were all still under one roof. The same would happen with this baby, unless something drastic changed before he or she was old enough to start school. But Jürgen was right. There had to be something positive to focus on, so that I could get through each day. The children, I whispered back. And you. And Aunt Adela. I remember when you two didn't get along. These days, I confessed, I don't know what I'd do without her. Georg's birthday loomed, and all he wanted to do was to have a party with Hans. I gently tried to suggest other children, but Georg and Hans had the kind of friendship I'd shared with Mayim, so I couldn't bring myself to refuse the request. We invited Adela to the picnic, but when she heard that the Drusilla family would be there, her hip was suddenly too sore. Instead, she came to have breakfast with us beforehand. We had fed ham steaks and eggs, and she brought a photo of Jürgen from his first birthday in her house. "He looked just like you do now," she told Georg, showing him the faded black and white image. "See?" "We could be twins, Papa," Georg said, holding the photo beside his face. There was a strong likeness there, even if Georg had inherited a darker shade of blue eyes from me. Georg and Jürgen grinned at one another, then dissolved into mirroring one another's silly faces. Laura sighed impatiently at their antics. "She's becoming such a serious child, just as I recall you were," Adela said wryly, glancing at me. "I was terrified of you. I remember talking to my—" I stopped myself just in time, drew in a breath to collect myself, then continued as smoothly as I could. "To my friends about cranky Mrs. Reinberg, who lived next door to our city house." When I was a child, Adela and Jürgen were the slightly odd pair in the house next door to my family's city house. Then one day, I visited our Lichterfelder West house, and that lanky, bespectacled boy next door suddenly seemed irresistible. Later, he admitted he'd been trying to connect with me for years, and he found himself struck mute every time we made eye contact. "Cranky Mrs. Reinberg," Adela chuckled. Then she struggled to her feet. It was easy for me to forget Adela's advanced age sometimes, because she was generally free of health problems. But recently, I'd noticed her occasionally wince in pain, and some days she'd look especially pale. If I asked, she'd mutter something vague about her heart not being what it used to. "Come to the garden," she said. "I want to show you a special flower." She had let the chickens out for a scratch, and now she shooed them away as she led me into the far corner of her courtyard. There, she gestured for me to lean close. "Mayim and her parents have moved in with Levy's brother. It's a little cramped, but they are getting by and no longer have to worry about rent. She knows you're well and expecting again." I pulled away in shock. "But how do you know I'm pregnant?" "You've been turning green when I offer you coffee. The same thing happened with your first two babies. I know you're under a lot of stress, Sofie, but you do need to look after yourself. You're not showing yet, although I dare say that's because you've lost so much weight these months since Jürgen's accident." "How did you see Mayim?" "I didn't. I won't. I'm too close to you, and we don't know if they are watching me. But the one advantage to being a little old lady is that no one expects you to cause trouble. So some of my friends have been taking advantage." "The Nussbaums wouldn't go to Poland?" "It's going to be very expensive to get Levy an exit visa now," Adela said gravely. "The Reich citizenship law and the law for the protection of German blood and German honor has been enacted. The first stripped Jews of their German citizenship, leaving them subjects of the Reich rather than citizens. Levy was stateless." Suddenly, Adela's eyes twinkled, and she leaned even closer and whispered, "It's going to be expensive, Sofie, but we're trying to find a way." "The money you've borrowed," I whispered in shock. She winked at me, then touched a finger to her lips. Every single Reichsmark filters through to the Nussbaums via my friends. I threw my arms around her and whispered in her ear, Aunt Adela, I don't know how to thank you. Look after yourself and your family, she whispered back. That is how you thank me. At the park, we were joined by Lydia and Karl and their little tribe, Hans, Horst and Ernst, their toddler Werner, and new baby Gertrude, with Petra, their terrifyingly stern nanny. While Petra pushed the stroller to soothe Gertrude to sleep, Karl and I sat with Jürgen and Lydia at a picnic table. The older children chased one another, giggling and shouting. Goodness! They'll be wondering in Dusseldorf where all that noise is coming from, Karl chuckled as Georg and Hans ran past him, shouting at the top of their lungs. Just then, Laura and Horst and Ernst flew by from the other direction, squealing with laughter. Our boys are growing up so fast, Lydia remarked, watching fondly while Hans and Georg roughhoused. It pleases me so much to think that children like ours are the future of this country. Me too, I said, and for once, I was being honest, because I believed that deep beneath the ugliness he'd absorbed, Georg was still a good person. Jürgen and Karl exchanged a look, and then they rose simultaneously and wandered a little way away from us, talking quietly in a huddle. Rocket business, Lydia sighed, shaking her head. It never ends, does it? Jürgen's expression of rapt concentration told me she was right, and I bit back a sigh. The children did another lap, this time all 5 of them in a line. Hans was in front, and Georg was chasing him, waving a small stick in front of himself. Hans suddenly, theatrically, fell to the ground, moaning and writhing as if he were dying. Georg approached, pointed the stick, and cried, Boom! I gasped and opened my mouth to protest the proximity of the stick to Hans's face, when Georg added in a triumphant voice, Die, Jew! Die! Hans gave his final groan and went still. Georg, Lara, and the twins all cheered, throwing their hands in the air to celebrate. Your children are developing as they should at last. And it's all because you removed the negative influences from your family, Lydia said, waving toward the children. I was too stunned to reply. She sighed happily. This is what gives me so much hope for the Reich. If children so young can already see that the Jews need to be dealt with, can you imagine what they're going to be like as adults? That very thought sent a wave of nausea and panic crashing over me. I could barely breathe with the desperation to ask, when did your mind change about the Jews? How did your heart change? Does any part of you doubt these things you're saying? I'm sorry, I blurted, and on shaky legs I made a beeline for a nearby garden bed, where I lost every bite of food I'd eaten. By the time I finished retching, Jürgen was at my side, rubbing my back. Can I do anything? He asked, dropping his voice. I knew he assumed this was just sickness from the pregnancy. I shook my head, indicating I couldn't yet speak. The nausea was gone, but panic was now clawing at me. I tried to suck in air, but my chest felt tight. My children were playing Shoot the Jew, and I was not allowed to discipline them. Water? I croaked, and he moved hastily, fetching me a glass of water from the table. I was trapped. The children were trapped, standing in a public park on a magnificent day for my son's birthday party. The claustrophobia was overwhelming. Ignore the dissonant notes. Focus on the music. I closed my eyes and tried to breathe my way through the panic. I had to think of something, anything positive to cling to. But every idea that came to mind represented more misery. Jürgen is never home. Mime is gone. The children have been brainwashed. My country is broken. An idea finally struck me, and I gasped, the tightness in my chest easing as I sucked in fresh air. The baby. The baby. I must stay calm for the baby. I sipped at the water slowly, ever so slowly, as my heart rate began to settle. Jürgen gave me a searching look, but I forced a smile to let him know that I was fine. I walked back to the table, offered the same smile to Lydia, and announced, "We're expecting." My voice was a little hoarse, but that was not unusual, given I'd just been so ill. Lydia didn't miss a beat. She gave me a delighted grin and exclaimed, "What marvelous news!" Carl had taken the seat opposite her, and she leaned toward him and said, "Carl, we owe these two congratulations. They are finally pregnant again." "Congratulations," Carl boomed, helping himself to some sweets. "We're hoping for another baby right away, too," Lydia said happily, touching a hand to her belly. "These new little ones can be the best of friends, just like the older children." "You know the Führer has asked all Reichsmen to sire 4 children. Lydia and I are hoping to more than double that," Carl announced. Then he thumped Jürgen on the back. "I'm so thrilled for you that you're doing your part too." Over his shoulder, I saw that Laura now held the stick, and she was chasing the other children around, laughing and squealing. This time, it was Georg's turn to fall dramatically to the ground, writhing as he died. Ignore the dissonant notes. Ignore the dissonant notes. "Maybe it's time for cake," I said brightly. "Come on, children, gather round." Focus on the music. "Are you still comfortable enough to travel?" Jürgen asked when he called in late November. I looked down at my swollen belly. It had taken me much longer to show with my 3rd pregnancy. But I'd more than made up for lost time, and with 10 weeks to go, I was already bursting out of my maternity smocks. "Travel where?" I asked him warily. "Otto has decided we need to hold a launch in a few weeks here at Peenemünde. Some of the top brass will be in attendance. He suggested you and Lydia might want to come too." My back ached. My ankles were swollen. I was so cranky and uncomfortable. I dreaded the thought of a car ride across the city, let alone a 5-hour drive across the country. I closed my eyes and imagined how good it would be to see him, to hold him. I'd only seen him a handful of times over the course of the whole pregnancy. "I'll be there," I promised him. I left the children with Adela and arranged for Lydia and her driver to pick me up. We were on the road before dawn to make the trip to Rügen. From there, we would travel to the island by boat. "They've cancelled the pomp and circumstance," Lydia said with a sigh as we traveled. "I'm so disappointed. I was looking forward to some flair." The weather had been dreadful, so the observation towers remained unfinished, and worse, no less than 3 test launches had failed unexpectedly. This 4th test launch would go ahead, but there would be no audience for it beyond me and Lydia. "I think Otto is only allowing us to visit because morale has been low, and Carl tells me Otto and his superiors have been very pleased with—" She cleared her throat delicately. "Well, with Jürgen's improved attitude in recent times. They wanted to reward him, I think. That's why they've booked us hotel rooms on Rügen for the night, so we don't have to stay in the dormitory on the island." She gave me a hopeful smile. "I hope you know, my friend, the future is so bright for you too, if you keep on this path." When I blinked, I was back in the courtyard with my exhausted husband, staring at his blackened eye. Keep on the path? Taking even a step off meant death. Jürgen is devoted to the program. I said hollowly. We're both committed. Carl met us at the jetty on the island, and after greeting Lydia with a kiss, he helped me disembark and then led me to a waiting army vehicle. As a young soldier drove us to the other end of the island, Carl poured us hot tea from a thermos and offered treats procured from a cafe in Rügen. The car came to a stop on a hill, and Carl opened the door for us. There was little shelter, just a small three-sided wooden shack. Further down the hill, a larger building had been erected, along with 2 half-constructed towers and some half-built stands, clearly intended for a future audience. "Where is Jürgen?" I asked Carl as he helped me to a seat in the shack.
"All going well. You'll see him after the lunch,"
he assured me. Then he pointed ahead. Some distance from the other buildings, a white rocket was visible beside scaffolding. It was difficult for me to judge its size at first, until, with a start, I realized that the swarm of dark objects moving around the base was people. "How big is it?" I asked Carl uneasily.
"This is the aggregate 3. She's 22 feet long and 2.5 feet wide. She weighs over 1,600 pounds.
He tilted his head at me, brows knitting.
"Are you not feeling well, Sofie? You're awfully pale."
I was just picturing something more like the rockets you two used to fire from that dump in Berlin, I admitted. Maybe a little larger, but... This rocket was many times larger than I was anticipating. They'd done all this in 4 years? Carl gave a generous belly laugh and patted my shoulder, as if I were an amusing child.
"Did you hear that, Lydia? Sofie thought that we were firing those tiny toys we played with in Berlin."
"Oh, God, no, Sofie." She laughed too. "They were, what, 4 feet high?"
5 at best," Carl chuckled. "And so narrow, too."
He gave me a gentle smile as he explained.
"I'm surprised Jürgen hasn't kept you abreast of his brilliant work."
"He respects the secrecy of the program," I said weakly.
"These rockets run on liquid fuel and require a lot of that to achieve the height and the distance that we are aiming for."
"Will these rockets go to the moon?" I asked.
"Oh, sure," Carl said, waving his hands dismissively. "I mean, in theory, these kinds of rockets could do many things, and it is still the intention of the program that we will one day launch a space mission. Sure, of course, one day."
The men around the base retreated, and a sudden flare of light fired from the base of the rocket. The supporting structure fell away, and the device smoothly and effortlessly rose into the sky. I held my breath, terrified by the might of the thing, and then I gave a squeak of panic when, after just a few seconds, it wobbled. I heard Carl curse beside me, and I turned to him in alarm, fearing we were in danger. But he didn't seem scared, just frustrated. He snatched his hat from his head and threw it furiously onto the ground, then stormed off, cursing under his breath. The rocket was still wobbling as it traveled up and out over the ocean. It disappeared from view, and then, in the distance, flames rose over the water. "Carl mentions that there has been problems with the guidance system," Lydia said as she helped me to my feet, and we began to make our way slowly back toward the car.
"Mr. Zuschela has asked me to take you to the office to wait until they have debriefed. You can have some food there and freshen up," the driver said.
"Thank you," Lydia said politely. She insisted I take the front seat, and I was grateful for the extra space to stretch my legs. As we pulled away from the viewing site, I noticed an immense crater in the earth just a few dozen feet away from where we'd been sitting. It was dozens of feet across, and even deeper than it was wide. It could have swallowed maybe half of a city block. "What's that?" I asked the driver.
That's the impact from the failed launch from last week, he said. Then he whistled. Didn't get off the ground properly before it detonated. It almost knocked me off my feet, even over the other side of the island. That is why we aim them into the ocean.
I failed to hide my distress, and he misread it, giving me a gentle smile.
Oh, don't worry, Mrs. von Meyer Rhodes. That one was launched from the other platform. You weren't in any danger today.
Nothing went the way we planned. Yet another launch had failed, and instead of taking the afternoons off with us, Carl and Jürgen were both called into meetings. The afternoon dragged by, and as the sun began to set, Lydia and I were told we'd be shepherded back to the hotel in Rügen. "Do you think I'll get to see Jürgen at all?" I asked Lydia miserably. "Maybe later," she said gently. "You know the work must come first." At the hotel lobby, she dealt with the staff, checking us into our rooms, arranging for our bags to be ferried inside. "I've organized for a meal to be brought to you. Why don't you take a hot bath and get into bed? I know you're keen to see Jürgen, but you really need to rest. I'm just a few doors down if you need me." I considered the bath, knowing the hot water would be blissful against my bones. But when I stared at the little tub, I realized I'd be unlikely to get back out on my own, even if I did manage to fit inside. Instead, I nibbled at the food Lydia arranged, and then sat on the bed and waited for Jürgen. I thought about the launch and the crater, and the millions of questions I wanted to ask him. But we'd have to assume someone was listening in on the hotel room. Once again, we'd be whispering under blankets. At this realization, tears filled my eyes. I flicked the wireless on to mask the sound, then lay on the bed to weep. What would it be like to be in some far-flung city when a rocket like that came out of nowhere? The technology couldn't have advanced enough that the rocket would know which building to land on. What if one landed on a school? It was all too terrible to be real, and too ugly to be the brainchild of my beautiful, sensitive husband. I curled myself around my belly and cried until I fell asleep. I woke to the sound of a key in the lock, and Jürgen was inside by the time I pushed myself into a seated position. I stared at him with bleary eyes, noticing that he looked every bit as tired as I felt. I tried to get off the bed to run to him, but my belly got in the way.
"My, haven't you grown?"
Jürgen said, laughing softly as he set a little overnight bag down on the floor, then rushed to my side. He dropped to his knees beside the bed and placed his hands tenderly on my belly. But then he paused, and he lifted his eyes to mine.
"You are so beautiful, Sofie."
I started to cry again, tears of exhaustion and relief and fear. "I'm a mess," I choked out.
"Even a mess, my love. You are beautiful. I've missed you so much," he whispered.
"I miss you too," I whispered back. There was no need to whisper. We were only saying what a husband and wife would be expected to say after 2 months apart. But there was every need to whisper, because this was a moment just between him and me. It was far too precious to be shared with anyone else. Later, lying under the covers, I resisted the pull of sleep, determined to make the most of every second with Jürgen. I pulled the blankets over our heads and snuggled as close to Jürgen as my belly would allow. The rockets really are huge flying bombs now, aren't they? I whispered.
"They have no intention of a space mission,"
he admitted. "When did you realize that?"
"Around the same time we tried to run away."
"Oh."
"A space mission would be the work of visionaries. It is well evident by now that these men are not that."
"What went wrong today?" I whispered.
"Are you really interested?"
"I am," I said, throat tight. I'm sorry. I've underestimated your work so badly, Jürgen. I underestimated you.
I started to cry, and his arm contracted around me. Sofie, it's okay. Truly, he whispered, his breath hot on my ear. My love, even Otto underestimates this technology sometimes. We've made decades' worth of progress in just a few short years. It's okay that you're not up to date with every detail. There is so much secrecy, Sofie. I wouldn't always tell you, even if you asked.
I feel like we're living completely different lives.
It can't be helped.
What went wrong today?
Technical problems too complex to explain to you when we are both this tired.
Can you fix the problems?
Yes. It is only a matter of time.
A sudden vision of that immense crater on the island flashed before my eyes. Should you fix them?
We've spent a fortune on the program, but still don't have a model that can be mass-produced. This series of launches was supposed to show the top brass that we'd turned that around. The pressure is growing.
Why would they even want to mass-produce bombs right now?
My love, you are smart enough to know the answer to that.
I found myself suffocating, so I pulled the blankets off our faces and drew in some deep breaths.
Jürgen did the same.
When my lungs no longer felt as though they were bursting, we returned to the blankets, and I whispered, "They want to go to war?"
A man like Hitler always wants war. He wants power and land. And no one is going to give those things to him. At some point, he'll try to take them.
29. Sofie. Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. 3 weeks had passed since we arrived in America. They were weeks of pure, unexpected bliss, of snuggling on the couch with Jürgen every night, of sleeping in his arms, and of watching him work like crazy to connect with Felix and to support Gisela as she settled in. Weeks familiarizing myself with a town that seemed wary at best, hostile at worst, of trying to encourage my daughter to be brave, of giving her permission to take her novels to school so she could at least read at recess, because none of the German children would speak to her, and none of the American children could. Weeks of waking up some mornings to find graffiti on our street, sometimes just a day after we painted over the last lot. That black patch of paint on the road was growing so thick, soon we'd feel the bump as we drove over it. In those weeks, the man in the brown uniform walked past my house several times every day, since I was checking the mailbox constantly, hoping for mail from Laura. I found myself in the front of the house when he passed sometimes, and I felt the hostility coming off him in waves. Sometimes he sat under the tree just around the corner from my house and stared into my street, as if he were waiting for something to happen. And over those weeks, some of the stores added "No Germans" signs to their front windows, right alongside the whites-only signs. It felt a little like the town was trying to beat down my spirit. But I refused to allow it. I was determined to build bridges in Huntsville. Whenever I met any of the locals who seemed even a little receptive to friendly conversation, I went out of my way to connect. "My daughter is learning English, but it's going to take some time," I told the bookstore owner. I'd gone in to see if he could source us some more German-language novels, as a treat for Gisela, for persisting with school despite the challenges. She's a voracious reader.
"Well, we can't have a young lady at a loss for reading material," the man said, his eyes twinkling. "I'll make some calls."
"Thank you so much."
"It's my pleasure,"
he told me brightly. He scribbled down my name and number on a notepad, then asked,
"How are you finding things here?"
"It's challenging at times," I admitted. "But we're very honored to be here."
"I've watched this town wither over the last 30 years, Mrs. Rhodes. all of the jobs dried up, so the young people get to a certain age and move away. The way I see it is that if a bunch of clever scientists happen to come to town to set up a world-class rocket program, jobs are sure to follow. Besides, imagine if it's a rocket designed at Huntsville that gets man into space, to the moon. We'll be famous the world over. Seems to me that so long as we don't run you out of town before you can work your magic, your people might just be the salvation of this town. In time, I reckon everyone else will see that too.
Thank you, I said, overcome with emotion. I truly hope we can do good things for your town. For your country.
It's plain as day that you must all be normal Germans who had no idea what was really going on over there. Our government would never let Nazis into this country. You're all about as safe as houses, and I'm telling everyone who asks that they can be sure of that too.
I smiled quietly and left the store, heart heavy as I went. The bookstore owner had been so kind, and he was right. People like Jürgen and I meant no threat to his town or his country. But how could I possibly explain how complex our situation back home had been? The deception was necessary. That didn't mean it was comfortable. Another bright spark in those first difficult weeks was Avril Walters. She came round for coffee one day and promised she'd get her daughter Patty to look out for Gisela in the playground. Then she came back the next day with a bag of groceries to help me pack a more American-style lunch for Gisela. White bread and peanut butter featured much more heavily than I anticipated. She returned again later in the week with a bag of Patty's old clothes for Gisela and helped me cut some of the length from Gisela's hair so she could wear it down at school like the American girls. Gisela and Patty hadn't really clicked, but that wasn't for lack of trying. Patty liked sports and dancing. Gisela preferred reading and drawing. The language barrier was just the final straw. I had a feeling that, but for Avril's encouragement, Patty would have given up on Gisela right away, and I was grateful that she hadn't. She seemed Gisela's best chance for a friend, now that Claudia was still refusing to let Mila play with my daughter. Avril insisted on taking me for driving lessons to help me learn the differences in road rules. She loaned me her camera so that I could take some photos of Felix, Gisela, and Jürgen, then drove me to the store so I could get the film developed. When the photos were ready, I wrote a note to Laura, and Avril drove me to the post office. She came around for coffee or cake or lunch several times a week. And even once it became apparent that children had different interests, she still organized playdates with us. She was a godsend, my guide to all things American. Avril and I were walking through the grocery store together one morning when I noticed Claudia Schmidt at the counter. She looked close to tears, frustrated as she tried to communicate with the clerk, who was visibly annoyed.
"Like I already told you,"
the store clerk said, speaking slowly, as if that would translate his words.
"We won't have any until next week."
Claudia drew in a deep breath and held up a card. She pointed to it, nodding hopefully.
"Ma'am,"
the clerk said again, drawing the word out even more.
"We do not have—"
"Please excuse me a moment," I said to Avril. Then I walked over and tapped Claudia on the shoulder. She scowled at me, then looked back to the clerk and pointed to the cardboard again. "Let me help Claudia," I said, switching to German. She hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. "I have no idea what the problem is," she admitted. "I just want to pick up some confectioner's sugar. He's saying that they've run out and won't have any in until next week." "Oh," she said, her expression clearing. "Oh, good. I thought he was telling me which aisle to look in." She smiled at the clerk and nodded as she said in heavily accented English, "Please." "Thank you," I corrected her. Claudia sighed miserably. "I'm never going to learn this language." "You'll get there," I told her gently. who just need time and practice." She turned as if she was going to leave, but paused at the last minute and looked at me hesitantly. "Could you ask him which day I should come back?" "I have some at home," I said. "I'll bring it over this afternoon." "You don't have to do that." "Please," I said. "I want to." After she was gone, I went back to Avril, and we continued walking through the aisles, Todd and Felix walking ahead of us. At least the little boys didn't mind too much that they couldn't converse. They found other ways to amuse themselves, like giggling together and running ahead when Todd dropped an apple and it rolled down the aisle. "Forgive me for speaking out of turn," Avril said quietly, "but I get the distinct impression those other German women are not especially kind to you. And Patty says that the German kids all play together, the girls all in their braids and those dresses, and the boys wearing those odd little shorts." "Lederhosen," I said. I wasn't the only German mother struggling to figure out how to help her children adjust to American school. "I understand that the local kids are a bit wary, but the German kids all seem to be looking after each other. Except poor Gisela. Patty says she sits by herself to read her books. Do you know why that is?" "I have my suspicions," I muttered, picking up a box of flour and adding it to my cart. Avril cleared her throat, and I looked back to find her gaze troubled. "I've told everyone it couldn't possibly be true," she blurted. "But people are talking about you and Jürgen. Lizzie Miller said that you and Jürgen were members of the Nazi Party. I only hope that the German women haven't heard such vicious lies. But being married to Calvin, her words do carry some extra weight." I was so shocked. I found myself momentarily lost for words. "There was more, but it's too terrible to say." "Please tell me," I said weakly. "I'd rather just know." "She said that Jürgen may have been in the SS, that he even ran some kind of terrible camp." My breath hitched in my throat. I forced myself to keep walking, but my every instinct was to leave the store and run, not from Avril, but from my past. Avril was watching me closely, and I realized I had to say something. I drew in a breath. "Early in the Nazi years, Jürgen and I decided to flee," I began softly. "We were going to take our family and escape. They had a listening device in our home, overheard our plan, and took Jürgen in the middle of the night." Avril covered her mouth with her hand as she gasped in shock. "I don't want you to feel sorry for us, Avril. We made some mistakes, and I wish with all my heart that we had done more. But our situation was far from simple, and at the time, we did the best we could. I just want you to understand that those men controlled every aspect of our lives." "I'm so sorry, Sophie," she said sadly. "It sounds like you and Jürgen have been to hell and back." She cleared her throat delicately. "So, there's no truth to the rumors, then?" An instinct sounded. Why was she pressing this when I was clearly not ready to discuss it? I had only known Avril for a few weeks. She'd been so kind in that time, but we were a long way from the kind of trusted relationship where I could share Jürgen's secrets with her. I decided I'd neither admit to anything, nor would I lie. That only left me with the option to flatter her and try to deflect. "I'm so grateful for your friendship," I said honestly. "I really don't know what I'd have done without you." "Don't you even mention it," she said. "You know, I just love to chat with you and to hear about your life. I just want you to be happy here." "I will be happy in time. I'll make this work, one way or another, because this country is our home now. Besides, there's no option to go back to Germany, even if things are tricky here at times." She gave me a questioning look, and I laughed uneasily, kicking myself for what I'd almost given away. Jürgen couldn't leave, because if he did, he'd likely be arrested. "I just meant Jürgen won't leave, and I won't leave without him. We continued along the aisles, and after a moment I turned to her and asked carefully, "Did you say Lizzie Miller is telling people these things?" I was still convinced that visit from the police was her doing. She had no idea what a nighttime visit from a police officer would trigger in me, or Jürgen. I might need to build bridges with just about everyone else in town, but I'd be staying well away from that woman. "I'm afraid so," Avril said. "Lizzie is ruthless. Absolutely ruthless. It's just such a shame that she's so influential with the American wives. I'm sure you notice she's a lot younger than Calvin." I don't pay too much attention to that kind of thing. When I first met her, she told me she'd only started dating Calvin because she wanted him to help her brother, and she only married him because she was struggling, and he was wealthy. She's the kind of woman who doesn't even think twice about using people to get what she wants. Avril shrugged. "I mean, she nearly had a stroke when I mentioned I'd been to your house." "I do hope I haven't caused you trouble." "Oh, goodness, Sophie, not at all. I'm just worried about you. I don't even care how often she asks me not to speak to you anymore. We're friends now," Avril said, beaming. That gave me pause. "She asked you not to speak to me?" "I paid no mind at all. Don't you worry. Lizzie is just that kind of woman," Avril said dismissively. "The only thing is, Huntsville isn't a very big place, and the rocket program is an even smaller community. I'd hate it if that kind of bad blood spilled over to Jürgen and Calvin." I thought about Jürgen's concern about his future citizenship application and started to feel uneasy. What would even happen if Jürgen fell out of favor with the rocket program? I could only guess that our fresh start in America would end. And then, what would happen to us? My heart sank. Maybe staying out of Lizzie Miller's way wasn't going to be enough. "Has Calvin said anything to you about his wife?" I asked Jürgen that night. I was washing the dishes and he was beside me, drying them with a towel. Maybe any ordinary husband and wife wouldn't notice such routine moments in a day, but I tried to be grateful for every single one. "Not really. He did try to apologize after the party," Jürgen said. He reached past me to put a mug back into a cupboard and explained. "He told me Lizzie's brother served in Europe and has never been the same. But Cal hasn't mentioned you since, which is a little awkward, since he'd been looking forward to meeting you." He paused. "He never said a word about that break-in business. Someone else was behind it for sure. I doubt he even knew the police were called." "Is he a good man?" "He's the manager, but I have the greater technical knowledge. There's always a tension in an arrangement like that. But he's kind and generous. I enjoy working with him." "Lizzie seems a lot younger than Calvin." "She does," Jürgen shrugged. "So? You're 4 years younger than me." "That's hardly the same. I heard she only married him for his money."
"Sophie,"
Jürgen said, giving a startled laugh.
"Since when do you engage in that kind of gossip?"
"I've made one friend since we came here, and she warned me that Lizzie Miller has been telling the other women that you are a Nazi, that you were in the SS and ran a camp." Jürgen dropped the dish towel. He bent to pick it up, his movements slow.
"Lizzie Miller has been telling people that?"
I avoided the question when Avril asked. I hesitated, some instinct niggling at me. It did seem more of a fishing expedition than an accusation, to be honest. Jürgen dried the last mug, then hung his towel up on a hook. He exhaled slowly, his expression pinched.
"I know Calvin has only seen the sanitized version of my history. Christopher told me so himself."
"Maybe you should talk to Calvin anyway," I suggested carefully.
"And what?"
he asked bitterly, shaking his head in frustration.
"Tell him his wife might be starting rumors that have a hint of truth?"
I understood the self-loathing on his face. even if I hated to see it. So what do we do then? I asked quietly.
We have to ignore it. All of it.
I opened my mouth to protest, but he interrupted before I could.
Sofie, all of these problems started when you and Lizzie Miller got off on the wrong foot. My work situation is far too important to all of us for me to drag your personal conflict into it.
Jürgen was right. These problems had all started with me and Lizzie at that picnic. One awkward conversation, two women getting off on the wrong foot, Lizzie not seeing our humanity, me getting defensive. Maybe that was what I needed to fix. 30. Sofie. Berlin, Germany. 1938. Jürgen missed the birth of the baby. Whatever milestone he was working toward was more important even than the birth of our daughter. At least according to Otto, who wouldn't grant him leave. I left the older children with Adela and went to the hospital alone. I called him after she arrived. Exhausted but elated, I told him about her delicate features, her barely there eyebrows, her wispy hair. The frustration in his tone was palpable as he promised he'd be home to meet her in a few days. But the very next morning, Hitler annexed Austria. From my hospital bed, I read a newspaper that showed photos of wildly enthusiastic crowds on the street of Vienna, welcoming Hitler and celebrating the annexation. I stared at those photos for hours, trying to figure out if I could trust the images. Who would welcome Hitler to their nation? Surely this was some artifice invented by the Department of Propaganda. Jürgen called the hospital to tell me his visit had been delayed again, but he was sending a photographer to the hospital as a consolation prize. I'll have to name her myself, won't I? I sniffed.
A good German name. A strong German name, he said cautiously.
I huffed impatiently. It wasn't as though I was about to name the child Mayim, although I might have entertained that thought under different circumstances. I stared at the baby. She was sleeping in my arms, innocent and pure. But just like Georg and Lara, this baby would soon be the Reich's hostage, ultimately powerless to choose her own destiny, or even to make her own mind up about the worth of other human beings.
Sofie, are you still there?
Hostage. Geisel in German. Gisela, I blurted. Despite its linguistic roots, Gisela was a common name, and I knew that no one would even question it. But I'd know. Every time I spoke her name, I'd be committing a quiet rebellion in my heart.
I love it,
Jürgen agreed, sounding relieved. Eventually, Sofie von Meyer Rhodes would start school, and whatever purity and goodness had existed in her nature would be washed away by hate. Maybe one day I could tell her that from the moment of her birth, I loathed that she was hostage to her country's ideology. There was just nothing I could do about it, other than to leave a clue in her name to prove my regret. Georg and Lara were now old enough to walk to school alone, and often, after I saw them off, Gisela and I would go next door to visit Adela. Something was changing with Jürgen's aunt. By the summer, she felt faint when she stood in the heat for too long. I feigned a sudden interest in horticulture, so I could take over her courtyard garden. "I'm worried about her," Adela's friend Marta admitted to me one day. Adela was inside making us tea, and Marta and I were picking tomatoes. "She says the new pills the doctor gave her are helping, but she seems frailer." "What more can we do for her?" I asked Marta. "How can we make her slow down and rest?" "Adela isn't the kind of woman who slows down with age. She's the kind of fierce warrior who reaches a certain point and realizes
She has nothing left to lose. You won't slow her down, Sofie. And even if you did, you'd be taking something away from her, not buying her more time."
"What does that mean?" I said, confused. Martha smiled quietly.
"This money trouble she's having seems to be spiraling, doesn't it? Poor old dear."
Adela was constantly borrowing money now. Almost every week she asked for some small amount, and from time to time she asked for larger sums. Sometimes she'd call to ask over the phone, even though I never let a day pass when I didn't check in on her. "Why do you ring me to ask me for money?" I asked her one day. She was supervising me as I clumsily dead-headed her small collection of roses. Despite my best efforts, it seemed I was doing a terrible job, because Adela was visibly struggling to bite her tongue. She came to my side, then whispered, "Even if there are no listening devices in my house, they are almost certainly listening to your phone. I thought it would be prudent for prying ears to hear me spinning a sob story to you, so hopefully they will believe you had no idea I was supporting the Nussbaums if we ever find ourselves in hot water." It wouldn't be smart for Jürgen and me to give them money directly. But that's only because of his job. You're not breaking any laws. It's not illegal to support a struggling Jewish family.
"Not yet," she whispered grimly. "And I don't care if they come for me. I'm trying to do two things here, Sofie. I'm trying to help them and to protect you."
After the history Jürgen and I have, I'm not sure a few phone calls are going to convince them I had no idea where that money was going.
People see what they want to see, and you two have done an admirable job of falling into line over these past few years, and Jürgen is the star of the rocket program. Hopefully, if the time ever comes when I fall under suspicion, you will have earned the benefit of the doubt."
She tilted her face toward the sun beneath that wide-brimmed hat and breathed in slowly. Then she looked at me.
"Sofie, in these difficult years we've lived through together, you've become very dear to me. I hope you know that."
My eyes prickled. I cleared my throat. "I do, and likewise.
It hurts me to say this, but it needs to be said. If I do ever find myself in trouble with the Gestapo, you need to do what's best for your family."
I was so startled I almost dropped the clippers. "What does that mean? You are my family." She shook her head impatiently, waving her hand.
"The only thing I'm doing is slipping as much money as I can get my hands on to the Nussbaums. Things have been so tough for them since Levy's brother was arrested."
"Uncle Abram was arrested?" I gasped. "What for?"
Adela squinted at me, then frowned. "I'm sorry, treasure. I thought I told you. Abram was perceived to be a threat to public order. No further explanation given. And of course, the family tried to find him without success. His wife has taken his children to live with her parents in the country. Between the money you've given me and the money my friends and I have scrounged together, we've just been covering the rent."
"How awful," I whispered. I was as distressed at the thought of Adela finding herself in trouble as I was about the Nussbaum situation. She was so frail, and some days now so weak. If standing in the sun left her faint, what would a 3 a.m. visit from the Gestapo do?
"Can't you feel it in the air, Sofie? It's not just the talk of war, although of course that's part of it. The hatred is escalating. Something is coming."
She paused, her features pinched and drawn.
"I can sense it, like when I smell a storm on the breeze.
I feel it too. The hatred had become almost self-generating now, infecting every corner of our society. It had grown so big and so dark, it threatened to suffocate us. The reason I have friends funneling the money to Maim's family is to try to keep layers between you and them, links in a chain that could disconnect if any part were compromised. But we are clumsy old women, hardly masters of espionage. But if this all blows up, don't you think of it as a problem. Think of it as a chance to assure the Nazis of your loyalty. I would never do that, I said stiffly. Do you remember what I said to you when Maim went away? It's not always the strongest trees that survive the storm. Sometimes it's the trees that bend with the wind. Remember that advice, Sofie. Especially if at some point you find that the storm threatens to break you. In August 1938, Adela called and asked me to help her in the garden. We huddled beneath an umbrella and made a show of hanging frost cloths over her vegetables. Even before I stepped out my back door, I knew why she'd called me. There were thousands of Poles living in Germany, many of them Jewish. The Polish government had become concerned about a tidal wave of people attempting to return home, so they were making it increasingly difficult to do so. Every Polish citizen who lived abroad for more than 5 years now had to visit a Polish consulate to have an endorsement stamp added to their passport. It was just announced that those who lacked the stamp after the end of October would lose their Polish citizenship, becoming stateless, just like the German Jews. "Zidoni is in Krakow," Adela whispered without preamble. "Moshe recently became a father, and she went to help with the new baby a few weeks ago." "Moshe is married?" I asked, startled. "Last year, apparently." "But he's only—" I did the math and winced. "Oh, he's 19. Where had those years gone? It had been almost 4 years since I saw Maim. I felt a pinch in my chest. Can Zidoni have her passport endorsed there? Those endorsements are, by design, almost impossible to acquire. She has no choice. She must stay in Krakow. Adela was so pale that day. I wanted to get her back inside so that she could rest. But I knew she wouldn't be standing in the rain pretending to set up frost cloths if there was an alternative. But what about Maim and Levy? Levy's back has him bedbound these days. He's still here, she sighed, shaking her head sadly. And of course, Maim could still go to Krakow, but she will not leave without her father. She needs her passport endorsed or she'll be stateless. Yes. I need whatever money you can easily access without arousing suspicion. Do you have some on hand? I do, in Jürgen's safe. How much? Maybe a few thousand Reichsmark, I admitted. For most workers in Berlin, that was many months' salary. At her look of surprise, I explained, I started keeping a little extra cash on hand so I didn't have to make extra trips to the bank when you needed it. Excellent. Good girl, Adela said, nodding in admiration, and I felt a flush of pleasure. 1,000 will do nicely. What will you do with it? Perhaps Maim can buy some favor with the consulate staff when she goes to request the endorsement. She and Levy need to leave, don't they? I whispered. Adela nodded. Maim will not leave Levy to fend for himself, and I understand that too. We waited weeks for news. Every now and again, I'd whisper to Adela for an update, but she would whisper back fiercely, Don't you think I'd have told you if I'd heard anything? I went to check on Adela one morning and found her waiting at her kitchen table, sipping a cup of tea. We greeted one another, as we always would, and then she pointed to a note she'd scrawled on a piece of paper. Mayim has tried everything without success. There are rumors that those in her position will be deported soon, but Poland will not grant them entry. I don't know what's going to happen. All we can do is pray. There's really nothing more we can do, I mouthed. Adela shook her head sadly and motioned toward her fireplace. I tore up the note and dropped it into the fireplace, watching as the flames curled the strips of paper and turned them into ash. If you'd asked me before that day, I might have said I was accustomed to hopelessness. But knowing that my friend was in such desperate straits and realizing there was no choice I could make to help her, I discovered there were depths of hopelessness I'd never before experienced. Gisela was especially unsettled that night in early November. I was up and down, trying to nurse her back to sleep, becoming more frustrated with every new cry. Eventually, I gave up on sleep and moved with her to the sitting room. Just as I settled, I was startled by the sound of breaking glass and shouting on the street. I froze in place, telling myself I had nothing to worry about. If there was any sign of trouble, Dietger would have the Gestapo or the SA here in minutes. If I just waited patiently, I'd hear the fuss die down. But instead came more shouting, many voices now, and then the sound of screaming in the distance, someone pleading for help, the tinkle and crunch of more glass breaking, and then more and more screaming. I reached for the light switch, my hands shaking so hard by then that I almost knocked the thing over. The light went out, and now the sitting room was almost dark, the dim glow of the street lights falling in lines across the room through gaps around the drapes. Gisela grizzled, and I shushed her, jiggling her in my arms, both to expend some of my anxiety and to rock her back to sleep. The sounds of movements were closer. Now heavy boots against the sidewalk, many boots, not just a handful of troublemakers as I'd first imagined. Then came shouts and cheers, and was that a hint of smoke in the air? I was alone in the house with the children. I'd resented Jürgen's absence more times than I could count, but that night I almost hated him for it, even though I knew that he loathed the distance every bit as much as I did. I slipped from the sitting room, back up the stairs to settle Gisela in her bedroom, but then returned to the ground floor. I tried peeking around the drapes, but couldn't quite figure out what the activity was. Not until my eyes adjusted, and I recognized the brown shirts outside my window. This was government-sanctioned chaos. I hoped Adela was somehow sleeping through the noise. It was possible. She'd been so exhausted lately. The smoke in the air grew stronger as the crowd expanded, and their rowdiness expanded with it. Had our national tinderbox finally been set? Suddenly, I realized that just beyond the low hedge at the front of my house, Dietger was in his coat, talking to an SA officer. I walked briskly to the foyer and pulled a coat over my nightclothes, then quietly opened the front door. Dietger looked up at me in alarm.
"Sofie, tonight is not the night to be out,"
he said stiffly, glancing along the street, as if he was keeping watch for danger. "What's happening?" I asked, wrapping the coat tighter around myself. Now that I was outside, I could hear the distant sounds of sirens and gunshots. The chaos seemed to be coming from every direction. It sounded like the end of the world.
"Don't worry," Dietger assured me calmly. "Aryan homes are perfectly safe. The police will ensure it."
Safe from what?
The Jews murdered a German diplomat in Paris. What you are hearing is a necessary retaliation.
Had sleep deprivation driven me insane? Or did that make no sense? In the distance, the wail of sirens and the sounds of gunshots and the tinkling of glass crashing to the ground continued. Paris, I repeated, fumbling to make sense of it all. German Jews. Murdered someone in Paris?
That's right.
But what's this all about then? I asked numbly. Dietke waved his arms, vaguely motioning toward the street. His gaze was hard.
The Führer has decided that extreme measures must be taken.
Kristallnacht, the night of broken glass, was ostensibly an act of revenge against the Jews by Nazi loyalists. It seemed clear that the death of that young Nazi diplomat in Paris was nothing more than an excuse for the escalation Adela and I sensed coming months earlier. The violence was enacted by the usual suspects. The SS, the brown shirts, rabidly infused young people who were indoctrinated in school, and the Hitler Youth Program. The chaos I heard was the sound of the SS smashing every window in the homes of Jewish families. One family was just down the street. They arrested the father and the eldest son and chased the mother and her young children into the street. Adela had been awake through it all, too.
"You should have called me," she said. "We could have kept one another company while the world burned."
Did the children sleep through it at least? The older two did. Gisela had a rough night, but it wasn't the noise. That's just how she sleeps these days.
"Perhaps she's teething,"
Adela said. Then she nodded to herself as she said weakly,
"I'll make her some rock cakes to chew on later."
"You look so tired," I said gently. "Have you seen your doctor lately?" She huffed impatiently.
"He gave me some new pills. Always with the pills. I'm fine, but I'm 86 years old. I'm allowed to be tired every now and again."
"I can't believe you finally told me your age."
"That settles it, then. I'm definitely losing my marbles," she said, with a twinkle in her eyes.
As Georg and Laura dressed for school, I told them the bare minimum. There had been some violence the previous night, and they were to go right to school and come straight home. I couldn't bring myself to explain that the violence had been against the Jews. I was terrified of watching them celebrate if I did. Later, a sense of morbid curiosity drew me outside for a walk, with Gisela settled safely in her stroller. When I reached the house of the Jewish family at the end of my street, I was startled to see people inside. Through a broken window, I watched a woman cheer as she unhooked a painting from the wall. I recognized her. We'd chatted occasionally at the school gate. About this teacher or that, about the weather, about our children and their achievements. Had she ever really been a cheerful and friendly acquaintance? Through the frame of that broken window, she was a vicious monster, feeding on hate.
"I had it first,"
I heard a man shout. My gaze swung to an upstairs window where I saw two men wrestling.
"I think you'll find I did,"
another man snapped. I felt a jolt of shock to see that they were fighting over a wireless, an item that any family in our affluent neighborhood could have purchased with ease. Every window in the house had some new horror to display. An elderly woman was sorting through a wardrobe, trying on someone else's coats. A child was using a hammer to smash the glass in a display cabinet while his mother urged him on. A senseless act of destruction, given the door on the cabinet was already broken, and neither child nor mother seemed to have any interest in the contents. Almost in slow motion, I raised my hands to rub my eyes. Surely I was imagining this. Surely no force on earth could make otherwise sensible humans behave with such depravity. An elderly man approached. He and I exchanged a glance, assessing one another. Maybe he saw something in my gaze, because he suddenly took his hat off and held it against his chest. He stood beside me, staring at the house. and a tear slid from his eye to roll into the lines on his cheek.
"They were my friends," he whispered, his voice thick with tears. "The little girls were terrified. I tried to help them, but there was nothing I could do. Today is the first day in all of my life I have been ashamed to be German."
The depth of emotion in his voice triggered my own. I turned back toward my home, intending to retreat to the privacy of a bathroom so that I could cry. But the day had not finished delivering its horrors. Walking down the street in perfectly neat lines were dozens of children, flanked by their teachers. Laura's class was at the front of that line, and she saw me first. By the time I noticed her, she was already waving excitedly. I approached her teacher slowly, swamped by a rising sense of dread. "Out for some exercise?" I tried to keep my tone light, but I was unable to keep the tremor from my voice. "Oh yes, Mrs. von Meyer Rhodes. Today is such an exciting day for our class."
"Mama, we are going to see the house that has been liberated. A Jewish family had been occupying it,"
Laura said sweetly, her blue eyes alight with excitement.
"Did you know we had a Jewish family so close to our house? It is scary to think, isn't it, Mama? But they are gone now, so it's okay."
"Yes, Laura, it's all okay," I said. A Jewish woman was the second person to hold her when she was born. A Jewish woman was the first person she ever smiled at. Her very first word was May. "I'll see you at home a bit later." I flashed a tight smile at my daughter, then at her teacher, and pushed the stroller forward, walking briskly home. But my footsteps stumbled just a few steps later, when I heard the school children cheer as they reached the ransacked house. "The Jews are our misfortune," they chanted in a sing-song, joyous fashion. "They are finally put in their place." The violence continued the next night and into the next day. Hundreds of Jews were murdered. Still more suicided. Tens of thousands of Jewish men were arrested and imprisoned in concentration camps. The first time arrests were ever openly made on the basis of ethnicity, and the newspapers suggested that all of this had the full support of the German people. But I sensed a different sentiment in the air. That perhaps this time the Nazi Party had gone too far. But no one said it. No one could say it. We had so long been afraid of the consequences of dissent that even as the nation descended into madness, any moral call to rise up against the chaos went unheeded. The city was finally quiet after 2 nights of violence. I went to bed early, Gisela beside me in the hopes that we'd get a little more rest, but woke to the shrill burst of the phone ringing just after 11 o'clock. Jürgen often called late like this if he was especially busy and we hadn't spoken in a while, so I was certain he would be at the other end. "Hello?" I asked breathlessly. "I hope I didn't wake you, Sofie." It was Adela, and she sounded weak. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. "What is it?" I asked urgently. She didn't answer. "Adela, are you sick? I'll come right over." "Yes, I am quite unwell, Sofie," she said, slow and labored, as if it were an effort to speak. "I'm coming." "Wait," she interrupted. "Please be sure to bundle up. Put your coat on and your warmest winter boots. Maybe a nice warm hat, too. I really don't want you to catch a chill." I looked along the hall to the windows above the stairwell. There was ice around the window pane. Even so, it was unlike Adela to baby me. Something was going on. I ran back to my bedroom and stared at Gisela on the bed. Georg and Laura were asleep down the hall, but they never woke up when she cried. I couldn't take her with me. I couldn't leave her behind. I groaned and ran to Georg's bedroom. "Georg, sweetheart?" He was sleep-rumpled and innocent, and even as I shook his shoulder gently, I felt a tug of love for him in my chest. "Darling, I have to go next door. Oma needs some help with something. Can you please come and sleep in my bed in case Gisela wakes up?" He was half asleep as we walked down the hallway, dragging his feet and squinting his eyes against the light. In my room, he flopped down onto my side of the bed and rested his hand gently on Gisela's back, as if to console her in advance. I propped a pillow beside her to keep her from rolling off the bed. Adela's words were ringing in my ears as I pulled on a felt hat and heavy coat, along with a pair of snow boots. At the last minute, I stopped at the safe in Jürgen's study and withdrew every Reichsmark, stuffing them into the pockets of my coat. I stopped at the bottom of the stairs, just for a heartbeat, thinking of my children asleep upstairs. If love was the antidote to hate, surely the vastness of the love I felt for them could make some difference, even with everything else they were exposed to. The streets were calm, but it felt like the eye of a storm. I was terrified, but I'd heard the urgency in Adela's voice. There was no option to refuse her. The clouds above were low and heavy, and light snow was falling, just enough to make the path icy. I slipped through the courtyard gate and into Adela's yard, then her apartment. I found her in the kitchen, where she often was. The fire was roaring, and she was slumped at the table, watching the steam rise from a teacup. She looked as weary as I'd ever seen her. "Oma," I whispered, rushing to her side. "Thank you for coming, Sofie. I'm fine. I can't find my medication. Could you look for me? Perhaps in my bedroom? And I'm going to go take a bath while you look. That sometimes helps too." Her voice was uncertain, her breaths coming in pants between words. She was so pale, her skin had taken on a blue-grey tone, and when I looked at her hands, they were trembling. But even as she spoke, she was pointing, drawing my attention to a scrap of paper on the table. "I'm fine. Go quietly to the bathroom. Run the water to make some noise. I put the wireless in there too. Turn it on and whisper just in case." She watched to make sure I read the note, and when I nodded, she ripped it up and tossed the pieces into the fire. I hesitated at her side, but her expression became even more impatient as she waved at me and mouthed, "Hurry, Sofie." I went briskly toward the bathroom, my footsteps clumsy because of the heavy boots. The bathroom door was closed, the room dark. I reached inside and pulled the string and gasped. Mayim was sitting on the closed toilet lid. When the light came on, she jumped, clearly startled. And then she burst into tears and pressed her shaking finger over her lips. I stepped into the bathroom and closed the door. I turned the bath on as if to fill it, then fumbled for the wireless, trying to fill the air with sound. Mayim and I threw our arms around each other. All I could do was ramble, and all she could do was cry, and we were struggling to be quiet as we did so. Mayim was trembling, and so cold her skin felt like ice. I pulled my coat off and slipped it around her shoulders, then buttoned it for her, right up to her chin. She watched me, silent tears still pouring down her face. Her skin was etched with new lines that did not belong on the face of someone so young. "What's happened?" I whispered. "Papa is gone." She was struggling to breathe between her sobs. I pulled her close again, squeezing her tightly, as if I could somehow absorb her pain. But the thing about grief is that even when it's shared, the weight is not relieved. It was the first night of the violence. Papa told me to hide under the kitchen sink. They knew my name, about my passport. They said they were going to deport me. Father wouldn't give me up, and they shot him. When I came out from under the sink, there was blood everywhere. Mrs. Alsos next door said they dragged him down the stairs and threw him into the back of the truck. And if he wasn't already dead... Oh, Mayim, I'm so sorry. I went to Adela's friend's house, and she hid me there. But yesterday someone came to warn her that they were coming for me. She sent me to the next woman in the chain. But the same thing happened. That time, there was no warning, and I only just made it out the back door before I heard them at the front. I'm sorry to make trouble for you and Adela, but I don't know where Martha lives, and there was no one else. Don't be silly, I whispered. You're my family. You always will be. Is there a plan from here? Can I help? Adela called Martha a little while ago. She asked her to borrow her son's car and come for a visit early tomorrow to help with errands. When she arrives, Adela is going to ask her to drive me to the Polish border. But I don't know what happens after I get there. The border is closed, and I have no passport. Adela said she has a little money. There is more in your pocket, I said. She reached into the coat pocket, and I knew her hand had closed over the wad of notes when her eyes welled with relief. I suddenly realized why Adela had gone to such pains to ensure I wore warm clothing. Mayim was already wearing my coat, but now I took my hat and gently pulled it over her hair, and then I undid my boots. She passed me her shoes, worn flats, desperately in need of a new sole. They reminded me of the shoes I'd worn to the Nazi rally in 1933, and how frustrated I'd been that we had been unable to afford to repair them, or even to replace them. Looking back on that time, I saw myself as a foolish, spoiled stranger. Go, she whispered. Keep the children safe. I'm trying, I said, and my voice broke. In that instant, Mayim and I stared at one another, each of us completely unashamed of our distress. That was what I'd missed the most. I could always be myself with Mayim. I no longer had that luxury with anyone else, not even with Jürgen, because we could only connect on an insecure phone, and not even with Adela because of her increasing frailty. We embraced one last time before I left the bathroom. Mayim closed the door behind me. I heard the bath shut off, and then the wireless, and then finally the light seeping beneath the bathroom door was gone too. It felt as if she'd disappeared in an instant, or I'd imagined her. Adela's tea was still steaming by the time I returned to the kitchen. A bottle of her heart medication was on the table next to it, full to the brim with little white tablets. "Ah, there's your medication," I said lightly, even as I wiped the tears from my face. "Thank you," I mouthed. Adela shook her head, as if to say, "Don't mention it." She pointed to the notepad in front of her. "If anything happens, there is a letter for you buried in the jar of sweets." I opened my mouth to protest, but Adela pressed a finger over her lips, then pointed toward the back door, stubbornness in her eyes. "I'm better now, and your children are in that house alone." I bent, and for the first time in all those years I had known her, kissed her cheek. She caught me as I moved to straighten, held me close for just a heartbeat, and then I felt her lips against my cheek. Up close, I could see a purple tinge to her lips, and her eyelids seemed heavy, as if she was struggling to keep them open. Her breathing scared me most. It was ragged, as if every breath were an effort, not a relief. I was gripped by a sudden, terrible fear. "Oma," I whispered, "why don't you come home with me?" "I'm needed here. I'll be fine," she whispered dismissively. Then she straightened and, for the benefit of an audience that may or may not have even been listening, added loudly, "Thank you for coming over to help me." I had just slipped back beneath the covers of my bed with Georg and Gisela, when the roar of an engine sounded, a car door opened, and there was a brief moment of silence before I heard shouting outside my villa. I sprang out of bed, rushing toward the window to crack it open just a little. The icy air rushed in, and so did the sound of the Gestapo at Adela's front door.
"Open the door, Mrs. Reinberg."
How much could she bear?
"Have you got the wrong house, young man?"
Adela called from her bedroom window. She sounded stubborn, irritated, and weak.
"This is Adela Reinberg, Mrs. Adela Reinberg. I am 86 years old. Do you really have business waking up an 86-year-old woman in the middle of the night? You'll need to let us in, Mrs. Reinberg."
There was a long pause.
"No,"
Adela called back, almost thoughtfully.
"No, I don't think I will."
Cursing, I ran down the stairs, pulled on a coat, and stepped outside my front door. I made it to the hedge before Dieter came running toward me.
"Sofie, go back inside," he hissed, pointing to my door. "This isn't about you."
"What's happening with Adela?" I demanded. "She's an old woman, Dieter. They have no business with her. Please, go find out what's wrong."
"We need to let this play out, Sofie."
He sighed, shaking his head as he glanced toward her house. He dropped his voice, then admitted,
"I don't even know why they're here. I didn't call them." "This is your last warning, Mrs. Reinberg,"
someone shouted. If Adela answered this time, I couldn't hear her. I took a step past Dieter, out onto the sidewalk, just in time to see Adela's front door open. It wasn't her on the other side, but the woman from the studio apartment on the ground floor, looking bewildered and disheveled as the large contingent of Gestapo filed past her. My panic clawed at my throat and left me flushing hot. I took a step toward her house.
"Sofie,"
Dieter said. He was much closer than I'd realized, and his voice was low.
"Go home. Please. Let them handle this."
"But she's a little old lady," I said. And only then did I realize that I was sobbing, and my feet were so cold they were burning. I looked down and realized I was barefoot, standing in the light dusting of snow. I sobbed again and looked at Dieter, the closest thing I could find to a friendly face on that dark street. "She hasn't done anything wrong."
"Perhaps she's suspected of disloyalty to the Reich?"
Even he sounded unconvinced. I took another step toward the house. This time, Dieter's hand caught my elbow. He gripped it firmly.
"Sofie, please,"
he said flatly. Then he dropped his voice.
"I have to report any suspicious activity, and even a hint of suspicious activity from you. Putting yourself right in the middle of a Gestapo operation is the very definition of suspicious activity."
He tugged me toward my own house.
"Go back inside, Sofie. Go inside. Please. You can't help her."
I tugged at his arm, but he was gripping me hard, determined to save me from myself. "Damn you to hell, Dieter," I choked out. He propelled me toward my house, not with malice, but with determination.
"Surely it would be more comfortable for you in the warm—"
It was so cold that when he spoke, his breath escaped as mist. I shook my head, craning my neck toward Adela's building. Would they drag her out? And Maim too? Would the two of them go kicking and screaming? Would they go silently defiant? I wanted to go inside to get some shoes, some socks, something to protect my feet, but I didn't dare in case I missed something, and I was too anxious to even sit down, to take the pressure off the burning skin of my ice-cold feet. But minutes began to pass, and the street and the building fell completely silent, Time was elastic. In a city that had been on fire for days, the whole world seemed to have fallen asleep. "How long has it been?" I asked Dietger eventually. My teeth were chattering so violently it was hard to speak. He looked at his watch, then shifted awkwardly. Close to 15 minutes. Just then we heard boots on the ground, and I looked up to see the Gestapo filing out of Adela's house, empty-handed. Had she won? For just a moment, I felt a flare of pride and hope. Maybe she'd convinced them to leave her be. Maybe she'd even talked them into leaving without searching her house. Maybe. Dietger held up a hand to me to indicate I should stay on my front porch. Then he jogged quickly over to one of the cars at the curb. He spoke quietly with one of the men. Then his shoulders slumped, as if he'd suddenly exhaled. The streetlight above his head brought the shock and the sadness on his face into sharp relief. A feeling of dread hit me so hard, my knees almost buckled. I ran past Dietger, past the Gestapo officers who were sliding back into their black cars. I ran through Adela's lobby and through the smashed interior door into her apartment. I found her on the floor in her bedroom, lying on her back by the window. Had the Gestapo seen her collapse? Had they even tried to help her? "Adela," I choked out, dropping to my knees beside her. I took her shoulders in my hands and I shook her limp body. "Adela, please, please wake up." My breath caught on a sob. "Adela, Oma, I can't do this without you." Should I call an ambulance? A doctor? Should I try to resuscitate her? I didn't even know how to start. And besides, somewhere deep inside, I knew it was too late. Shaking her body only reminded me how frail she had become in recent times. I brushed the wispy hair around her face back into place. I touched my shaking fingers to her cheeks, and I let my tears rain down over her, anointing her body with my grief and love.
"Sofie?"
Dietger was at the door, hovering and uncertain.
"Is there someone I can call? Maybe Jürgen? Lydia?"
It took me a few seconds to compose myself enough to speak. "Did they tell you what happened?"
"They said she'd already collapsed by the time they got inside."
"And was her alleged crime punishable by death?" I said, unable to keep the bitterness from my voice.
"She was suspected of disloyalty to the Reich,"
Dietger said, his expression hardening.
"She would have been taken to a camp anyway."
He took a step back from the door, shaking his head sadly, then said, so quietly I had to strain to hear the words,
"Perhaps this is a blessing."
His footsteps retreated. I looked from Adela's face, relaxed and peaceful in death, to her bed, and the photo of Alfred and her sons that she kept beside it. I started to cry again. I couldn't stay with her body and leave my children alone in the house, but I couldn't bear to leave it. Mrs. von Meyer Rhodes, two of Adela's tenants were in the doorway, the quiet Bavarian couple who lived in that tiny front room in the front of the ground floor. They kept to themselves mostly, and in the shock of the moment, I couldn't even remember their names. The man walked into the room and extended a hand toward me. I let him help me to my feet. "Let us take care of her for you tonight," his wife said gently from the doorway. "In the morning, we will call the mortuary."
"She was always so good to us," the husband said gruffly. "When I lost my job, she let us stay anyway, even though it took me months to find work again. It will be an honor for us to sit with her. We will pray over her soul and keep her company until the undertaker comes in the morning."
When I nodded, the man crouched beside Adela's body and whispered,
"Let's get you up on the bed, Mrs. Reinberg."
He cradled her gently in his arms as if she were a child. Then he stretched her out on her bed and even pulled the blanket over her, right up to her chin. I started to cry again at the kindness of his gesture. People could still be good. I told the couple I needed to wash my face before I went home and saw my children. I let myself into Adela's bathroom and closed the door before I turned on the light, just in case Mayim was still there. I was relieved to find she wasn't, although I had no idea if she was hiding elsewhere. It was too risky to search for her. All I could do was pray. There was no answer the first time I called Jürgen's lodgings. The second time he answered on the third ring, sounding dazed and sleepy. Without preamble, I told him that Adela had passed. I didn't mention the Gestapo or the circumstances of her death. At first, he didn't even react. "Jürgen, did you hear me?"
Did she die at home?
He asked stiffly. I was trying to be brave. For him, for Adela, for the children. But that question broke me. In a strange way, Adela had gone to meet her maker on her own terms. "She did," I said, and then I choked on a sob. "She died at home." There was another long silence over the phone. Then Jürgen said,
"I'm coming home, right away."
"Will you be allowed to?" I whispered, a sharp edge of bitterness in my voice.
"She was a mother to me," Jürgen said, his voice breaking mid-sentence. "Of course I'll be allowed to." He hung up quickly after that. I'd never seen my husband cry, but I understood that he needed to, and I understood his need for privacy. I was on the sofa later that afternoon, wrapped in Mayim's knit blanket, waiting impatiently for Jürgen to arrive. I had a crumpled, tear-stained letter in my hand. I'd fished it out of Adela's sweets jar early that morning before the children woke. Dearest Jürgen and Sofie, Jürgen, you were a gift from God to me during the worst period of my life. Living proof that no matter how dark the night, the dawn will always come. Raising you and being a part of your life was one of the great privileges of mine. And, Sofie, I have treasured your friendship in these past few years. Do not underestimate yourself. You are stronger than you know. My loves, these monsters who rule our country are taking us all to uncharted territory. And if you're reading this, it seems I have run out of days to be by your side supporting you through it. Be courageous, but also be smart. I am grateful for every single minute I spent with you. Please tell the children their Oma adored them. Love always, and Adela. Ultimately, we would have to burn it, but until Jürgen had a chance to read it, I could cling to it, as much a comfort object as Mayim's blanket had become. It had been an impossibly hard day. I'd broken the news to the children on my own, consoled them on my own. I'd tried to convince Georg to stay home, but he was adamant he needed to go to school. And although his eyes were red-rimmed as he walked out the door, he hadn't shed a tear. Even after he left, Gisela and Laura were both so demanding. I felt I'd been attending to their needs every minute of the day. The knock at the door was unexpected, and at the same time irritating. I just wanted to sit with my grief for a few minutes. I stuffed Adela's letter into my pocket and dragged myself to the door, and was startled to find Lydia there. She was holding a crock-pot in her hands, her expression one of intense sympathy, mixed in with some awkwardness. "I heard about Adela, and I just... Sofie, I'm so sorry. I know she was important to your family." She extended the crock-pot toward me. "Soup, so you don't have to cook your children dinner tonight." I took the crock-pot and set it on a little table inside the foyer, and then I turned back to her. "When did you change your mind about the juice?" I blurted. Her eyebrows rose in surprise and alarm.
I was a long way past thinking straight, and that crockpot reminded me that at her best, Lydia was a great friend, a woman of true kindness. But something ugly had emerged in her, and I desperately wanted to understand what had changed. "I always knew," she said quietly. "Don't you remember at finishing school? I was polite to that girl, because that was the way. But I never understood why you couldn't see that she wasn't like us. We had to pretend for a long time, so it was a relief to me and Karl when right-minded Germans came to power in this country." I never once noticed her reticence toward Mayim. Maybe I saw what I wanted to see. In any case, she'd proved Mayim right. The Nazis didn't make people like Lydia anti-Semitic. Not really. They had only uncovered what already existed. "What about you?" she said gently. "When did you change your mind about the Jews?" "Deep down, I always knew the truth," I said. "What you say is true. Sometimes you have to do and say certain things for acceptance." She nodded sadly, misunderstanding me as I knew she would. Adela had been right about so many things. People heard what they wanted to hear. Lydia's expression grew somber. "And Adela, do you know what she was mixed up in?" I raised my chin, and just as Adela had told me to, I spoke harshly, as if I were handing down a judgment and not breaking my own heart. "The Gestapo suspected her of disloyalty to the Reich. I have no idea what the details were." "I'm so sorry, Sofie," she said again, shaking her head. "Me too," I said flatly. And then I thanked her and closed the door before I could say something I would regret. 31. Sofie, Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. I found Lizzie's address in the telephone book. She lived just a few blocks away in a very large house by a young but extensive garden. I went there unannounced. It seemed safer to arrive on her doorstep unannounced with a gift, and to look her in the eyes while I apologized. "Just wait here a moment," I said to Felix, who was sitting in the back seat playing with his wooden truck. He nodded, distracted by the toy. I walked up the path to knock on the door, then waited, hovering on the little porch with the cake in my sweaty hands. The door swung open, and there stood the man in the brown uniform, the one who walked up and down my street each day. Up close, I could see the embroidery on his shirt. Henry, and below that, Walt's Lumberyard. "You," he said. His tone was flat, almost emotionless, but there was something dark in his eyes that unnerved me. I took a step away from the door. "Hello," I said nervously. "Is Lizzie home?" The man stared at me, his gaze intense and unblinking. "I'm looking for Lizzie," I said again. "Lizzie Miller? Is this the right house?" "What do you want with Lizzie?" "I just wanted to say hello, and to drop off a gift," I said uneasily as I motioned toward the cake with my chin. "She's not here." "Could I just leave this here for her?" The man, Henry, ignored the question, staring at me with narrowed eyes. I extended the plate down toward him, but he made no move to take it. "You said segregation is worse than the camps." He knew about my argument with Lizzie. Worse, he knew exactly who I was. My breath caught. No, that wasn't what I said," I stammered. "I was just trying to explain that any time you separate a group of people—" Henry reached for the cake, and for a split second I thought he was going to take it and give it to Lizzie, as I'd asked. But his face was red and his nostrils flared. I only realized I was in trouble when the weight of the plate left my palms. I cried out, automatically covering my face as he threw the cake, plate and all, into a brick pillar on the front porch, right behind my head. Shards of ceramic and dense cake and sticky lemon frosting rained down the back of my dress. I turned and ran toward my car. If he gave chase, I was done. He was easily twice my size, and so angry.
"You don't get to judge us, Nazi,"
he called after me, and I was too scared to look back, but weak with relief to hear he was some distance behind me. His voice broke with frustration and anguish as he added,
"Stop coming round here! Why do you people keep coming here?"
My hands were too sweaty to grip the key properly when I tried to start the car. "Come on," I choked out. "Please start."
Mama?
Felix said uncertainly.
Mama, is that a bad man?
The car roared to life. I pulled out onto the street and turned the car toward home. Something awful happened today. As soon as Jürgen came home from work, I pulled him into our bedroom and shut the door. He cupped my face in his palms and stared down at me, concern in his gaze. "Talk to me. Tell me what's wrong." "I took a cake to Calvin's house for Lizzie," I whispered. "A peace offering."
"Sofie,"
Jürgen groaned as his face fell.
"What the hell were you thinking?"
"It was me who argued with her at that picnic, but it was you the police came for. I thought I could apologize before she stirred up any more trouble." My voice grew more desperate as I tried to explain myself. "I want to build a home here, Jürgen. I don't want some women whispering to other Americans about me, telling them not to talk to me, telling their kids not to play with ours, gossiping about the worst moments of our lives. We need to build bridges here, not let rifts develop between us and your colleagues' wives." So I tried to reach out to her. Jürgen dropped his hands from my face and rubbed his eyes. Christ. I don't think she was home. But there was a man there. I swallowed a lump in my throat. "Do you remember the second time the road was graffitied? The man in the brown uniform who was staring at us while you painted?" Jürgen nodded slowly, and I whispered, "He comes past all the time. I just assumed he was walking to work since he's always in the uniform. But sometimes I see him several times in the one day, and not just in the morning and night. He stares at me." I shivered anxiously.
"You haven't mentioned this before."
"Well, it's not just him. Lots of people stare at me," I said, laughing weakly. "You must notice it too."
"Maybe I've grown used to it," he sighed. "So what happened, my love? Did he say something to you about your disagreement with Lizzie Miller?"
I didn't get a chance to say my name, but he already knew who I was anyway, and he knew about my argument with Lizzie. I asked him to give her the cake, and he called me a Nazi, then threw the cake against the pillar right behind me, plate and all, I blurted. Jürgen's jaw dropped as his nostrils flared, and I hastened to explain. "He didn't hurt me, Jürgen, and he could have if he'd thrown the cake a little to the left of where I was standing. I think he just wanted to give me a fright." Jürgen nodded slowly, his expression dark.
"Calvin did mention Lizzie's brother lives with them."
"His shirt says his name is Henry."
"That rings a bell."
"Lizzie Miller must have told her brother you broke into her house. He told me today we need to stop coming around there," I said, shivering.
"I have to talk to Calvin, don't I?"
Jürgen sighed, running a hand through his hair. "You said you wanted to stay out of this," I whispered.
"I want to stay out of a disagreement between you and Mrs. Miller."
He pursed his lips.
"I will not remain quiet when someone threatens my wife."
32. Lizzie, El Paso, Texas, 1938. The night before my wedding, Henry and I sat on wooden chairs side by side on the porch of my new federal-style house. Are you worried about this business in Europe? I asked. He shrugged. Why would I be worried? Cal seems to think Hitler is spoiling for war. Cal is a pretty smart fella, so he might be right. But even if he is, I can't see us getting involved. It's the other side of the world, for heaven's sakes. All that trouble has nothing to do with America. Henry was stretched out beside me, his legs propped up on the outdoor coffee table. In one hand he held a beer, and in the other a lit cigarette. This was a new habit he'd picked up during his year in the army, and one I was not fond of. We sat in silence for a moment, and I was worrying about Hitler and Europe, and just hoping that Henry was right, but was startled when my brother suddenly burst out laughing. What? I said, alarmed. Sorry. It's just that I'm sitting here on the porch of this fancy house, and I can't believe you're really going to live here. Mother and Daddy wouldn't believe their eyes if they could see you now. Your new kitchen is as big as our old house. I couldn't believe I was going to live there either. My new house was every bit as grand as the Hilton, although, of course, on a smaller scale. But at 4,000 square feet, with 4 expansive bedrooms, and to my bewilderment, 2 bathrooms, and an indoor laundry, it still didn't feel real to me. I knew Calvin was well off, but we were engaged before I discovered the extent of his wealth. It wasn't just his high-paying job. It turned out his parents were wealthy, too. Who would have thought you, my rough-housing, horse-breaking, fence-fixing, tractor-driving sister, would become the well-to-do wife of some airplane genius? Henry chuckled. It is a surprising turn, I admitted. Calvin and I continued to grow close after Henry left until we were unlikely best friends. When he told me he'd fallen in love with me and wanted me to be his wife, I was heartbroken, not pleased. I had no intention of accepting his proposal and figured it would be cruel to stay in our friendship knowing our feelings were imbalanced. I know you don't feel the same way about me, and it's perfectly fine, Calvin said quietly. I was relieved, but still confused, especially when he added, I just can't help but wonder if there's not a solution that would suit both of us. A solution? Your whole life is earning minimum wage at a hotel, where most of the guests don't even see you. But Lizzie Davis, you are the kind of woman who deserves to be seen. I hate that you work harder than anyone I know, and it's all for so little. And don't tell me you're doing fine, because we both know you're not. You have to work 2 jobs just to pay your rent on that terrible apartment. You've never even been inside my apartment, I replied stiffly. I don't need to. That building is one strong wind away from being condemned. We didn't even have running water at the farm. This apartment is just fine. Why should you settle for just fine, Lizzie? Especially when you could be with someone who wants nothing more in this life than to make you happy. I didn't know what to say. After a while, Calvin took my hand and added softly, I know from experience that the most important thing in a marriage is a solid foundation of friendship. This is a pragmatic proposal. I've accepted a permanent position at Fort Bliss, so I need to set up a home here, not to mention entertain more, so you would help with all that. And I could help you too. You wouldn't need to struggle for every little thing. You work so hard, Lizzie. When do you even have time to stop and breathe? I could give you the gift of a comfortable life. And maybe, if you let me love you, in time, you'll come to love me too. I was lonely after Henry left, and so damned tired of struggling for every crumb city life had to offer. I'd already reinvented myself once, from farmer's daughter to city battler. I could do it again, especially if it meant making such a good man happy in the process. You don't even look the same, Henry chuckled now. That laughter was music to my ears. His appearance had also changed. He looked strong and healthy, and there was a twinkle in his eyes. You look like some backwater farm girl who found her way to the city, met a rich guy, and now gets to be a trophy wife. He was teasing, and I knew he didn't mean to cause offense, but I gasped as I looked down at my outfit. I bought it because the fabric was the color of Texas bluegrass, and it reminded me of home. That dress was beautiful, but Henry had a point. It was also something I'd never wear back in Oakden. But Cal pointed out that most of his colleagues' wives rarely wore trousers, and then he gave me a big stack of money, so I bought some dresses. And what did you do to your hair? Henry asked now, chuckling as he reached to touch my head. I slapped his hand away. "It's called a pompadour, you oaf," I muttered. I'd never really had a clue about how to style my hair. That had never bothered me before. But things were different now. Cal said the best way to learn was to watch professionals, so I'd been booking myself into the salon a few times a week. "I was surprised when you wrote that you were marrying Calvin," Henry admitted. "You never even liked to date, remember?" "I know." "But Calvin is a good guy. Army life has its ups and downs, but I don't think they'd have taken me if he hadn't put in a good word. Things got pretty bad for me for a while there, Lizzie. I wasn't in my right mind. I still have bad days now, but they come and they go, and whether it's a bad day or a good day, I have to get up and out of that bed before God is awake, because that's how the Army works. Your Calvin saved me when he didn't even know me. That's a top kind of man right there. When I couldn't look after you, I was glad to hear he was." "He really does look after me, and I was trying to do the same for him. I wasn't much of a girlfriend, and our relationship wasn't exactly typical. I was still trying to figure out how to dress and act like the kind of woman a man like Cal deserved to marry." "This should be the happiest time of your life." "It is," I said, frowning. "Why would you think otherwise?" "You're pretty and dolled up, but you're acting like you're not even you." He flicked me a confused glance. "At dinner with Cal and his parents, you hardly said a word." We'd gone to the Hilton's restaurant for old time's sake, and Cal and his mother and father were staying there for the night, since it wasn't appropriate for us to sleep in the same house before the wedding. "It's a big change." I shrugged. "I'm nervous, that's all." "I know. I get that. And tomorrow is your wedding night. I guess a girl would normally talk to her mother about these things, but with Mother not being here—" "No, stop it," I said, covering my face with my hands. "God, Henry." When I peeked out from behind my hands, the relief on Henry's face was palpable. I laughed, despite the heat on my cheeks. But he kept looking at me, that question still in his eyes, and I felt obliged to explain. Since, even before the drought, everything that came my way meant to struggle. Calvin wants to take care of me. This wedding is the right move for both of us. "You know I loved Betsy like crazy. But even so, I'm not sure that I'm much of a romantic," Henry said, his voice low. "I'll tell you this much. If I was Calvin and you were Betsy, and Betsy was talking about me like you just talked about Calvin, I don't know that I would want that wedding to happen." "Henry!" "You can't marry a man just because he has the money to buy you a big house. That's not how marriage works." "I'll have a good life with Calvin," I said abruptly. "I'm not using him, if that's what you're trying to imply." "Maybe you're not exactly using him, but you haven't once told me that you love him either." "I do love him," I protested weakly. "If you don't want to marry him, it's not too late to stop this," Henry said suddenly. "Calvin is a good man, but I know he'd rather you tell him so if you're not sure about this." I could imagine going inside to my suitcase, still sitting on the dresser, open and still half full. It wouldn't take me long to repack. Me and Henry could be back at the bus station within an hour. We could take the first bus out of town. But then what? Henry would have to go back to Kansas on Monday, and I'd be adrift and alone again. And Calvin adored me. He was a wonderful boyfriend, considerate, compassionate, respectful. He'd be a generous provider. There were worse things I could do to support myself than marry a man I held in such high esteem, even if I weren't in love with him. Besides, that might change. I'd never fallen in love with anyone, but maybe I'd just never given a man the chance to win my heart. "I want to marry him," I said firmly. "Cal and I are going to have a good marriage. You'll see." 33. Lizzie. Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. I knew something was up when Calvin came home from work one evening and immediately joined me in the garden. The sun was setting on the horizon, and we swatted mosquitoes away as we exchanged pleasantries. "How was your day?" "Yes, mine too." "Pork chops." "No, I didn't make dessert." "Sure, I can make an apple pie for tomorrow night." I picked up my second watering can and moved to water the broccoli, but Cal followed me as if he were trying to gather the courage to say something hard. "What is it?" I prompted. "The police went to Jürgen's house." I looked at him in surprise. They just got around to doing that now?
No, they went right away. Jürgen only mentioned it today.
Oh.
He's been pretty good about that, considering. I apologized, told him Henry fought in the war and sometimes has vivid dreams.
Okay, I said stiffly. I knew my brother's problems weren't his fault, but I was also aware that he wouldn't want anyone outside of our circle to know his private business. And that was doubly so for these people.
It seems there was an incident yesterday.
An incident?
Jürgen's wife came by with a cake for you. A peace offering, apparently.
Cal said quietly. I was home most of the morning.
It was early. Maybe when you were out at the grocery store.
But I didn't see any cake. I frowned. I wasn't sure how I felt about such a gesture. I had no interest in a friendship with Sofie Rhodes, but we weren't exactly at war either. We'd had one uncomfortable conversation, and that was that. Why would she bring a peace offering? Then I thought about the police visiting her home and sighed. Maybe she thought we were at war.
Henry was here,
Cal said. Henry went to work early yesterday, I said, but then I paused. My days generally looked the same and tended to blend together so quickly. Was it yesterday Henry only had the black coffee for breakfast and refused my offer of eggs? Or was that the day before?
I don't know what to tell you. Sofie asked him to pass it on to you, and he...
Calvin paused, then cleared his throat.
Lizzie. She says he threw it at her.
What? I said in disbelief, then immediately added, There's no way that's true.
Jürgen said it gave her quite the fright, and he said Henry has been walking past the houses where the German families live. Sofie has seen him a number of times.
Please tell me you aren't buying this. My brother wouldn't hurt a fly. I didn't see any mess from this supposed cake, and you know as well as I do it makes perfect sense for him to walk that way to work. I turned and glanced toward my front porch, and a sudden memory flared. Some of the pavers had been wet when I came home from the grocery store. I just figured it was from when I watered the young red buckeye the night before. But what if... No. I shook my head, frowning. My brother wouldn't throw something at a perfect stranger, even under these conditions. We don't know these people, Cal. We certainly can't take their word over Henry's.
Sweetheart, I really need to get to the bottom of what happened,
Cal said quietly, but firmly. So we'll talk to him, I said impatiently. He'll tell you she's making the whole thing up.
I'll have a chat with him tonight and straighten this out.
We can do it together, I suggested. Calvin shook his head, and as the last of the water poured onto my vegetables, he reached down to take the empty watering can from my hands.
This is one of those conversations that will be better man to man.
But,
sweetheart,
Cal said, and he dropped his voice.
I don't want Henry to feel like we're ganging up on him. Please, let me do this alone.
How did it go? I asked, as Calvin came into my bedroom later that night. He quietly closed the door and sat on the end of my bed. I was sitting up in my nightgown, an untouched magazine on my lap. Calvin had invited Henry out onto the porch for a beer after dinner, and I'd been waiting anxiously ever since.
He said Sofie Rhodes is lying. There was no cake.
See? I said triumphant. I told you.
And he does walk past the German homes. But you were right. It's just on his way to and from work. Sofie Rhodes has only been here for a few weeks, and I'm sure it's easy to misread situations when she's navigating a strange country in her second language. I'm still confused about the cake story. But Henry was adamant, and we have to give him the benefit of the doubt.
So are you comforted? I asked.
I'm still concerned about that dream he had,
Calvin said hesitantly. He flicked a glance at me.
I'm horrified that the police went to the Rhodes house. I did try to ask Henry how he feels about that dream now, but he seemed so uncomfortable, I dropped it. I suppose he's embarrassed.
That was weeks ago anyway, I said. He's been so much calmer ever since.
It's just, he does seem different, doesn't he? He's distracted. For all of Henry's challenges over the years, he's never seemed that way to me before.
Distracted. That was the perfect word. Even when Henry was looking right at me, it seemed like his mind was somewhere else. I had plans to see Becca the next morning. She and Kevin had purchased a new house a few blocks away. a great big 2-story place on a huge empty lot, and they were keen to put in a garden. "I'll do it for you," I offered when she called. I was excited about a new project, already thinking about how it might come together. Becca laughed and said, "Don't be silly, Lizzie. I couldn't ask you to do that. Kevin has already found a gardener to do it. I just wanted some advice about what to ask him for." I'd grown numb to my own boredom for the most part. I had a good life, and it was plenty busy when I wanted it to be, between chores and salon visits and dinners and lunch dates. But every now and again, something triggered a memory of a time when I thought my life would look different. Even as I prepared to go to Becca's house, I was reliving the disappointment of the moment when she told me someone else would do the gardening. Oh, how I would have loved to pull my boots on that day, to pack my gardening gloves and a notepad to sketch out plans. I'd have thrown myself into a project like that with wild abandon. The yard was a blank canvas, but I'd have turned it into green art. As I locked the front door, I glanced down at the pavers, thinking about the splash of water I'd seen a few days earlier. Why would Sofie Rhodes make up such an absurd lie? It made no damned sense. I started to walk down the path toward the drive, but at the last second, I spun around to stare at the porch, trying to remember exactly which pavers had been wet. I didn't believe the story about the cake. Of course I didn't. I set down my handbag and bent to inspect the pavers, feeling disloyal and foolish as I did. I was gratified to find no trace of smeared cake. But as I reached out to use the pillar to steady myself on my heels, I noticed a little chip of white ceramic embedded in the brick, just above my hand. As I brushed it with my fingertip, the ceramic chip fell to the pavers. I looked around again, seeing my front porch with fresh eyes. If she had been standing at the door, and she extended the cake toward him, and Henry took it from her, and then lost his temper— No. That white chip in the brick was tiny. It could have been anything, even a tiny stone baked into the brick when it was crafted. There were other explanations here, and my brother deserved my trust. I scooped my bag up again and started toward my car, but I skimmed my gaze across the young red buckeye plants in the garden bed along the front of the porch. I felt a pit form in my stomach. He'd missed one jagged shard of ceramic about halfway along the bushes, sitting among leaves. When I bent to retrieve it, I found it sticky with light-colored frosting and a smudge of dark cake, rich with tiny black seeds. And when I checked through the trash can, I found one unholy mess of cake and plate and dirt, wrapped in newspaper and buried in the bottom.
34. Sofie. Berlin, Germany. 1939. Jürgen and Karl came home for a week's vacation in June that year. I'd seen Jürgen for a few days around Adela's funeral, but we were both so soaked in grief I'd barely looked at him then. This trip was different. In all those months we spent apart, Gisela learned to crawl and be terrified of strangers. She now cried whenever Jürgen tried to pick her up. And over those months apart, Jürgen changed too. He was quiet, spending long hours alone in his study, even though he was supposed to be taking a break. After a few days of this, I stood in front of his desk. He looked up from a blueprint, and his gaze was hollow. "We need to go for a walk and enjoy this beautiful summer day," I said flatly, propping my hand on my hip. "I am going to put Gisela in the stroller. I'll see you outside in a moment." He didn't even try to argue. He heard in my tone that I would not be deterred. We began to walk toward the park, and when we reached it, I motioned toward a shaded bench beneath a large linden tree. There we sat side by side, and I turned Gisela around to face us. She eyed Jürgen warily. "This last year has been very difficult, but the technology is more marvelous than even I dreamed it could be. The next prototype is the A4. This rocket will launch vertically, straight up like this." Slowly, almost dreamily, he raised his hand. "It will ascend at an angle we've calculated with incredible precision. Every movement stabilized and guided by a finely turned gyroscope.
After maybe a minute, the propulsion ends. Now this rocket is somewhere in the order of 60 miles straight up. Maybe it even comes near the edge of space. Isn't that remarkable? 60 miles, but this is just the culmination point, he interrupted, his expression twisting until he looked disgusted. Because now it starts its descent and it travels just above the speed of sound. Do you know what that means? I shook my head, but he didn't seem to notice. He brought his hand down sharply into a fist on the other side of his lap, then snapped it open, exposing his palm. The accuracy and range will be beyond anything the world has ever seen. And the missile travels faster than the sound it produces. So there is no warning at all. Certainly no time for an air raid siren. Say we launch this from the border, as a family in France or Poland or Belgium or Switzerland sits in their kitchen eating their breakfast. That family is gone before they ever knew something was coming for them. The mother has no time to scream to the father that she's going to get the baby. The father has no time to push his son into the cellar to save his life. Jürgen had always insisted he didn't remember anything about the morning his family died. He had been lying to me, or at least avoiding a painful truth. You were eating breakfast when the bomb hit your house? I asked gently. Jürgen suddenly sat up, as if shaking off the memory. My point is, that scenario I just described to you would seem like a fanciful nightmare to most people. But it's almost within reach. We just have to keep playing the game, I said. Remember? Listen for the music. Ignore the dissonant notes. So I build those bombs and let someone else care about where they land? That's what you have to do. When I'm refining the design of a booster, or I'm tinkering with the engineers, or I'm planning a test launch, I don't think about that theoretical family eating their breakfast. Sometimes I even manage to forget that the sum of all the moving parts is a weapon. But as soon as the work stops, that family is all I can think about. I looked to Gisela. She was kicking her legs impatiently, craning her neck to look behind her, eager to continue the journey through the park. We both know you don't have a choice. The cost of anything but perfect compliance would simply be too high. He slid his arm around my shoulders and pulled me close, planting a gentle kiss above my ear. I'm just following orders. I'm doing what I have to do to stay alive. To keep my family safe, he murmured. Exactly, I said. That's what I tell myself 100 times a day. But sometimes I can't help but wonder if that theoretical family eating their breakfast would be satisfied by those excuses. Should we really prioritize the safety of our family over the safety of theirs, Sofie? And does the equation change if one day in the not-too-distant future we're prioritizing the safety of our family over hundreds or thousands of families who might find themselves the target of one of my rockets? I turned to stare at him. Our faces were so close I could feel his shaky breath against my lips. I don't know what to say, I whispered, stricken. I don't know what the answers are either, he whispered back. But we have a moral obligation to ask ourselves these questions. And it was clear from the torment in his eyes, he'd been confronting that truth for some time. Lydia and Karl invited us to join them for dinner the evening before Karl and Jürgen were to return to Peenemünde. While the staff prepared the meal, the nannies supervised the children as they played in a paddling pool in the gardens. Lydia, heavily pregnant with another set of twins, looked exhausted, but smiled wearily as she handed us each a glass of champagne. I have some excellent news for you both, Karl announced. I know that Georg is not due to go until his birthday, but I was speaking with Hans's supervising captain, and he agreed to admit Georg to the young folk early. Congratulations! The young folk, the junior division of the Hitler Youth. I was always going to have to cross this bridge when Georg turned 10.
I just thought I had a few more months to come to terms with it.
The Fuhrer needs young warriors like Georg, Karl said.
He looked between the three of us, a glint of determination in his eyes. Just as Jürgen had changed over those past few years, Karl had changed too. He'd become a much harder man, much less inclined to flash his charming smile.
The sooner we get him started, the better. And the early entry reflects just how much the party values your work, Jürgen.
Thank you, I heard my husband say. Watching the convincing job he was doing of expressing delight at this development, I understood why he was so tired all of the time.
On that note, Karl continued, my friend, there is something I've been meaning to speak to you about.
His charming smile made a brief reappearance.
You're the most senior staff member at Peenemünde who isn't a member of the party. I know that's just an oversight, but don't you think it's time we rectified it?
This was a test of loyalty, just like the special young folk arrangement, and an explicit threat was no longer required. We all understood exactly what the stakes were. By the time Jürgen returned to Peenemünde the next day, we were paid-up members of the Nazi Party, just waiting for our membership numbers to arrive in the post. Georg chatted excitedly the morning of his first overnight young folk camp, more animated than I'd seen him since Adela's death.
There's sports and adventure courses, and we get to fire guns, and we sleep in the tents, and they will teach us how to do all kinds of amazing things, even how to serve the Führer better. I'll be in Hans's Jungenschaft.
This was a unit of 10 children, led by a slightly older child. The young folk was structured as a paramilitary organization. I was sending my 9-year-old son off to play combat games designed to shape him into a mindless Hitler acolyte. Georg was already wearing his uniform, shiny black boots and dark shorts, a tie paired with a collared shirt, the young folk logo on the sleeve. He'd emerged from his room in the uniform so early that morning, I had a feeling he slipped on straight out of bed. But he couldn't fix the final part of the uniform without help. And that was why he was standing before me now, chin raised, waiting impatiently for me to put his rolled kerchief around his neck.
And we will learn to expel the Untermensch and defeat all of the Führer's enemies. It's going to be so much fun.
It was all a game to Georg, a glorious, fun-filled lark. I slipped the kerchief around his neck, tucked the collar over it, and then reached for the woggle, the loop of woven leather that secured the kerchief in place at his collarbone. I stared down at him until tears filled my eyes.
"What is it?"
he asked, suddenly alarmed as he stared back up at me, his blue eyes filled with concern.
"Mama?"
I forced myself to smile. "You're just such a big boy, Georg. I'm so proud of you." He beamed at me, then straightened his shoulders as he stepped away to pick up the canvas bag containing his overnight things. The bag was almost bigger than he was. He swung it over his shoulder, then stepped toward the door, waving impatiently for me to follow. At the camp, Laura hovered beside me, taking it all in with big, curious eyes. Hundreds of young boys, assembling into perfect lines at the sharp sound of a whistle. I was holding a squirming Gisela on one hip, but Laura took my other hand and tugged it to get my attention.
"Mama, I can't wait until it's my turn."
As a young girl, she wouldn't attend the young folk. Rather, the Young Mädelbund, the Young Girls' League, focused on activities deemed suitable for German girls, preparing them for their future roles as mother, wife, and homemaker. "Soon enough," I replied, my heart sinking as I said it. She would likely start at 10, just a few short years away. I looked back to Georg, who was almost quaking with excitement as the leaders barked instructions at the children to prepare to recite the pledge. Several hundred boys straightened their spines and echoed in unison the chant my son had already learned by heart. In the presence of this blood banner which represents our Führer, I swear to devote all of my energies and my strength to the savior of our country, Adolf Hitler." My son looked right at me and beamed with pride as he chanted, "I am willing and ready to give up my life for him, so help me God." Adela's apartment was still vacant, and I couldn't bring myself to rent it out. We didn't need the money, and the thought of sorting through her belongings was still too much. Every morning I went into her courtyard to tend to the animals and the plants that remained. On Wednesdays, I packed a basket of whatever was in season, and Gisela and I took a trip to drop it off to Martha. There were still so many unknowns from the night Adela died. We never figured out how the Gestapo got wind of the chain of women helping Maim's family for all of those years. Nor did we know why some of those women, including Martha, escaped suspicion. But Martha could explain some things.
Adela called and asked me to come by in the morning with my son's car. She was trying to stay calm, but I heard her panic.
Martha arrived at sunrise, only to find Adela had passed.
I convinced the Bavarians to go to their room and freshen up, and while they were gone, I checked the apartment. I found Maim hiding beneath the kitchen sink. She'd been there all night.
I swallowed a lump in my throat at the thought of that. The same hiding place she'd endured while her father was killed. What a torture it must have been to see history repeat itself twice in just a few days.
I snuck her out the back door and over the courtyard wall. By the time the couple came back downstairs, Maim was hiding in my son's car, and I was sitting with Adela on the bed, calmly saying goodbye.
I see why you and Adela were friends. I smiled tearfully.
It was nothing, Martha said dismissively.
Then her face fell.
I wish I could have done more for her, Sophie. There were thousands of Poles camping out in the open at the border, because the Reich wouldn't let them stay, but Poland wouldn't let them in. I don't know what happened after she left my car, but I think of her all the time.
After that, Martha mentioned that her son knew of several other Jews in hiding. I could no longer help Maim, but that didn't mean I was powerless. Not even Jürgen knew that every Wednesday I dropped some of Adela's produce off to Martha, caring for an elderly Aryan German, just as the Reich wanted me to do. But in a layer of folded newspaper at the bottom of the basket of produce, there was always a stack of Reichsmark. As much as I could skim without arousing suspicion from Jürgen. I knew he wouldn't protest if he knew what I was doing, but I wanted to protect him, just as Adela had tried to protect me. I never met Martha's son, but I knew he always visited her on Wednesday afternoons. While he was there, he'd collect the cash and pass it to Jewish friends who needed it most. I never learned who the recipients were. It didn't really matter. I desperately wanted to help, but I knew, deep down, that my gesture was so small as to be laughably insignificant. Besides, the gesture was intended to do good, but in a way, it was also selfish. It was the quiet reminder I needed. It didn't matter who I pretended to be. The Nazis could take my best friends and even my children from me, but they would not touch my heart.
"Oh, hello, dear,"
Martha greeted me that Wednesday.
"It's good to see you. And hello, sweet Gisela."
Just as Adela might have done if she were alive, Martha bent into the stroller and gave my excited daughter some candy. I set the basket on Martha's kitchen table. She bustled around the kitchen, chatting about this and that as she made me tea.
"The strangest thing happened," she said. "I got this letter, and I don't know what to do with it. I think it might have been incorrectly addressed. Could you take a look and tell me what I should do?"
I accepted the letter as she handed it to me, but almost dropped it when I saw the familiar handwriting. Dear Frida, Do you remember me from those days as childhood neighbors in Potsdam all of those years ago? You probably do not, so I will try to jog your memory. There was that time when I fell and broke a bone in my wrist, and as I lay on the ground in such pain, you were so distressed that we forgot our roles somehow, and I wound up comforting you. And then, one summer we wanted to swim in the creek, but my brother was unwell, so my mother told him he couldn't join us. He set fire to a cloth in her kitchen to distract her, and followed us to the creek. Such a rascal back then, and he's such a rascal today, even now that he is a husband and father. It was his idea that I write you to let you know that I still think of you, even after all of these years. I imagine you will wish you could reply to me, but the timing of this letter is unfortunate, as I am about to go traveling, so I won't leave a return address for now. Life is too short. One never knows what lies around the corner, so I wanted to send you my well wishes while I could. If I settle someplace, I will write you again so you know where to find me. For now, just know that I am happy and well, and my life has worked out just fine. I will never forget you or your kindness to me. Very best wishes, Anna. Mine. Frida, my grandmother's name. Anna, hers. So many references to our past together, not one of them subtle, but clever Mime had found a way to hide her identity in such a way that no one in the world could possibly know who wrote that letter except me. What should I do with it? Marta asked me innocently. I looked up at her, my vision blurred from tears, and she winked at me. Yes, it's clearly not intended for me. Since there's no return address, I'll throw it into the trash. But later, Marta followed me to the door, and as we embraced, I whispered in her ear, "She didn't know where you lived." I remember she said that the night Adela died. How did she find you? And how did you know the letter was for me? I gave her my address as I drove her to the border, just in case there was anything else I could do for her. The envelope was addressed to me, but when I opened it, I was so confused to see the letter addressed to someone else. I almost threw it out, until I remembered her telling me she met you in Potsdam. Now at least we know she made it to her family. I hope that brings you some peace. I was at Adela's apartment one morning in early September. Gisela, now 18 months old, was stumbling clumsily around the courtyard, one of the young rabbits following her like a puppy. I had the wireless on for background noise, but I wasn't really listening until a sudden flare of trumpets and drums sounded. The Reichstag had been assembled for an extraordinary session, and Hitler was about to address the nation. There came a cacophony of noise, shouting and cheers from parliamentarians as the Führer arrived. Hitler announced that Germany had invaded Poland, but only as an act of self-defense. "From now on, bombs will be met with bombs," he told the nation to brace itself. "This will be a fight until the resolution of the situation." When the children came home from school, they were abuzz with excitement, although it was clear they had little understanding of what had actually happened. Georg was convinced that Poland had dropped a bomb on Berlin. Laura thought Hitler was at the border, wielding a sword in defense of the Reich. When I went to tuck Georg in, I found him on his knees by the side of the bed, whispering what I thought was a prayer. As I waited by the door, surprised but determined to give him space to pray, I heard the words he was murmuring to a rhythm that suggested he'd said them many times before. "Führer, my Führer, given me by God, protect and preserve my life for long. You saved Germany in time of need. I thank you for my daily bread. Be with me for a long time. Do not leave me, Führer, my faith, my light. Hail to my Führer." "Where did you learn that?" I asked, forgetting my plan to give him privacy. Georg climbed up onto his bed and pulled the blankets up to his chin, flashing me a bright grin. "At the young folk," he said easily. I kissed his forehead and turned his light out, and then walked briskly into the study to call Jürgen. It was too much to bear alone. The prayer I'd overheard, the conflict with Poland, what it all meant, and what might happen next. I didn't trust the media anymore, but I had no alternate way to find information. Everything felt completely out of control. "Hello?" my husband answered gruffly. The instant I heard his voice, I knew I was going to weep, and I couldn't do that. He'd ask me why I was so upset, and I couldn't tell him because we likely had an audience. I hung up the phone and went to bed, muffling the sounds of my sobs by pressing my face into my pillow.
35. Lizzie, El Paso, Texas, 1941. It's so good to catch up so I can finally get to know you better, Lizzie. We were all so surprised when Calvin told us he was getting married again. Heck, I don't think he'd even mentioned he was dating. Avril Walters beamed at me as she poured my coffee from the pot. Her husband, Dale, worked with Calvin in the experimental planes division at El Paso, and their baby, Patty, was sitting up at the table next to me, stuffing cake into her mouth. I met most of Calvin's Fort Bliss friends after we got engaged. They were all involved with his aviation unit, pilots or engineers or specialists of one variety or another. I also met their families. There were Kevin and Becca Llewellyn and their adorable girls, Ava and Brianna, Juanita and Bob and their noisy tribe of sons, who destroyed any room they entered. Trevor and Gail had newborn Toby, and of course, Avril and her husband Dale and Patty. I'd attended a few dinner parties with Calvin, but I wasn't quite sure what to make of these women. They seemed so tight-knit already, and Avril wasn't the first one to express surprise that Calvin had remarried. Most of the time, I was fine with our arrangement, but when his friends teased Calvin about our relationship, I felt so self-conscious, I couldn't bear it. I had no idea how I'd react to such a dynamic in a one-on-one conversation, so when Avril invited me for coffee, I always made an excuse. Finally, though, I accepted one of Avril's many invitations to get to know one another better. Cal has been so coy about you, but I'm dying to know. How did you two meet? She asked as soon as we settled at her kitchen table. I was working at the Hilton, I said. She pushed the cup of coffee in front of me and nodded to encourage me to continue. He was a guest, and we just became friends. Tell me everything. Did he sweep you off your feet? Has he told you all about his poor dead wife? God rest her soul? Yes, he swept me off my feet, and we don't talk much about her, to be honest. I sipped my coffee, grateful to have something to do with my hands. It felt like I was being interrogated. I know her name was Louise. So sad, Avril murmured, shaking her head. How did she die? It was a car accident, I said awkwardly. Poor Louise Miller had been hit by a car on her way to buy groceries. Tragic. Thank God he has you now. She poured her own coffee and then took a seat beside me. And you grew up on a farm, right? And so it went. The kind of awkward small talk I'd never had much time for. Yes, I grew up in Dallam County. Yes, I can ride a horse. Only 8th grade. My parents? Dead. Only a brother. In the Army. I'm so glad you came around today, she said at one point. I know it can be overwhelming meeting a whole new group of friends, and those women can be a lot. She laughed. But I have a good feeling about you, Lizzie. I don't care what anyone says. If Cal loves you, that's good enough for me. She was so friendly and lovely and hospitable, but there were also those little moments where I felt almost like she was warning me. Had the other women been gossiping? Had they been cruel behind my back? I told myself I didn't care what they thought, but the truth was, Calvin worked with their husbands, and those women were going to be a part of my life for a long time. I had been bored witless. Cal and I had settled into a routine so sedate, it was almost catatonic. He left for work at Fort Bliss in the morning, and I cleaned the house, and then watched the clock until he got home. I turned my attention to the yard to try to fill my days, tearing up every inch of established garden on that lot and spending a small fortune on young roses and hedges and building a tidy little vegetable garden. That project entertained me for a while, but soon all there was left to do was wait for the plants to grow. So, when Avril called for another coffee date, I agreed. Soon we were meeting 2 or 3 times a week. I couldn't tell if she was just being nice or if maybe she was a little lonely, but I appreciated the company, so I didn't question her enthusiasm too much. Besides, Cal was pleased I was making an effort, and that was good too. I pushed my front door open and waited while Avril walked inside first, holding Patty's hand. As we took our seats in the living room, she smiled. "I was happy when I heard Calvin bought you this great big house. I'm excited to watch you two fill it with children." "Oh," I said, wincing. "No, we won't be doing that." She looked at me in surprise, so I explained. "Calvin is sterile. That's why he and Louise didn't have children." That was true. Cal suffered a bad bout of mumps as a child. Not that it mattered in our marriage, given we had separate bedrooms. I had a feeling if I went to Calvin's room, he'd be delighted and that might change. But I had no inclination to do that. From time to time, I wondered if he was disappointed at the way our marriage was panning out. It was too awkward to bring up in conversation, and he seemed happy enough, but I knew all too well that when I agreed to marry him, he'd hoped that I'd fall in love with him too. I realized it was just not going to happen. My feelings had nothing to do with Calvin and everything to do with me. I was more fond of him than ever. I respected him and I admired him. I was grateful to him and I wanted to please him. I just had no drive toward romantic love, not the way other people around me seemed to. "Oh gosh, I am so sorry," Avril said. She dropped her hands to her belly as if to protect it. Her second child was due in a few months. "You know, Becca did say that she thought it was odd that Calvin didn't already have children after being married to his first wife for so long. You know how those girls gossip, and I just thought it was none of my business." "They gossip?" I prompted lightly. This wasn't the first time she'd made a comment like that. I felt I knew her well enough now that I could gently prod to see what she was getting at. "It's terrible, and you're such a nice woman. I hate to hear it." "What do they say about me?" I asked. "Well, sweetie, there's been a lot of speculation about—" She shrugged, looking around her expensive living room. "Calvin isn't short of $1, is he? Gail pointed out that he was just so lonely when he first started coming down from Albuquerque. And with you working at that hotel, they thought maybe you were down on your luck a little and saw him as an opportunity." "It was not like that," I gasped. "And most newlyweds can't keep their hands off each other, but like Becca said, you two aren't like that at all, at least when we're around." My cheeks heated, and I didn't know what to say. I avoided her gaze, my mind racing as I tried to think of a response. Was it really so obvious? How mortifying. "I shouldn't have said anything," Avril winced. "I didn't mean to upset you." "No, you haven't upset me," I said, frustrated. "I know we're a strange couple. He's older than me and a million times smarter and—" I waved my hand, indicating the room. "This is normal to him. I grew up in a much humbler home, and I had fallen upon hard times when we met, but it was always Calvin offering to help me, never me asking for help. Right from when we met, he was always doing kind things for me, even for my brother. Calvin just loves to look after people." For a while after that, I kept my socializing with those women to essential engagements with Calvin only. Although Avril seemed to be on my side, I felt unsettled around her too. I learned how to dress like them and to style my hair and makeup like they did so I'd fit in. But I knew that, deep down, I had nothing in common with those women. Besides, bored and lonely in that great big house was vastly preferable to exposed and humiliated out of it. But friendship dramas aside, why wasn't I content? In some ways, I'd felt better about myself back when I was struggling in that apartment, hustling for every cent and working my fingers to the bone. Henry had transferred to Fort Benning in Georgia and was serving with the 6th Armored Division. We'd established a routine phone call on the first Sunday night of each month. "Howdy, sis," he always greeted me, and I always exhaled whenever I heard him say those words. The brightness of his tone reassured me that he was okay. My imagination tended to play tricks on me during the weeks between those calls, especially with the situation in Europe deteriorating. He had a new best friend, a boy from Reno named Bobby, and I got the impression the two of them had become inseparable. Henry was saving money in case he decided to buy a house one day and dating a girl named Flora, at least periodically. She worked in the base's administration office, and it felt a lot like every time Henry called, they'd either broken up again or were back together. "Would you two make up your minds? Do you want to be together or not?" I asked him one day, exasperated. Henry just laughed. "This is a fiery relationship, Lizzie. That's part of the appeal." I looked at Calvin, who was sitting on the sofa reading, and wondered, not for the first time, what was wrong with me. "Hey, listen, sis. I have news," Henry said suddenly. My stomach lurched. "No. Tell me they aren't deploying you," I whispered. "Where to? To Europe? Of course not. That's a whole mess over there, but it has nothing to do with America," Henry laughed. "No, I was just going to say my unit is coming to Fort Bliss for training in a few weeks, so I thought I'd take some leave while I'm in town. Can I come stay in your mansion for a few nights?" Henry arrived on Thursday night, and we spent Friday and Saturday catching up. On Sunday, I made a roast chicken, one of the recipes I'd mastered. Henry and Calvin had never really had much time together, and I was enjoying watching them bond. They were presently in the sitting room, talking about planes. Everything in the world seemed right that day. I was just about to pull the chicken from the oven. The rich smell was wafting through the house, and I was so happy, I was dancing to the music on the wireless as I served the food. The breaking news broadcast cut the music off without warning, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I threw my oven mitts onto the floor as I twisted the volume of the radio up. "Henry!" I cried. "Cal!" Calvin ran into the kitchen, scanning as if he expected to find the place on fire, but his footsteps came to a halt as the crackling announcement filled the air. "This morning, 8 a.m., local time in Honolulu. Severe bombing of Pearl Harbor and the city of Honolulu by Japanese planes. Fierce fighting in the air and on the sea. America is under attack. I repeat, America is under attack." I was staring at Calvin in horror when Henry appeared behind him. My brother caught the end of the emergency broadcast, and I was staring right into his eyes as the realization dawned on me that the nation was now at war.
36. Sofie, Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. When I heard the knock at the door, I was on my hands and knees scrubbing the oven, my hair in a tangled bun, wearing one of Jürgen's old shirts to protect my cotton dress.
"Dear Mama,"
Felix called. "English, please, Felix," I said. Then I corrected him. "Door."
"Sure,"
he muttered again, just loud enough for me to hear. I told him no more television that day, and he was simultaneously moping and building a tower with some blocks. I scrambled to my feet and dropped my rubber gloves into the sink, then slipped out of Jürgen's shirt and tried to smooth my hair as I walked to the door. I hoped it might be Claudia, coming to thank me for the confectioner's sugar I'd left on her doorstep a few days earlier. When I swung the door open and saw Lizzie Miller, my breath caught. She was holding a beige ceramic plate. She was a picture of poise, her vibrant red hair in a pageboy bob, sleek and smooth, and curled under at the ends, delicate pearl earrings in her ears, perfectly fashionable makeup and lipstick so pristine, I knew she'd freshened up before getting out of her car. My brother takes this route through the neighborhood on his way to work, and that's not a crime. If an innocent man walking past your house bothers you, go inside. Don't speak to him. Don't wave to him. Don't so much as look at him. She was angry, but she was also scared. Of Henry? For Henry? I wasn't sure. But I could see the emotion so clearly on her face. I felt it echo through my body. Maybe he needs help, I said flatly. Lizzie Miller's eyes flashed fire, and her nostrils flared. Don't you dare try to tell me what my brother needs, she hissed. I don't want your cakes, and I don't want you to come near us. If you drive past and my house is on fire, do not stop to help. You aren't welcome in this town, and you sure as hell are never going to be welcome at my house. She extended the plate toward me. Here's a plate to replace the one you lost. You don't have to. I don't want to owe you a damned thing. She interrupted me, thrusting the plate into my hands. She nodded curtly and turned away, her heels clicking against our porch and driveway as she walked toward her car. I just wanted to reach out to you, I called after her, to say sorry for the way I spoke to you at the picnic. I know we got off on the wrong foot. She spun back to face me, and this time the hatred in her eyes was unmistakable. What was your husband's rank in the SS? Did he instigate the genocide? Or did he just participate in it? And we both know you knew about the camps. If you did nothing to help those people, you're complicit too. Her expression twisted with frustration. You and your husband do not deserve to be here, living among decent American folk. You don't know a thing about me and my husband, I said, forcing myself to keep my tone even though I wanted to weep. Lizzie was right. I did not deserve the comfortable life I'd been offered in America. That didn't mean I was about to let her destroy it with her gossip. Maybe Jürgen and I had our share of guilt and shame, but our children were innocent, and for them, we had to make Huntsville our home. What kind of a person would try to undermine a family's new life without even trying to understand their old one? What kind of a person would tell her friends who they were allowed to spend time with as if she had some claim to their time? I hated that she might see how much she'd upset me, but I was rapidly losing the battle to stay calm. My voice wobbled miserably as I added, I feel sorry for you, Mrs. Miller. I really do. Lizzie Miller stared at me thoughtfully for just a beat. Then she sighed impatiently. Here's a tip for you, Mrs. Rhodes, she said, as she slipped her sunglasses back on. No one wants you here. No one. So if an American woman suddenly seems determined to befriend you, you should probably assume she has an ulterior motive. She revved the engine violently as she drove away, speeding down our street toward her house. 37. Sofie, Berlin, Germany, 1941. It was Jürgen's idea to buy a country house midway between the Peenemünde facility and Berlin. The distance was taking a toll on us all. I agreed we should consider it, but just a few days later, he called to tell me he'd spoken to a realtor and they'd already found the perfect property. A fully furnished home right on the lake at Tollensesee, 10 kilometers from the small city of Neubrandenburg. It would take Jürgen about 2 hours by car to reach the house. Time he felt he could spare as often as twice a month. From Berlin, it would take me just a little longer. Could you really take a weekend off that often? I asked him skeptically. Not the whole weekend, he admitted. But if I worked there during the day, I'm certain I could make this work. And when a whole weekend isn't practical, at the very least, we could have Saturday night together, and I could come back here early Sunday morning. Just a few weeks later, I made the drive for the first time. Laura had turned 10 and, after years of anticipation, was now a member of the Young Girls' League. She and Georg were both on camps that weekend, so it was just me and Gisela alone in the car as we traveled out of the city. I still wasn't convinced by this country house idea, but we'd gone ahead anyway, purely because Jürgen seemed so desperate to do it. The house was a simple, half-timbered A-frame. The support beams were left exposed and were painted dark grey, the panels between them a soft cream. The roof was a thick thatching. It was modest, but I loved it anyway, and more than that, I loved what the house represented. Family time. Pure, unburdened family time. Something we'd been desperately short on for years. The house was surrounded by trees, although I'd seen on the drive that there were other homes nearby. There was a small clearing off to one side of the house, but beyond that and the driveway, we could have been in the middle of nowhere. And right in front of the house was a private jetty, stretching out into the water, perfect for fishing or as a platform for launching a boat or even an excited child on a hot summer's day. "Well," Jürgen said as he opened the front door and approached me. The tension I was by then used to in his face had eased. The tight set of his shoulders relaxed. I had a feeling that miracle had only happened in the last few minutes, since he too had arrived at the lake house. "I love it," I said. That night I put Gisela to bed while Jürgen set up a fire in the little clearing beside the house. He dragged chairs out from the dining room table, and we sat beside one another, enjoying the bottle of wine the realtor left for us as a housewarming gift. The house might one day have listening devices, if it didn't already, and I supposed there was always the possibility of someone in the woods trying to listen in. But here, by the fire, we were far enough away from the trees and the house that we could be confident no one would hear us. Despite this, Jürgen remained silent. He sipped his wine, and he sighed long, contented sighs. And after a while, I started to sigh too, as if we were both breathing out years of tension. I began to enjoy the sounds of owls in the woods and the crackling fire, to breathe it all in, to feel that peace, unwinding tension I'd forgotten could be unwound. Beside me, Jürgen's gaze was focused higher. After a while, I followed it and found him staring up at the white-blue glow of the full moon. "What you thinking about?" I asked. "Many things," he said, his voice husky. "Such as?" He glanced at me and smiled. "You, the children, work, the moon." "Always the moon," I said softly. "When I was a little boy and I went to live with Adela, I promised myself I'd never forget my family," he said quietly. "I remember sitting in that car with her, utterly terrified, deciding that I'd hold their memories so close that I'd never lose them. Then time began to pass, and one by one the memories slipped away. Now I only remember a handful of things. How ordinary it was as we ate breakfast together, the air raid siren, and the panic as my mother went to get the baby and my father shoved me into the cellar. Then nothing, until I woke up in the hospital. I do remember the night before. I stayed up late with my father, staring at the moon with this terrible telescope he'd constructed himself. He was an amateur astronomer, obsessed with the moon. He told me that night that he hoped men would reach it in my lifetime. "You've never told me any of that," I said, stunned. "You always said you didn't remember anything." "You've always been so much more outgoing than me, Sophie. I've had to share parts of myself with you over the years that were hard to expose. But those memories of my family were just too precious. And part of what made them so was that they were only mine." "Why tell me now?" "I've been thinking about
those memories a lot lately. It brings me comfort that I don't remember much about my parents. After all, no real sense of who they were means no way to know how they'd have felt about the work I am doing now. He said this casually, but I heard the pain behind his words, and it left me stricken. Jürgen, name a European city you love, and German rockets may one day wipe it off the face of the earth. I gasped. Are you close to that? The components are all there. In theory, the rest is just a matter of persistence and experimentation to make those components work consistently. He didn't sound optimistic or proud. His tone was heavier than ever. The Reich is ever expanding. Even if we landed a man on the moon, Hitler would just want to occupy that too. And Otto says that as soon as we can prove the new prototype works, we'll be asked to produce thousands of them. Jürgen downed the rest of his wine in one gulp, then threw the glass into the fire. I flinched when it shattered. He kept his voice low, but he did nothing to curtail the fury it contained. Thousands of them? It's insanity. Do you know how we're going to resource that production? It won't be with paid laborers. That's for damned sure. How, then? I asked hesitantly. Prisoners, he said, and his voice broke. It was thick with tears as he whispered, We are already using them to a lesser extent. We hire them from the SS. They bring busloads from the camps every few weeks. German prisoners? From all over Europe. Mostly Jews. Jürgen slumped. He lifted a shaking hand to rub his forehead. If Hitler orders us to go to full-scale production, it will be innocent Jewish men who pay the price. I'd seen my husband up and down over the years, but I'd never seen him like this. He was broken and angry and hard and almost oozing shame and guilt. A shiver of fear ran through me. We tell ourselves that we're only protecting our family, but the family is damaged by our decision to protect it, I blurted. Georg and Laura are awash in propaganda, and we can't correct them. You're a part of something you hate, and I can see that it's killing you. Life in Berlin was close to normal, aside from some rationing and, at one point, a series of air raids. The papers painted the Reich as the victim of European aggression, always pushing forward to do good, never to harm. But the war machine was powered by German men, and when they were released on periods of furlough, they brought reality home with them. I'd heard enough rumors of systemic imprisonment of Jews across the expanded Reich to know there was hideous truth there. These whispers circled around me, each one a tiny piece of a puzzle I knew in my heart was dark, even if I couldn't see the whole picture. And even if, day to day, it all seems so very far away. Every morning, I wake up and carry on, as if this is all acceptable. So, I'm complicit too, aren't I? I whispered. We sat in silence for a long time, and I sought that sense of peace again, trying to focus on the sights and sounds and the scents of the lake. But I couldn't relax. Not after hearing the torment in my husband's voice, and especially not after he turned to me and said quietly, I would do anything for you and the children. Anything. I know. He had more than proved that over these years. Every day, when it feels like it's all too much, when I want to scream with the insanity of it all, I think of you and the children, and it is all I can do to keep going. But the madness is spiraling all over Europe, and we're just sitting here drinking wine? I cried bitterly.
That's exactly why I wanted this place. Why we need it. The day might come when we decide that keeping the family safe can't be our highest priority in the context of what's happening. He drew in a shuddering breath. I realized that if the point comes when we need to draw a line in the sand and say, this far and no further, well, so long as we're meeting here, we can find a way to speak freely. We can work together to make a plan. After that weekend, I vowed to make trips to the lake house my highest priority. Georg had been asking if Hans could join us for a weekend at the lake house from his very first visit, and I'd always discouraged this, wanting to reserve that place for our family. But over the summer of 1942, I finally gave in, and Hans joined us for a week. He was about to turn 13, and I sensed he was relieved to have a break from the bustle of his own home. Lydia and Karl achieved their goal of 8 children for the Reich. But despite their small team of nannies, it seemed they expected Hans to parent himself. I knew from my own childhood exactly how lonely that could feel. Despite everything, I liked Hans. He was a lot like my Georg, a good kid, albeit one bent out of shape by Nazi influence. Cut adrift from all of that, I saw the kindness of his heart set free again. If Georg didn't clear his plate after dinner, Hans would remind him. If Lara felt left out, Hans would encourage Georg to include her. I barely saw the children during the day. They'd disappear out the front door as soon as they were awake, and they'd return only when they were hungry, or too sunburned to continue adventuring. At night, they tumbled into bed early, resting up to prepare for the next day. But when the week was over, Lydia arrived to collect Hans. I was expecting her driver to arrive alone, so I was surprised and a little dismayed when she slipped from the back seat of her silver BMW. She left her other children behind with the nannies. "You've been spending so much time down here," she said, as we sat around the kitchen table. "I wanted to see what the place was like." I set a cup of chicory coffee in front of her, then took the chair opposite her to drink my own. I scanned the kitchen, trying to see it through her eyes. I'd given her only scant details about the lake house, knowing she'd picture something grander if left to her own imagination. It's been a godsend for us to be able to reconnect while Jürgen is busy with work. "And he's coming today?" "That's the plan. He was due last weekend, but something held him up." "Did he not tell you? That's the main reason I wanted to come by. I wanted to congratulate you." She seemed conflicted, her gaze darting around the room as she gnawed on her lip. "I assumed Jürgen would have told you himself." "What happened?" I asked her, bewildered. "He's humble, that's all. That's why he doesn't tell you these things. Or maybe he wanted to tell you in person. If last week is anything to go by, he might just cancel the trip at the last minute anyway. Don't keep me in suspense." "They are never really sure until they process the results. And it seems to take them such a long time. So much math." When I nodded, impatient for her to continue, she drew in a deep breath and nearly knocked me off my chair in surprise when she blurted, "But Karl says that from what I know so far, it looks like the test launch last week made it all the way to space." If this was true, it was remarkable, a world-changing achievement. I was immediately stung that Jürgen hadn't so much as called to let me know. But hot on the heels of that hurt came concern and realization. Jürgen always sheltered me from the worst of his work. That he didn't call to let me know about the success of his launch likely indicated there was a dark side to it, something he couldn't talk about over the phone, or maybe something he wasn't yet ready to talk about at all. Jürgen arrived later that afternoon and was immediately co-opted by the children. "Watch us swim, Papa," they cried, and he laughed and promised he would as soon as he set his briefcase inside. I was on the jetty where I'd been watching Georg, Lara, and Gisela run along the wooden platform and strike dramatic poses as they launched themselves into the water. Gisela, now 5, was not yet a strong swimmer, so the older two were helping her make her way back to the shore after each dive. Jürgen walked down the jetty to sit behind me, leaving room on the narrow dock for the children to run alongside us. He wrapped his arms around my waist, and I leaned against him. It was golden hour, the perfect red-tinged rays of the sun over the lake left me lazy and dreamy. All the world looked like a postcard, but especially with Jürgen's strong torso against my back and his arms around my waist. We watched the children play in silence for a while, sharing only a chuckle here or there as they performed for us. But Lydia's news this morning hovered at the edges of my consciousness, demanding attention. "Is it true? Your rocket made it to space?" "Maybe. Probably." Jürgen paused. "No one can be sure yet." I twisted awkwardly to stare at him in disbelief. "Isn't this what you've dreamed of your entire life?" "Not like this." He'd been laughing at the children just a moment before, but his gaze grew troubled. I shifted so that I was facing him, intending to give him my full attention.
Mama, watch me,
Gisela protested. "In a minute," I sighed. "I'm talking with Papa." "I'm still watching, treasure," Jürgen said, glancing at her over my shoulder. I watched the joy on his face as he watched her run the last few steps toward the end of the dock, and saw the amusement in his eyes when she inevitably froze at the last minute and stopped right at the edge to peer down into the water anxiously. I'd been watching her for hours that day, and each launch went the same way, so I knew what came next. Gisela would turn back to make doubly sure she was being supervised, pinch her nose with her fingers, puff her cheeks out with air, and then squeeze her eyes shut before she turned around and jumped blindly from the pier. I saw Jürgen struggling to suppress a chuckle at this ritual, then heard the squeal as Gisela finally jumped and felt the spatter of water on my back as she hit the water. But once Gisela was paddling back to shore with the other children, the smile on Jürgen's face faded. He gazed into my eyes, growing serious again. "Otto has requested a meeting with Hitler. He is desperate, clutching at straws, trying to save the program." "Save the program?" I repeated, alarmed. "Save it from what?" "I know the papers say the war is going well, but we are struggling against the Soviets," Jürgen admitted. I'd heard whispers of the same in Berlin. "The way my program has made such rapid progress has been through constant experimentation. That's an incredibly expensive approach. We used to have an unlimited budget. Then we had a generous budget. Now we've had a series of budget cuts. Otto has become worried that the program might shut down if we don't deliver something war-ready soon." "But if a rocket reached space," I said, trying to cheer him up, but he shook his head. "That's only part of the picture, my love. We fired several rockets over these past few weeks. Most failed. One succeeded. We don't actually know how to produce these things reliably yet, let alone to mass-produce them, and on a shoestring budget." "What are you going to do?" I whispered. "I fantasize about finding ways to undermine our progress. But I am surrounded by brilliant men. If I attempt sabotage, it will quickly become obvious to them." His gaze drifted over my shoulder again to land on the children. "I'm trapped on this path where my work is building to something heinous." Otto and Helena threw a party that Christmas at their lavish home in Dresden. He had climbed the ranks of the Nazi Party and been invited to join the SS, awarded the prestigious role of Hauptsturmführer. When we arrived at the party, Otto greeted us in his full SS uniform, the high leather boots, grey jacket and pants, patches on his collar and shoulders that bore his rank. Helena was pregnant yet again. I'd met her a number of times over the years, and every single time I'd seen her, she'd either been pregnant or holding a newborn. That night she looked exhausted. Her eyes kept drifting to the ceiling as if she'd rather be upstairs in bed, or anywhere but that bustling holiday party. "Congratulations," I said politely, motioning toward her stomach.
"Number 8,
she said, and although this was clearly intended as a boast, her exhausted tone, coupled with the way she sighed as she said it, suggested 8 was perhaps a few more children than she'd have preferred.
"Still only the 3 children?"
Otto asked me pointedly. At Lydia's suggestion, I'd left Georg, Laura, and Gisela back in Berlin with her children and staff of nannies.
"No chance of Mother's Cross for you, then. That must be very disappointing for you both."
The Mother's Cross was a medal given to encourage fecundity. The gold rank was the most prestigious, reserved for women with more than 7 children. Both Helena and Lydia were awarded theirs the previous August. Otto's gaze slid to Jürgen.
"Perhaps we are keeping you away from your bride too much?"
My cheeks heated, and I glanced anxiously at Jürgen, but was surprised to find him nonchalant.
"We have been trying to ensure we have more time together. Given I can't spare the time to come home much, we have purchased a country house at Tollensee. The work is important, but obviously so is Sophie's duty to the Reich."
Otto nodded, pleased with this response. I, on the other hand, was startled by it. Jürgen had said everything he should have said in response to this challenge, but there was a superiority to his tone, not toward Otto, toward me. Women in the Reich were expected to be submissive to their husbands, but my marriage had never operated that way. I forced myself to smile politely.
"Are you prepared for our trip in the new year?"
Otto asked Jürgen. He motioned toward the bar, and Jürgen shot me a quietly apologetic glance, then fell into step beside Otto as he made a beeline for the bar on the other side of the room, staffed by men in crisp uniforms. "If I can manage to give my husband 8 children with all of the travel we do now, you can surely manage at least a few more," Helena remarked. "You travel with Otto?" I asked, surprised. She pursed her lips. "If you want to climb the ranks of the party, Sophie, you need to find a way to support the work. I won't be joining him and Jürgen for this trip in the new year because the baby will come soon, but I've been with him to the camps plenty of times before." "To the camps?" I repeated, startled. She gave me a confused look. "We need many more prisoners for the factory." I was so bewildered. I was struggling to keep my expression neutral. "While Otto and Jürgen find new workers, I've been inspecting each facility. There's groundbreaking research happening at Auschwitz. Dachau has a delightful herb garden. Oh, and of course, there's the zoological gardens at Buchenwald. You should come along for a trip. It's so important for wives to support their husbands in this work." "I'll talk to Jürgen about it," I managed. Later that night, when we were alone in our hotel room, I motioned toward the covers as Jürgen went to turn out the lights, indicating we should pull them over our heads and whisper. But he yawned and shook his head. I shot him a forceful look, and he sighed and complied. "You've been to some of the camps."
"I'm tired. I don't want to talk about this," he said.
"Helena says she goes with you."
She's tagged along with Otto a few times. She said, "I don't want you to come with me, Sofie," he whispered sharply. "Not now, not ever." But Otto did the deal with the SS. We rent the prisoners off them at a discount. We had the first shipment of workers from the camps a few weeks ago, but they were... He trailed off, then stopped. I was startled by his choice of words. Shipment. As if the prisoners were a resource one could send around the country in boxes. The silence stretched, and all I could hear was my pulse in my ears. "What?" I prompted him urgently. "I don't want to talk about this with you," Jürgen whispered. "Tell me," I pressed. "Tell me what was wrong with them." All of those rumors I'd heard on the streets of Berlin were flying through my mind. I'd suspected all along that the Jews in those places were in terrible danger. Did Jürgen know for sure? The prisoners are not being well cared for, and that's all you need to know. The point of pulling the blankets over our heads was to muffle our conversation. But we didn't need to bother that night. Jürgen's voice was so faint that even right beside him, I had to strain to make out each word. It was clear that he was deeply troubled by this development, but wanted to protect me from the worst of what he knew and what he'd seen, as he always did. I couldn't bury my head in the sand. Whatever he was involved in, I was a part of too. "Just men?" I asked. I shifted closer to him, suddenly feeling very cold, despite the suffocating blankets over our faces. "No." I closed my eyes, and an image of Mayim flashed before me, her face vivid, as if I'd only seen her that morning. "You haven't seen Mayim, though?" I had to know. "The camps are huge, Sofie. Tens of thousands of prisoners in some." "Do you think she's in one of those camps?" "I don't know," he whispered. Jürgen folded the blanket back down, exposing our faces to the cool air in the hotel room. I turned toward him. "Tell me the truth," I whispered. "I would only be guessing. I don't care." I pulled the blanket up again, and Jürgen whispered, "Most of the Jews are imprisoned in ghettos now." "That's better than a camp, I suppose. She would be okay there?" "Of course, my love."
38. Lizzie. Huntsville, Alabama. 1950. It was hot that night, and I couldn't sleep. I kept reliving the hurt on Sofie Rhodes' face when I clued her into what a raging gossip Avril Walters was. I felt better having visited her. I knew I'd been rude, obnoxious even. I'd intended to be. It seemed that until I figured out what was going on with my brother, the best way for everything to settle back down was for Sofie Rhodes to stay the hell away from us. I gave up tossing and turning and poured myself a cold glass of water, then went on to the front porch, where the air was at least moving a little. I rested my head against the back of the porch swing and closed my eyes. "Can't sleep either," Henry said. He walked along the edge of the porch and took a seat beside me. "It's hot in there," I sighed. "I'll wager it's worse upstairs." "Sorry." "Don't be," he chuckled, but quickly sobered. "You left the back door unlocked." "Did I?" I said, wincing. Oops. He'd been checking every night before he went to sleep, and this was the second time I'd forgotten. "You're not taking this seriously, Lizzie." "I am," I protested. "It's force of habit, that's all. We've been here for a year, and I've never locked that door. And besides—" "You haven't seen him," Henry surmised. "So you're not as scared as you should be." "Haven't seen him?" I said hesitantly. I shot Henry a concerned look, concerned at his use of present tense. Henry sighed impatiently, then lit a cigarette. He stretched his legs out, settling into the seat, and then drew in a deep breath. "I checked myself into a VA neuropsychiatric hospital in January, after I was here for Christmas. I lied when I said I was working at a fair in Nashville."
Christmas was the lowest I'd been for a while.
What? Why didn't you tell me? I asked, startled. My heart ached at the thought of him going through that alone.
Do you know that in all the time you've been married, even after all the shit I've put you through in the last 5 years, I'd never seen you and Cal argue until the last time I visited. I figured if your marriage was in trouble and you were stuck here in backwater Alabama with a bunch of Nazis, you'd need me to have my head right if it all hit the fan.
Huntsville isn't so bad, and me and Cal are fine. I hadn't realized he noticed us bickering. Henry was always more perceptive than people gave him credit for.
I love Cal. I really do. But your husband is a part of all of this. He's working with them.
He's just doing his job.
Isn't that exactly what half of those bastards at Nuremberg said? Henry asked.
I winced.
Anyway, it doesn't even matter right now. That's not what we need to talk about. We need to talk about Bobby.
We do? I asked, surprised. I remembered the friend Henry made in his unit in Europe, even though he'd never told me much about him.
Yeah,
he said. He stared down at the glow of the cigarette in his hand for a moment, drew on it, then exhaled.
I need you to understand something.
Okay, I said anxiously.
That camp we liberated. There was a sign over the gate. One of the guys in the tanks knew a bit of German. He told me it said, "Every man gets what he deserves." They called that camp Buchenwald.
Was this in April of 45? I asked. Henry wrote me regularly when he was in Europe, but just before the war ended, his letters abruptly stopped. He finished his cigarette and flicked the end onto my grass.
I knew right away that this was something different from the other awful shit we'd seen already. There were cartloads of bodies stacked outside of the crematorium near the entrance, and there was nothing left of those people. Just skin and bones.
That's awful, Henry. I'm so sorry.
The captain sent us to clear buildings. I was with Bobby, and we were just walking through these buildings looking for Nazis, and all we're finding is dead people and half-dead people. Sometimes their eyes were dead, even if they were still breathing. Bobby opened a storage room, and it all happened so fast. In just a few seconds, the Nazi in that little room shot Bobby, and I shot the Nazi, and they were both dead. And I was just standing over my dead best friend and this dead stranger wondering, who won just now? You know what I realized?
His voice cracked, and the anguish on his face nearly broke me.
We all lost Lizzie. Every single man and woman and child touched by that war, lost.
This was a bad idea. For 5 years, Henry had been unable to speak about this. Talking about it now, stirring up all this pain, could only lead to more chaos. Honey, maybe you should just go to bed.
Every man gets what he deserves. Sometimes I see that camp like I'm still there, and it makes no damned sense, except maybe if I left some part of myself behind there.
Is it getting better as the years pass? I whispered.
The first time I went to a hospital was in 1946, not long after I left your place in El Paso. I couldn't hold down a job, couldn't get out of bed, couldn't sleep or eat or stay calm in a thunderstorm. Something had to give, so I rang the VA. They said I've got combat fatigue, and I just needed to rest. They put me in a hospital and gave me medication to make me sleep all day. I was calm while I was taking it, but coming off it, God, that was the pits. It was clear by then that they were just guessing how to help men like me. Hell, at one point they prescribed a course of flower-picking therapy, and I was desperate, so I went with the nurse, and we picked flowers all day.
I can't believe you never told me any of this. I wasn't just shocked. I was deeply hurt. Didn't Henry trust me? Didn't he understand how much I loved him, how I'd do anything to support him?
I was ashamed, Lizzie. I still am, he admitted, sighing heavily as he shook his head. I just want to be normal again, but it's like my brain is broken and nothing works to make it the way it was. In January, I went up to that VA hospital in Nashville, and I told them to do whatever they could to fix me. They said they were having good results from this new therapy. Insulin shock therapy, it's called.
I've heard of electric shock therapy, but...
It's the same idea, he muttered. They use insulin to treat the diabetes, too. But for veterans with combat fatigue, They give a huge dose of that medicine every day. 6 days a week. 2 months.
He glanced at me.
My only day off of the treatment was Monday. That's why when I called or wrote you, it was a Monday.
What does it do?
It makes you feel real weird, sweaty and sleepy and confused and so hungry. And sometimes really restless, like I couldn't move my legs and arms enough to burn up the energy in my body. That would get worse and worse until, boom, I'd be so relieved when I knew I was about to go unconscious. I'd stay in that coma until they brought me out of it. They said it would jolt my brain back to the way it was.
And has it? Was it worth it?
The psychiatrist who discharged me told me it was normal that I'd put on so much weight. 60 pounds in 8 weeks, he said, his voice low. He said it was normal that my brain would be damaged from the shock, but that would get better. But some days now, I'm so confused. I can't even follow basic instructions. I can't remember anything new. I have to write everything down. I can't even add 2 and 2. Cyanosis. I don't think it was worth it.
Why are you telling me this now?
The hatred that drove those Germans wasn't some tidy thing you could put a period after and move on from. I saw the inside of one camp. Just one out of nearly 1,000 of those hellholes. And even 5 years later, my mind is so scarred, there's some moments I don't even know what continent I'm on. I let those doctors give me brain damage, Lizzie, just in the hopes that I'd feel myself again. And those hospitals are full of veterans just like me. All of us so...
He pointed to his head, shaking his fists beside his head with palpable, painful frustration.
So shaken by what we saw that we might never be the same.
Henry slid off his chair and stretched to his full height, cracking his neck in the process. He glanced down at me, his expression dark.
You need to understand that these men on Sauerkraut Hill aren't harmless. No one is safe while they're in this country. Not you, not Calvin, not anyone else in this town.
There's nothing we can do about it, though, I whispered. The government wants them here.
I can't control that, and neither can you. But those people are the kind of evil you can't even begin to comprehend. You can't take stupid risks like leave the back door open. The devil himself is living 2 blocks away.
He stared at me until I nodded. Then he forced a smile and took a step toward the house.
I guess I'm finally tired enough for bed. Good night, sis.
Good night, Henry, I said. And as he started to walk away, I blurted, I love you. He threw a glance over his shoulder as he muttered,
Love you too.
I'd held back my tears while Henry told me his story, but now that I was alone, I let myself cry. It wasn't just the details Henry shared about the camps. It was the thought of him in those hospitals, all alone with his pain, too ashamed to even admit how much he was hurting. For the first time in a long time, I thought of my mother. I remembered her telling me that the women in our family were strong, that we were survivors. But there was a burden in being the strong one. You propped people up, tried to fix their problems for them. And sometimes you got it wrong and made everything worse. Then you had to live with the guilt of that. I turned my head slightly and looked at the place on the brick pillar where I found that dish shard, and then thought about everything Henry told me that night. His curious use of the phrase, haven't seen him, to describe Jürgen Rhodes, as if the threat were both real and ongoing. Henry was hurting all over again, and it was worse this time. Should I leave him be? Or should I try to help again? I slid off the porch chair and let myself into the house. It was late, but I walked straight down the hall to Calvin's room. I knocked on the door, but he was predictably snoring, so when he didn't stir, I went in anyway. Cal, I whispered, as I sat on the mattress beside him. I reached and shook his shoulder gently, then leaned closer to him and whispered, Calvin. He came to slowly, staring up at me with heavy eyelids.
Lizzie,
he said, his voice rough with sleep, and an emotion I couldn't decipher at first. I sat up, and he sat up too, then tentatively reached to touch the bare skin between my shoulder and neck as he whispered,
Sweetheart, are you really here? Or am I dreaming?
I had come into his bedroom in the middle of the night for the first time ever. He wasn't wearing his glasses. He wouldn't have been able to see much of me, let alone the distress in my body language. Calvin, half asleep and apparently living in perpetual hope, had misread the reason for my late-night visit. I panicked and fumbled for his glasses on the bedside table, handing them to him clumsily as I stammered, Sorry I woke you. I wanted to. I was hoping we could talk about Henry. That's all, just Henry." Calvin donned his glasses. I shifted a little farther down the bed, away from him, then dared to meet his gaze. My cheeks were hot with shame, but Calvin didn't seem embarrassed, only disappointed. "I talked to him tonight," I said, the words tumbling out in a flustered rush. I'm just worried about him, that's all. I know you thought us speaking to him together wasn't the best idea in case he felt cornered, but I think we need to do it. Maybe over the weekend when we all have time." "Of course," Calvin said quietly. "Anything you need. Are you okay?" I realized with dismay that this was why I woke Calvin up. I was upset, and Calvin always knew how to fix things. Even in that moment, when the uneven emotions between us had never been more evident, Calvin did not miss a beat in his care and attention. "I'm fine," I said, and I slid off his bed, suddenly desperate to get out of the room. "I'm sorry I didn't mean to wake you. I just wasn't thinking straight." That night, I realized for the very first time that I was torturing Calvin. Yes, he had me living in his house and in his life, and yes, we were the best of friends. But I was ever so slightly out of reach anyway. And even after all of those years, he continued to hope for what could never be.
39. Sofie. Wewelsburg, Germany. December 1944. It was supposed to be the most important evening in Jürgen's career. But the work never stopped. Lydia and I spent a leisurely afternoon pampering ourselves, while Karl and Jürgen threw their tuxedos on and disappeared for meetings in some corner of the vast Castle Wala. I hadn't seen him since, but I wasn't anxious. This event couldn't start without Jürgen, the guest of honor. Lydia was by my side as I paused in the doorway to the dining hall, taking in the opulent scene. Most of those in the room were men in SS uniforms or tuxedos. Only a handful of women were permitted to attend. Lydia was wearing yet another Dirndl-style dress, a more formal version with puffed sleeves and elaborate embroidery on the skirt. I was wearing the finest outfit I'd ever owned. Finer than my wedding dress. A designer at the Deutsches Modeamt fashioned the suit in cream silk, elevated by thousands of tiny pearls and crystal beads. I was pretending to be excited, but I felt nothing more than a sense of simmering anxiety. I was always anxious around senior Nazis. I'd been particularly concerned for Jürgen since the rocket program moved to the site they called Mittelwerk in the wake of a British bombing raid on Peenemünde in the summer of 1943. The move had been unimaginably complex. The entire rocketry operation shifted more than 600 kilometers across Germany into the tunnels of a supposedly air raid-proof gypsum mine beneath a huge hill called the Kornstein. Jürgen and Karl and their staff were tasked with reconstructing the research program and establishing a factory to mass-produce the rockets in those mines. And they were given just a few short months to do it. I tried to call him most days, but his phone usually went unanswered. I'd taken the children to see him several times, only to spend the entire weekend at Jürgen's villa in the nearby town of Nordhausen, waiting for a break in his work schedule that never came. At some point, I'd started to learn more about my husband's life through Karl, via Lydia, than from him directly. He was busy, but that wasn't why he avoided my calls. He was stressed, but that wasn't why he didn't make time to see me and the children. Jürgen was withdrawing from us, and it was time to force a confrontation. Lydia and I approached the host at the door, and he greeted us warmly as we introduced ourselves. After checking a seating chart, he led the way to our tables.
"You're here, Mrs. Tsushila,"
he said politely, holding out a chair for Lydia at a table near the back of the room.
"Hello, Mrs. Tsushila,"
Aldo Radke said, smiling warmly at her from his own seat, a few chairs down from Lydia.
"And Mrs. von Meyer Rhodes. Congratulations!"
A decade after that dinner party at Lydia's house, Aldo was no longer fresh-faced and anxious, but he still seemed sweet. He was a key member of Jürgen's team, one of only a handful of colleagues who was invited to join us that evening. "Hello, Aldo," I smiled, nodding at him. "Thank you." But Lydia seemed confused. She looked from Aldo to her seat, her expression darkening when the waiter indicated I should follow him to another table.
"You are a guest of honor, Mrs. von Meyer Rhodes. You have a reserved seat at the front."
Lydia was not a woman accustomed to sharing the spotlight, and that night she was watching someone else bask in it. I gave her an apologetic shrug, and she forced a smile and nodded, as if permitting me to go to my own seat. The head table was set just in front of a heavy red velvet curtain, facing the rest of the room like a bridal table. Trails of ivy hung along the front, and bright arrangements of winter flowers were set between pairs of seats. Lily of the valley and pansies and coral bells. The sweet scent rising from the arrangements reminded me of Adela's garden. I took my seat alone, feeling awkward and on display, and finished a glass of champagne before Jürgen joined me. There were strands of silver along his hairline now, new lines around his eyes, and his tuxedo hung on his gaunt frame. Every time I'd seen him that year, he looked more beaten down. Now, as he sat and shuffled his chair closer to the table, there was barely disguised distress in his gaze. "What is it?" I whispered. He turned toward me and whispered heavily, "I've been invited to join the SS." I pulled away and stared at him, forcing a smile. Invited seemed the wrong word for that sentence, because it suggested there was an option to decline.
Karl, too.
But Otto took the seat beside me then, and Helena soon took the seat on his other side. We exchanged pleasantries as my heart raced and my stomach churned so much I couldn't tolerate more than a bite or two of the elaborate meal. Was this just a ceremonial appointment? A uniform and title? And that was it? Or would Jürgen be forced to participate in still more activities that went against his values? He obviously knew enough to be worried, but he was so much better at playing the game than I was. He laughed and he joked and sipped champagne and ate his food as if he hadn't a care in the world. But I saw the strain in the lines around his lips and the tense set of his shoulders. I heard the brittleness beneath his chuckles. I felt the sweat on his palm when I reached to take his hand. Jürgen was scared, and that was more than enough to make me scared too. The proceedings began in earnest after the dessert plates were cleared. Otto was honored first, called to a podium in the corner of the room by another senior SS official, who gushed praise at his commitment to the Nazi cause and his genius oversight of the rocket program, then slipped a red, blue, and white ribbon over his head. The Ritterkreuz des Eisernen Kreuzes sat heavy and bold at his collarbone. The Knight's Cross was the highest award in all of Nazi Germany, rarely offered, highly revered. As Otto returned to his seat, the lights dimmed. The heavy velvet curtain behind us drew back. Those of us at the head table awkwardly shuffled around to face a large window overlooking a moonlit lawn. A crackling anticipation filled the air, and a hush swept over the room. a flare burst to life on the lawn, and then came a roar so loud it made my ears ache. Red and blue fire spilled from beneath an enormous rocket, and after some seconds the missile rose, smooth and steady. There were gasps of delight and cheers, then riotous applause as the rocket disappeared from view. It might have been going anywhere, into orbit, into space, to the moon. It might have been taking men to new heights, expanding our understanding of the universe and the galaxy, extending our knowledge about our world and ourselves. But that rocket wasn't a space exploration device. It was a warhead, destined for some unsuspecting village or city, some innocent family in their home, just as Jürgen had once feared. His rockets, now public knowledge, were renamed Vergeltenswaffe 2, Retribution Weapon 2, part of this set of Nazi vengeance weapons that was supposed to turn the tide of the war. Since September, over 3,000 V-2 rockets had been launched, mostly against Belgium and London. Each was almost 50 feet high and weighed 30,000 pounds. My head ached if I thought about the scale and size of the operation. Jürgen was the next to receive his medal, and when he was invited to the podium, I watched him closely. He had been quiet and pensive by my side until they called his name. He played the role so well. He momentarily looked like a different man as he stood, a stony, cruel version of the man I'd loved for my entire adult life. He barked the victory salute back at the official, his gaze firm and his muscles tense. But once he'd returned to his seat beside me, and when the lights in that room went down and the curtain again opened, the burst of flame from another rocket lit up over the lawn. I dragged my eyes from the rocket so that I could watch Jürgen's reaction to it. The colors of the flames were reflected in the sheen of tears in his eyes as he watched the rockets flare. Jürgen's expression suggested he might have been staring into hell itself. An instinct sounded. Was he going to refuse to join the SS? Surely not. It would be an act of suicide. A chill ran down my spine. What if that was the point? We were both more than a little tipsy by the time we tumbled into bed, and for the first time in months we held one another. After a while, Jürgen lifted the blanket over our heads. It had been so long since we'd seen each other, longer since we'd been through this routine, but the act of hiding beneath the blankets was so ingrained in our relationship, as intimate as making love. I took no solace in the action, not that night. We were about to have the conversation I'd been dreading all evening. "You have to do it," I said. Jürgen remained silent. "Why would this be the line you refuse to cross, after everything we've done?" I drew in a breath. "Is it true that the war is almost over anyway? Hitler is losing?" The papers suggested the opposite, of course. Victory was within reach, and if our troops were pulling back, this was simply for strategic reasons. But I learned to make the ordinary folk of Berlin my bellwether, and whispers on the streets were that the war was all but lost. "It is only a matter of time," Jürgen admitted. "And when Germany capitulates, the world will see what we've done across the Reich. The SS has been the driver for so much of the cruelty. I've made more than my share of mistakes in this war. But aligning myself with those bastards cannot be one of them." I pondered this, my heart sinking. Of course the SS would be targets. They'd been the architects of the concentration camps. "So you think if you decline the invitation to join the SS, you'll fare better when the Allies arrive?" I surmised. "Can you really be so naive?" he whispered fiercely. "One way or another, I'm as good as dead. I am the technical manager of a program built on forced labor, Sofie. The rockets are nightmarish enough. They've almost certainly resulted in the deaths of thousands of innocent people. But the Mittelwerk operation is an abomination. I'll hang. His voice broke as he added weakly, I should hang. But you are only following orders, I whispered. You aren't responsible for whatever has gone wrong at Mittelwerk, are you? He sighed then, a miserable, resigned sound that almost broke my heart. This isn't a conversation you have under a blanket, I whispered, tearing up suddenly. Can we talk about this tomorrow? I pulled the blanket back down and sat up. Jürgen sat up too, and we stared at each other in the dim light. He pinched the bridge of his nose, squinting as if he were in physical pain. Where else can we have the conversation, Sofie? He mouthed. I started to cry, and he reached to cup my cheek. We have to talk about this. I pressed my mouth against his ear and whispered tearfully. But maybe not when we're so tired and emotional. Maybe not when we're both half drunk. He sighed as he nodded, and we stretched out, side by side, staring up at the roof. Neither one of us slept much. At breakfast the next morning, Jürgen and I sat with Lydia and Karl. I saw the tight smile she pinned to her face when she glanced at the medal, already fixed around Jürgen's neck. Her gaze immediately skimmed to Karl's bare neck, and she pursed her lips. Otto and Helena soon joined us. Otto was wearing his knight's cross around his neck, a matching pair with Helena's mother's cross. The chefs had prepared a celebratory breakfast for us all. Thick slices of salty wild boar bacon, heavy rye bread spread thick with cultured butter. Best of all was the coffee. Real coffee. The first I'd had in years, as it had been impossible to find in Berlin during the war. I drank the first cup so fast I scalded the roof of my mouth. Yesterday was an especially successful day with the rockets, Otto announced, beaming as he devoured his meal. One of the V2s we launched from Zealand landed on a cinema in Antwerp. It was completely full at the time. Our early intelligence suggests 500 enemies may have been destroyed. A resounding cheer went up from the breakfast diners, but I was doing the calculation in my mind. An ordinary Thursday afternoon. A cinema, for God's sakes. A cinema couldn't possibly have been full of soldiers. Why are we celebrating the death of hundreds of civilians? I clapped, even though I felt sick. I looked at Jürgen. He cheered with the rest of them, but his eyes were hollow, as if part of him had already died. We need to stop here for the night, Jürgen said abruptly. At breakfast, he asked Lydia if our children could stay at her home for a few extra nights, so he and I could share some extra time together. Now we were midway through the 5-hour drive from Kassel-Wallar to his villa in Nordhausen, and I was startled at the sudden change in plans. Why? Are you unwell? He ignored me, turning the car into the parking lot of an historic stone-walled hotel in Kassel. Something about his steely silence warned me to leave the question hanging, so I didn't ask again. Soon we were alone, with black-washed wooden floorboards beneath our feet and exposed beams across the sloped ceiling above us. A large bed sat in the center of the room, with soft white pillows and layers of thick blankets. Huge wood-framed windows washed the room in silver-blue light, reflected off the snow on a nearby rooftop. On any other day, at any other stage of my life, I'd have been delighted by the scene. They will bring dinner for us later, Jürgen said, as he sat on the bed and stretched his legs out. He patted the mattress beside him and added gently, Come here, my love. Why did you do this? I asked as I crawled up onto the bed next to him. He immediately pulled me close, and I reclined, my ear to his chest. A random room in a random hotel that even I didn't know I was going to book seemed our best chance at privacy. What if the room has a listening device? They can't have one in every room in the country, and even if they do, I checked in under a false name. We sat for a while as I pondered the risk calculation, too accustomed by then to assuming no space was safe for me to speak freely. I listened to the slow breaths of my husband and the beating of his heart beneath my ear. After a while, he whispered, "There is a sign above the gate at the Buchenwald camp. Jedem des seiner. Roughly, to each what he deserves." I think about that every day. The people inside those gates have done nothing to deserve their fate. I always thought that hell was a myth. It made good sense that the church would come up with a lie like that. Eternal damnation is a strong motivation to convince people to comply. But now I understand that hell is not an abstract concept. It's real, but it's not about pitchforks or rivers of lava. Hell is simply the place where hope is lost. He sighed heavily. "Sofie, even my villa is haunted." Haunted? Otto said the villa was a reward. Somewhere big enough for you and the children to come and stay. I was pleased at first. It's a lovely home. His villa was outfitted with expensive furnishings, new appliances, and ample space. I learned from the neighbors that the villa belonged to a Jewish businessman. They took it from him, and they took his business too. I bought a new mattress, but it is his bed I sleep in. When I come home after work, I feel him there. We have taken everything from the victims of the Reich. Their homes, families, communities, clothes, assets. And now we work the prisoners day and night for us at Mittelwerk. And all we give them in return is the chance to take one more breath. There is never any guarantee of more than that. There is no hope of rescue or reprieve. This is what I have done to them. Well, you haven't, I started to argue, but behind me, I felt him shake his head fiercely. I have been to the camps. I've seen the conditions these people are trapped in. I've stood idly by while Otto and Karl worked them to death at Mittelwerk. Those men build rockets according to my instructions. When the story of the war is written, the pages will be full of men saying I was only following orders, and the world will know that is fiction. Every single time I opted not to take a stand. I was taking a stand for the wrong side. I sat up, turning to face him. He was shaking with rage and guilt, and when I touched his shoulder, he shook me away. None of this is your fault, Jürgen. He turned to stare out the window. It was freezing outside, and fat flakes of snow began to fall. Without turning back to me, he murmured, "The only thing that's kept me going the last few years is that you get to live a reasonably ordinary life in Berlin with the children. But from time to time, I realize that it's my fault that you have no idea what it has cost for you to have that nice life." "Jürgen," I whispered, stunned. I wanted to shelter you from the horrors of what I was seeing, what I was a part of. But I can't keep doing that, Sofie. Sooner or later, you have to know the truth. "The truth?" I repeated hesitantly. A while back, I mentioned to Otto that it made no sense to make the prisoners at Mittelwerk live and work as they are. I know he hates the Jews. Even at a practical level, it seemed to make sense to be smarter about our work practices. And do you know what he said? He didn't wait for my response before he carried on. He said, that whether the workers fall off a scaffold, or die from starvation or disease, or go back to the camps, the outcome is the same. Some of the camps have transitioned. They are now extermination camps. Jürgen's voice broke. He cleared his throat, then whispered, Otto knows the war is lost. We all do. The Reich will aim to wipe the Jews from the face of the earth, right up until Germany falls. But there must be hundreds of thousands of people in those camps. Millions, he corrected, and then to my horror he choked on a sob. And they plan to murder them all. The logistics of that would be impossible, I said urgently. You must be mistaken, Jürgen. This simply cannot be. They have developed a gas that suffocates in minutes. Men, women, children. It doesn't matter to the SS. Thousands of people die at one time, and some camps are executing them around the clock. You can't be sure. These can't be real. Not millions of people, Sofie. I'm sure. I had been turned inside out. My nerves left raw and my breath shallow. I started to cry, big heaving sobs of shame and confusion and grief. War was always ugly. What Jürgen spoke of was different. A scale of cruelty and violence that was impossible to fathom. Maybe I had assumed that Germany would fall and the normal rules would apply again. That Maim would come home, or that I'd meet up with her in Poland and Jürgen might be a prisoner of war. Maybe he'd even go to jail, but that eventually there would be an EFTA. But we were playing by a different rule book. The scale and depth of the Reich's depravity changed everything, and the impact on us was the very least of it. The world would never be the same. I've known for months, and I did nothing. How many people have died in that time? How many lives could I have saved if I just made different decisions along the way? He whispered, almost to himself. My limbs had turned to jelly. I sank onto the bed. My head fell onto the pillow, and I curled my legs up as my sobs came harder. For a long time we lay like that. Me on my side, facing Jürgen, him on his back, crying silently as he stared at the roof. The light outside shifted as the sun moved overhead, until shadows were falling over the snow, and the room began to grow dark. Given everything that's behind and before us, Jürgen said, after a while, I know you will understand why I cannot join the SS. My throat was raw from crying, and my eyes swollen from the tears. When will the war end? I whispered, reaching up to touch his cheek. His hand lifted, and for one startling moment, I feared he would push mine away. But instead, he caught it in his, resting his palm over my hand as I touched his face. We are losing ground, slowly but surely. I've visited some test sites around the Reich in the last few months, and there are signs our troops are deserting already. Even our equipment is crumbling, but there's still a long way to fall back before the Allies reach Germany. It may be some months. I nodded slowly. Only a matter of months, I said hesitantly. And you think... I told you. They will hang me. But surely... Sofie, he interrupted me, his voice raw. If you saw the conditions at Mittelwerk, you would understand why I will hang. And if you decline the SS invitation? Whether I wait and surrender to the Allies or refuse to join the SS now, the outcome will be the same. This final line is one I can refuse to cross. It is too late to make one shred of difference to the people we have failed. But at least I will have the dignity of knowing I made
one right decision. Have you thought about what happens to the children if you refuse to join the SS? They will be pariahs, I whispered hesitantly. I've thought of nothing but that since last night, Jürgen said abruptly. Things will be difficult for them until the war ends, but they will recover eventually. Stricken, Jürgen pulled me close, and I pressed my face into his neck, and I wept. Hold on, I pleaded between my sobs. Just play the game until the war ends, Jürgen. Just buy us a little more time for a miracle. We are the last people on earth who deserve a miracle. We've made mistakes, but we aren't bad people. You have no idea the things I've seen, the things I've watched happen without ever once speaking up. You have no idea if I'm a bad person. He started to cry then, in a way I'd never imagined my strong, brave husband ever would. I miss Aunt Adela, he choked out, his voice hoarse. Me too, I whispered. She would know what to do. It's not always the strongest trees that survive the storm. Sometimes it's the trees that bend with the wind. I knew exactly what Adela would tell us to do, but I was no longer sure it was the choice we should make. We checked out of the hotel the next morning. My eyes were puffy and my throat sore from crying, and Jürgen seemed every bit as tender as I felt. We made the final leg of the journey back to Nordhausen without a word. The privacy of the hotel was gone, and neither one of us seemed in the mood to play act. That night we stayed in at the villa, in the home that I now knew once belonged to a Jewish businessman. And just like Jürgen, I felt that man everywhere. By the time the sun went down, I couldn't bear another minute of it. I need to go to bed, I told Jürgen, my voice hoarse. Through all of this, he was doing what he'd been doing all afternoon, sitting at the dining room table, marking up diagrams with notes in pencil. He glanced at me as if he'd forgotten I was there. Can you come too? I wanted him to hold me. I wanted him to lie to me, to tell me that it was all going to be okay. Instead, he looked back to the blueprints, his gaze hollow. I need this for tomorrow. I'll be in soon. Jürgen was already out of bed when I woke the next morning. I could hear him moving around in the living room. As I roused slowly from a fitful night's sleep, he appeared in the doorway, fully dressed. I'm sorry I can't stay to have breakfast with you, he said. I have an early meeting and I slept in. I'm already a little late. I pushed myself into a sitting position and stared at him. He was freshly shaven and wearing a suit. He looked at his watch, clearly anxious about the time. What have you decided? I started to whisper, but I stopped, unsure how to ask him if he'd made a final decision without giving away his doubts to a potential audience. He shook his head, then took 2 steps to the bedside. He bent to kiss my cheek, then whispered in my ear, I won't do anything drastic without talking to you. But if I call and ask you to come, find a way to get here, to say goodbye. We'd cleared the air, but resolved nothing. I caught his elbow just as he moved to straighten, and then I scrambled to my knees and threw my arms around his neck. I love you, he said softly. I love you too, I whispered. I dragged myself out of bed after a while, deciding I would tidy his villa before I started the long drive back to Berlin. But as soon as I stepped into the living space, I saw the blueprints on the table, the ones he'd been working on the previous night. I hovered over them, trying to make sense of his scrawl and the diagrams, unable to even decipher what the components represented. Then I remembered Jürgen telling me he was staying up to finish the review because he needed the blueprints that morning.
The entrance to Mittelwerk was a large opening at ground level on the side of a hill, guarded by dozens of men in Wehrmacht and SS uniforms. I found the site easily enough. Several officers approached my car the minute I neared their station. "Are you lost, miss?" a young soldier asked. I fumbled for Jürgen's blueprints, my heart racing as I eyed the gun in his hand, and the unwelcoming expression on his face. But just then, I saw Aldo, a few dozen feet away, supervising a crane lifting some sheets of metal onto the back of a small train carriage. He happened to glance over at me just as I noticed him, and set his clipboard down on a pile of boxes, then jogged toward me. "Mrs. von Meyer Rhodes," he greeted me. "What on earth are you doing here?" I looked past him to the entrance. The mouth of the tunnel was maybe 2 stories high. 2 sets of railway tracks disappeared into the darkness, and even from the guard station, I could see people milling about inside. Some were wearing striped uniforms. "If you saw the conditions at Mittelwerk, you would understand why I will hang." I wanted to understand. I'd allowed Jürgen to shelter me for all of those years, and in doing so, I'd allowed him to bear the burden of a guilt we both deserved to share. I couldn't fix a single thing, but I could face the truth. "Jürgen forgot some important paperwork," I said. My tongue stuck to the dry roof of my mouth. "I'll take it," Aldo offered. I shook my head and picked the blueprints up. "It's very important that I see him myself," I said, my voice growing stronger. "Please, take me to him." I parked my car off to the side, according to the guard's instructions, and walked through the gates. Aldo was waiting for me beside a small khaki truck. He looked unsure, glancing between me and the entrance to the tunnel. "He's quite a way in." "That's okay," I said, forcing a confident smile. "I'm not in any hurry." I took the front passenger seat, and Aldo started the car. As the engine ignited, he glanced at me one last time. "It's not pleasant in there, Sofie," he said, his voice low. "Are you sure you want to do this? I know Helena Schonora is well familiar with the camps, but even she found it to be too much." "I'm just here to see Jürgen," I said firmly. "Let's get this over and done with." He sighed and nodded, then steered the car beneath the crane's frame. "Wind up that window, please." I did as I was instructed, and Aldo did the same on his side as the car moved into the mouth of the tunnel. Inside, the light was much dimmer, and at first it was hard for me to see. As my eyes adjusted, I saw dozens of men working at tables and on components on flatbed train trolleys. Aldo drove slowly, driving around some of these stations, crossing each of the train tracks at different times to avoid carriages left in place. As we moved farther along, the air in the car became so pungent, my stomach rolled with every breath. "What is that smell?" I asked Aldo. I covered my nose with my hand and tried to breathe through my mouth, but even inside the sealed car, I could taste the filth. "We had to move quickly after the Peenemünde site was bombed, and we've had high quotas to meet for the V2s. There was no time to install sanitation or ventilation." Now, a few hundred feet into the tunnel, I saw a rough-hewn cross-tunnel that seemed to have been cut by hand, the texture of the walls and ceilings coarse and uneven. I was startled to see rows of wooden bunks in the tunnel, most without even a mattress on them. And besides these, drums lined up, one after the other. A man sat on the last drum. His striped trousers were down around his ankles, but he seemed unconscious, leaning back against the wall behind him, his mouth wide and his eyes vacant as he stared at the ceiling. I gasped involuntarily and squeezed my eyes shut. The prisoners live in here?" I looked out the window again, and now noticed the slumped shoulders of the men as they worked.
Some live at the Dora camp now, not far from here. But other men still live in the cross tunnels. It's about efficiency, you see. If they are here, we don't waste time transporting them back and forth. I heard what he was really saying. The rocket program had been deemed more important than anything else, a higher priority than hygiene or dignity or comfort, or even the sanctity of human life. I turned back to face the tunnel in front of the car. But my eyes had finally adjusted to the light, and now I saw striped uniforms hanging on skeletal frames everywhere. There were hundreds of men in this section, maybe even more. They were bent over tables, fixing fine parts to small components. They were on scaffolds, working on the lights that illuminated the passage. They were collapsed on the floor, as if they died standing and simply folded over themselves. They were pushing train carriages by hand, dozens of men grunting and grimacing as they tried to push the components along. Not one of them looked at the car as we passed, and I wanted nothing more than to look away from them, too. Each seemed more drawn than the last. Their hair matted, their bodies often showing signs of trauma, a bloodied hand, a severe limp, a bruised face. Every single man was emaciated. I had no idea how they were sustaining the intense manual labor. Sometimes I saw 4 or 5 men working together to lift one small piece of metal, or 2 men struggling to push a tiny component into place. "How do you bear this every day?" I whispered to Aldo. "I tried to warn you," he said weakly. "This is no place for a lady." "Is it always like this?" "It was much worse in the beginning," he said. "This is more orderly, less distressing than it used to be." My stomach lurched at the thought. I pressed my fist into my mouth. I wanted to pray for strength, but I had the sense that what was happening in those tunnels was beyond the reach even of God. The tunnel kept rolling on and on. It felt like we'd been driving for hours, although a glance at my watch confirmed it had only been minutes. I was desperate to see Jürgen. I was desperate to get out of there. How did these prisoners endure it? How much farther? A few 100 feet more. How long is this facility? The entire loop through both is about 2 miles long. Is it all like this? I asked, my voice small. Yes. We drove on in silence, but for the evolution of the rockets on the line, I might have been caught in an endless loop of this same 50 feet of tunnel, a repeated sickening montage of the absolute depths of human misery. But then I finally saw Jürgen, his suit protected by a lab coat, clipboard in hand as he stood next to a rocket that seemed to be fully assembled. Aldo parked the car as he nodded his lip. Just then Jürgen noticed me. He passed the clipboard to a man beside him, slapping it against his chest in a move that was close to aggression, and without a word, strode toward me. "What the hell are you doing here?" he hissed. I came to bring you these," I stammered, extending the blueprints toward him. Jürgen's nostrils flared. He grabbed me firmly by the elbow and dragged me to the cross tunnel nearby. Several workers in striped uniforms scurried from the space as we approached, dismissed without a word. When we were alone, Jürgen dropped the blueprints to the ground and he cupped my face in his shaking hands. "You shouldn't be here," he choked out, staring desperately into my eyes. "Sofie, I never wanted you to see this." "I didn't mean to come inside, I promise. But when I got here with the blueprints, I realized this was my chance to understand." His throat was working as if he wanted to speak, but he didn't say a word. He just stared into my eyes. "Remember? You said I didn't understand. You said I didn't know what it had cost for me and the children to live our lives in Berlin. I wanted to—" "This isn't a game," he snapped, stepping away from me, pinching the bridge of his nose. He drew in a series of sharp breaths, then dropped his voice as he hissed, "Get out of here, Sofie. Please. I held myself together until I made it back to my car, out the gates, back onto the main road, but then I swerved to a shoulder and opened the car door just in time to be violently ill. I spent the afternoon in a daze, trying to process what I'd seen at Mittelwerk, but the scale of the suffering was too great to make sense of. I wanted to make amends. There was no way to make amends. Even if I could have personally freed every man in that tunnel, it still wouldn't be enough. They'd endured conditions and pain and torture that were beyond anything that could be forgiven. Even if they were liberated right that minute, they'd be scarred for the rest of their lives. Jürgen and I had an odd kind of argument that night, scribbling furiously on paper as we tried to negotiate a safe way to discuss what I'd seen. I wanted to go to another hotel so we could speak freely. He refused, saying it would arouse suspicion. He wanted to talk about it another time, which I suspected meant he didn't want to talk about it at all. Eventually, I all but dragged him to the bathroom and slammed the door behind us, then turned the faucet on. "We have to talk about this," I hissed. "The V2s have caused significant damage to London, to a few other cities too. That in itself is a tragedy that keeps me up at night. Our intelligence suggests maybe a few thousand people have died," he whispered thickly. "It's horrific, but, I repeated, scanning his face. "The guilt of that makes me sick to my stomach. But it doesn't even end there," he croaked. "We are losing that many prisoners every week manufacturing rockets. Maybe more. Between accidents, beatings, disease. They take train carriages full of bodies out every day. We produce two things in those tunnels: rockets and death. Mittelwerk is an extermination site, without even the pathetically small mercy of a fast death for its victims." I thought about how quickly word would spread if Jürgen took a stand and refused to join the SS. Whispers would race like wildfire from Nordhausen to Berlin, through party lines both official and unofficial. Maybe Berlin would fall within just a few months anyway. But it was likely I would be interrogated by the Gestapo too, and I couldn't even be certain I would survive. The children would potentially be left without either of us. But one day, the war would end. The endless bombardment of Nazi propaganda would stop, and my children could learn that their parents had tried to do the right thing. Too little, too late, yes, but they would at least know that there had been a line we refused to cross. "Follow your conscience wherever it leads you, Jürgen," I blurted. "Do whatever you have to do." After 11 years of ups and downs and varying degrees of distance between us, Jürgen and I were exactly together, on the same page. The next morning, Jürgen and I faced one another as I stood beside my car. His eyes were red, and so were mine. The sun was low on the horizon, and the wind was icy. But the sky above us was blue. I wanted to feel every aspect of the moment. I wanted to remember every detail of those moments with Jürgen, as fraught and terrifying as they were. We agreed we wouldn't make a fuss that morning, but he and I both knew this would likely be our last goodbye. We discussed trying to bring the children for a final visit. But to arrange that would take time we didn't have. I couldn't bear to lose him, but I knew what the cost would be to keep him. He wasn't willing to pay that price. And now that I'd seen Mittelwerk with my own eyes, nor was I. To fail a test of loyalty like Otto's invitation for Jürgen to join the SS was suicide. Jürgen was just determined that his death would come on his terms. He didn't have a clear plan for the specifics. He was just going to go to Mittelwerk and look for an opportunity to make one first and last act of defiance. Maybe to free a prisoner or two,
or to sabotage the line itself somehow. "I love you more than I knew I could love another person," I said. My whole body was shaking with the effort it was taking to hold back my tears. His expression softened, and Jürgen reached to cup my cheek in his hand. "You have made my life, Sofie von Meyer Rhodes. My last thoughts will be of how grateful I have been to share it with you." And then we kissed, one last time, and I slipped into my car and drove away. Just a few miles out of Nordhausen, I had to pull over to the side of the road because I was sobbing too hard. Sometimes I thought I had, by necessity, grown used to living apart from Jürgen. Only now that our connection was likely about to be severed permanently did I understand that it was all that had kept me going through these years. On that long drive back to Berlin, I wondered how quickly they would come for me. If Jürgen made some dramatic move, it was likely I'd be taken in quickly. I went straight to Lydia's house to see the children, but a black car was already waiting in her drive. I parked near it, not blocking it in. I knew it would soon be driving me away. 40. Sofie. Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. It was Friday morning, and Gisela had been dawdling since she got out of bed. Now we were at the school gate, and she didn't want to get out of the car. "What's wrong now?" I asked her, looking at the schoolyard, where a handful of other tardy children were walking into their buildings. "I just want to go home," she said miserably. "We can talk about this tonight," I said firmly. "You need to get to class." She sighed impatiently and slipped out of the car, pausing just long enough to slam the door behind her.
"Mama?"
Felix said hesitantly. "Yes."
"I need to go to the party."
"I told you to go before we left."
"I forgot,"
he said, his voice small. I sighed impatiently. I usually did the grocery shop on Friday mornings, but instead I turned the car toward home. The whole way home, Felix asked about the television, until I came to suspect that there was no urgency for the potty at all. By the time we reached the house, I was well and truly irritable, especially when he made a quick show of using the potty, then ran down the hall toward the living room. "Felix Rhodes?" I said sharply. "You are not watching that television." But farther along the hall, past my son at the other end of the house, I saw a blur of movement as someone disappeared into the laundry room. Someone was in my house. Should I chase them? Run to the phone? Get Felix out of the house? The back door slammed. I finally unfroze and ran to the laundry room, making it to the door just in time to catch the barest glimpse of movement as someone disappeared over the low back fence, into the yard of the house behind us. I quickly dialed Jürgen at work and told him what had happened, my heart still in my throat. Remembering the hostility we'd experienced from Detective Johnson, I didn't bother calling the police. When Jürgen got home, he went right to the neighbors behind us to ask if they'd seen anyone, but there was no one home, and the intruder was long gone. He then set about making me a cup of tea. "And you think it was Calvin's brother-in-law?" he asked, as he set the tea in front of me. I raised the cup to my lips to find it was far too milky and sweet for my taste. It reminded me of Adela's tea. That both helped and hurt. "I didn't see his face," I said. My hands were still shaking. "I'm just assuming." "And did he take anything else, or just—" "Just the photos," I said, my voice breaking. At first, I couldn't find anything missing. For a moment or two, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the person in our house. Then I realized the photos were gone from beside our bed. "I need them back." Jürgen gave me an anguished look and sat opposite me to take my hands. "I know, my love," he soothed. then paused. "Should we call the police?" "Is there any point?" "I suppose not," he sighed. "I should call Calvin, though." "No," I blurted. Jürgen looked at me, surprised. "Lizzie is just so hateful, Jürgen. You have no idea." I struggled to explain just how distressing her visit the previous day was. It had been such a short encounter, just a few minutes. But her hatred for us was evident, and I still couldn't figure out how to take her odd comment that I'd assumed was about Avril. I don't want to inflame things with her. "But the photos, my love," Jürgen protested. "Telling Calvin what happened might be your only chance to get them back." I covered my face with my hands. Jürgen moved to sit beside me, his arm gently resting over my shoulders. "I promise, I won't make this worse. I just know how much those photos meant to you, and we can't go on like this. Calvin was in a meeting when I left, but I'll go back into work and—" "No!" I shivered, shaking my head. "Please, can you take the day off? I don't want to be alone." His arm around my shoulders tensed, and I turned to press my face against his neck. I've dealt with plenty of anxious moments on my own over the years. I want things to be different now. I want things to be better here. I want you and me to ride out the hard things together." "Okay," Jürgen murmured without hesitation. "I'll call in and let the team know I'm needed at home." That night, we went out and picked up hamburgers for dinner, and then all four of us cuddled up on the sofa to watch television. Felix at one end, then me, then Gisela, then Jürgen at the opposite end of the sofa, which was as close as Felix could allow him. "Progress," Jürgen mouthed, nodding toward Felix over Gisela's head. He flashed me a lopsided smile. "You're clutching at straws if you think this is a win," I whispered back, but I was teasing him. The last few days had been awful, but even in the midst of that, I found myself feeling grateful. It was some progress that Felix was finally sitting on the sofa with Jürgen. Once the children were in bed, Jürgen checked every latch on every window, and then he checked the doors, making sure everything was locked. Even though we'd already been through this exercise before we went to pick up dinner, I followed him around, double-checking, just for my own peace of mind. At the front windows, I scanned the street for signs of trouble. "Come to bed, my love," Jürgen said, taking my hand. "I'll hold you until you fall asleep." As we climbed into bed, I turned automatically to the table beside me to look for the photos. When I remembered they were gone, my heart ached. It was bad enough that our house had been violated, but the objects taken were so personal, and those images had no value to anyone other than me. I wondered if whoever took them, be it Lizzie Miller's brother or a stranger, had any idea what they'd really stolen in taking the simple stack of paper that represented my last mementos of Adela and Georg and even Laura, and of course Mime. Jürgen and I destroyed every trace of her from our lives, just as the Gestapo told us to. But that one photo came back to me at the time I needed it most. Was it some kind of penance that even my photo of her kept slipping from my grasp?
41. Lizzie, El Paso, Texas, 1943. That's it, Ava. Just tie the stalk to the stake there. Good girl. And Brianna, take just a little bit of that mulch and put it around the base of the plant. I knew my whole life that I was not cut out to be a mother, but I'd made a startling discovery. I was a fantastic aunt to Becca's 2 girls, and quite a good gardening teacher. I'd ripped up the roses and the hedges from our yard and converted every square inch of our lot into a victory garden, just as the government was encouraging us all to do. Advertisements in magazines gave instructions for growing and preserving our own food to make rations go further. And for the first time in years, my fingernails were black with soil, and I was contributing something. My garden was the pride of the street, and I was coordinating the neighborhood home garden co-op, too. The women I'd been so wary of in the early years of my marriage to Calvin were keen to heed the call to do the same, but not one of them had ever even dug out a weed. This moment called for hands-on participation, and suddenly, everyone wanted some of my time. Calvin was supportive of my new projects, but I knew he didn't like when they cut into my housekeeping time, and I'd long since come to terms with the fact that I needed to spend more time on my appearance than I preferred. But all that was fine. It turned out I was a woman who was happiest when she crammed a lot into each day. "You're a godsend, Lizzie," Becca said, as she slid a tray of lemonade onto a table near the garden. "Truly, this garden has been just the distraction we needed. Girls, go wash up and come have a snack." I slipped my gloves off and took a seat opposite Becca, expressing my thanks as she passed me an icy glass of lemonade. "Any news on your brother?" she asked, and the pleasure I'd been feeling dimmed. "They're staged somewhere east. That's all I know. I just don't know." I sighed heavily and sipped the lemonade. "Henry hasn't called in a long time, and he's been sending me letters that don't say much." Henry's division had been all over for training exercises. Arkansas and Louisiana and California and then New York State. I told myself that Henry was seeing the country, and that with his division training so extensively, he was going to be truly ready to serve if and when they were sent to Europe or the Pacific. I kept myself busy with the gardens. I made sure of that. Every time I found myself bored, my panic about Henry and the war began to spiral. "He's going to be okay," Becca said gently. I opened my mouth to point out that she had no way of knowing that, but I couldn't, because Becca's husband Kevin was flying planes somewhere over the Pacific. If there was one game I'd learned to play well over the years of the war, it was the pretending game. Every woman knew how to play. Whenever we were talking to anyone who had a loved one in the military, we shifted into a mode of forced optimism. The way we spoke to one another sometimes, a casual observer might have thought war wasn't a dangerous scenario at all. "And Kevin will be just fine too," I said firmly. Christmas loomed, and I was trying to force some cheer. I invited Becca to bring Brianna and Ava around to spend Christmas lunch with me and Cal. They were understandably worried about Kevin, and I knew Becca was worried about getting through Christmas without him. I needed a project to distract me too. It had been weeks since I'd heard from Henry, and the war seemed to be spiraling out of control. I'd just hung a string of popcorn around the tree when I heard Cal come home from work. Christmas carols were playing on the wireless, and the scent of pine wafted through the air. Beside me, a little pile of gifts was waiting for our guests. A junior gardener set for Ava and Brianna, and some perfume for Becca. "Sweetheart," Cal said. I looked up at his grave tone, and my stomach dropped. He was holding a postcard in his hand. He looked ill as he extended it toward me. I scampered to my feet and snatched it from his hand. "Dear Cal and Lizzie, we are shipping out tomorrow, destined for I don't know where. Sis, I know you are going to fret, but please don't. I'm serving with some of the finest men alive, and wherever this war takes us, and whatever becomes of us, I know that we will represent this country with pride and honor. I'll write you when I can. Cal, please take care of my sister, always. Love, Henry."
42. Sofie, Berlin, Germany, December 1944. They took me to the basement of the Gestapo headquarters on Prince Albrechtstrasse. My cell was only a few feet wide in each direction. As the officer escorting me pushed me inside, he barked an order that I wasn't to speak to any of the other prisoners. Once the door closed, the cell was completely dark, other than a razor-thin line of yellow light along the top of the door. There was no bed or toilet, and the walls were lined with bricks. The tiny space seemed impossibly dark and damp and cold, and there was no relief to be found, because all I could do was stand, or sit on that freezing concrete floor and let the moisture seep through my skirt. The space wasn't even large enough for me to lie down. Around me, I could hear the sounds of regret and suffering, weeping from a cell nearby, shouting in the far distance. Periodically, someone would scream in pain. I thought I heard someone trying to whisper to me from an adjacent cell, but I didn't dare reply. I had no sense of time, only the growing awareness that while other cell doors were opening and closing, no one came for me. The sensory deprivation was torture in itself. Sometimes I wondered if it had only been a few minutes. Other times it felt like days. Eventually, I became so desperate to use the facilities I was crying in pain. I thumped on the door and called for help, but no one answered. I was trying to figure out the logistics of relieving myself on the floor when the door clicked, and then a sudden flash of light appeared as it swung inward. I squinted, and a burst of pain shot through my skull at the sudden brightness. "Toilet break," the guard said. "No speaking." As he walked me back to my cell afterward, I gingerly asked for some water. His only answer was the slam of the door as he locked me back inside. Soon I thought the thirst would kill me, maybe even before the cold. At one point I dozed off, but I woke with a start when a door closed somewhere else in the basement. The echoing vibration of the slam, then the sickening click, click, click of a lock snapping into place. After hours, days, of darkness, my hearing seemed keener. When my stomach rumbled with hunger, it sounded so loud to me. I wondered if the people in the cells around me could hear it. Then the door opened again. When my eyes adjusted to the light, I saw that it was the same guard. "Toilet break," he said. "No speaking." I wasn't sure how long I'd been in that cell. My body odor was so strong that when I moved, a wave of it washed over me, and sometimes it left me feeling nauseous. With no access to sunlight, not even during toilet breaks, all I could do to judge time was count the interruptions to darkness. The delivery of a bowl of cold oatmeal and a glass of water, periodic toilet breaks. If those things were happening twice a day, I'd been in the cell for 10 days. But it felt so much longer. My hips and shoulders were bruised from sleeping curled up on the hard floor. I'd been so cold for so long that my mind felt foggy, like my body was shutting down in slow motion. This trip out of my cell was different. I found myself sitting in a dark room while a Gestapo officer shouted at me. "You and your husband are traitors to the Reich. Do you have anything to say for yourself?" "Are my children okay? Why did you arrest me so quickly? Did Jürgen manage to do any damage before you arrested him? Is he gone? Why are you keeping me alive? Am I ever going home?" And then a thought struck me, clearer than all the others. He had spoken about Jürgen in the present tense. Was that an accident? I raised my eyes from the table to look at the man opposite me. The disgust in his eyes was hard to stomach. I wondered how he'd feel if he knew he'd just given me an unexpected gift. There was at least a chance that Jürgen was alive. That was enough to make me strong again, even though my body was weak. I met his gaze as he shouted at me, insults and threats and accusations, but I didn't say a word. 2 men took me again, dragging me with rough hands beneath my arms along the same corridor. But this time, instead of taking me to my cell, they dragged me up a set of stairs. My eyes watered from the sunlight, but I could make out a car waiting outside. They pushed me toward it and into the back seat. "Where are you taking me?" I asked. No one answered, but to my surprise, the streetscape around us soon told the story. When the car came to a stop outside my house, the man in the passenger seat threw my handbag at me. I fumbled to catch it.
"We'll be watching you,"
he said flatly. His gaze drifted across to Dietger and Anne's house. There was a figure in the front window. That's it?" I croaked. "I can go?"
"We'll be watching you,"
he said again.
"Every move you make, we'll know about it."
The house was empty when I let myself inside. The clock on the wall in my dining room said it was 2:15, but I had no clue what day it was. I knew I'd have to call Lydia sooner or later to ask where the children were, but I couldn't bring myself to do so. Not yet. I took a quick shower and changed into blessedly fresh clothes. They hung on my frame. However long I'd been in that cell, I'd lost an immense amount of weight. My stomach still didn't feel right, but I made myself a cup of ersatz coffee and nibbled on some old ginger cookies I'd made before the ceremony at Castle Valar. Then came a knock at the front door. I scrambled to my feet and ran along the hallway to open it. Lydia was there, alone. She looked every bit as disappointed as she did angry. She took a step forward until her face was close to mine.
"I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and assume you had no idea what your husband was going to do," she whispered fiercely.
Behind her, a car door opened, and I was momentarily distracted by the sight of Gisela running along the path, crying and calling,
"Mama! Mama, you're home!"
Lydia took a step back. I crouched to envelop Gisela in my arms as she threw herself toward me, crying into my shoulder. A wave of love and relief washed over me at the weight of her limp body in my arms. Behind her, Laura and Georg were walking along the path too, both looking confused and unsure.
"I missed you so much. I was scared you'd never come back," Gisela wept.
"I'm sorry, my love," I choked out, pressing kisses against her hair. "I'm so sorry I had to go away." "Welcome home, Sophie," Lydia said flatly. "I have explained to your children that there was a little misunderstanding, and you've been away on business sorting it out." I looked up at her in shock. Was it a kindness that she'd lied to the children for me, or yet another game? "Thank you," I said. She nodded curtly and spun on her heel and walked away. Laura remarked that I looked tired, and Georg's frown had never been so deep. But after a few awkward moments, I found myself in the sitting room, surrounded by the children as they filled me in on their exciting weeks at Lydia's house.
"I finished that assessment at school, and Mrs. Brown said it was some of my best work,"
Laura told me.
"Mama, I climbed the biggest tree at the park,"
Gisela said, beaming.
"What business were you attending to?"
Georg frowned.
"Why do you look so sick?"
"Just some private business," I said firmly. "And I've been a little unwell." The phone rang, the shrill sound jarring my frayed nerves, and I ran so fast to the study to answer it that I almost tripped over my feet. "Hello?" I blurted into the handset.
"Hello, my love,"
he said. He sounded exhausted, but more than that, he sounded defeated. "Hello," I whispered, tears filling my eyes. There were so many things I wanted to say to him that weren't safe to say, and I knew he wouldn't be able to explain to me what he'd been through either. "Are you well?"
"I'm fine,"
he said. He didn't sound fine at all. His words were thick and a little slurred, as if his mouth were injured. His tone was heavy with dread, too.
"I have great news to share."
"You do?"
"I've been invited to join the SS,"
he said. There was no mistaking that he was crying now, and I gave up trying to contain my tears. Who cared if they heard us now? I've been awarded the rank of SS Sturmbannführer. It is a great honor. This was a high rank, the equivalent of major in the Wehrmacht. I wondered why our plan failed, but now wasn't the time to discuss it. Can we visit you this weekend? I don't want the children to see me like this, he whispered brokenly. Okay, I agreed. We'll wait a few weeks. When I took the children to visit Jürgen at Nordhausen a few weekends later, there was still a green shadow on his jaw and a purple haze around both of his eyes. He'd warned me he still wasn't himself, but he'd grown impatient to see us. Papa, Georg said stiffly, what happened to you? Ah, silly old thing I am, Jürgen said dismissively as he reached a hand to touch his face. I fell down the stairs working late one night. The girls accepted the lie easily. They each hugged Jürgen, then ran ahead to take their bags into the villa. Georg remained standing by my car, staring at us. I know you were in trouble, he said. I could tell from the way Mrs. Zuschela was acting while Mama was away. And then you both come home looking like this. Even after some weeks, Jürgen and I were both rail thin. I was still struggling to eat normally. Even my stomach was traumatized by the experience. Papa, I'm not a fool. It's obvious you were beaten. You were both arrested, weren't you? I am a clumsy fool, and your mother was away attending to family business, Jürgen said dismissively. But... Jürgen raised his chin and adopted a tone that left no room for argument. You've been raised to respect your elders, he barked. Collect your things and go into the house, and I don't want to hear this nonsense in front of your sisters. I hated to hear Jürgen take that tone, but I understood why he did. The last thing we needed was the girls becoming suspicious too. Georg's nostrils flared, but he scooped up his overnight bag from the ground and stomped toward the villa. He can accuse us all he wants, but until the war ends and we can explain, we can never confirm his suspicions, Jürgen said heavily. His whole identity is wrapped up in the Nazi cause. I fear he'd lash out if he knew. I looped my arms around his neck and stared up at him. I love you, I whispered. The tension in his face eased a little as he stared down at me and whispered back, I love you too. Under the blankets that night, with the children all asleep in their beds down the hall, Jürgen's voice shook as he told me how it had all gone wrong. Otto was waiting for me on site when I arrived that morning. It all happened so quickly, before I even had a chance to help anyone. He told me that someone saw us stop at Kassel and asked me why we checked in under a false name. I told Otto that I wanted out. They arrested me immediately. They must have been following us the whole time, I said. Jürgen nodded. I thought they'd just execute me, but there was a beating. His tone was curt, an unmistakable message that he wasn't yet ready to discuss the assault. My heart broke for him. Oh, Jürgen. I thought it would continue until they killed me, but over the days, I realized they were toying with me, beating me unconscious, patching me up again, just trying to get me to break and beg for mercy. But I refused to speak, mostly because I knew you were being held too, and I didn't want to incriminate you. It nearly killed me knowing you were in a cell somewhere, Sofie, but we'd prepared for that. We had. After, hell, I don't know how many days, something changed. They sent a doctor in to patch me up again, then took me to the interrogation room. and told me a car was on its way to the Tsushila house to collect the children. My breath caught in my throat. The children? God forgive me. As soon as they started talking about the ways they'd torture our children to death, I lost my nerve. I should have expected it, he whispered miserably. They think nothing of imprisoning and murdering Jewish children. Of course they wouldn't hesitate to interrogate the children of a traitor. It was one thing to take a stand when Jürgen and I were going to pay the price for it. It was another thing to threaten the children's lives. Jürgen was freed after he expressed his remorse and begged for another chance, just as the Gestapo hoped. He was again invited to accept an SS rank, and this time he relented. You said the rocket program will be forced to wind down soon. Why go to such lengths to force you to join the SS? I whispered, frustrated and bewildered. I think this may be Karl's fault, Jürgen whispered back. A few weeks before Castle Valar, Otto suggested we might need to make preliminary plans so we can quickly ensure the destruction of the Mittelwerk site. He suggested we plan to cover our tracks as protection against accusations of war crimes once the Allies take the district. Even Otto knows that what has gone on is not right. He does. Karl agreed we should be ready, because if we can hide the truth about Mittelwerk, he and I may have a chance at refuge with one of the Allies because of our experience with rocketry. Karl isn't a scientist. No, but he's a manager with a unique insight into what it takes to mass-produce rockets. Or so he tells me. That's absurd. It's a fantasy, Jürgen said dismissively. Even if we could destroy the Mittelwerk site, there would still be witnesses. The truth will prevail. But the thing is, Karl didn't mention Otto escaping with us. Because even if you could somehow suppress the truth about Mittelwerk, none of the Allies would ever pardon an SS officer, I surmised heavily. Exactly. Otto is a man who delights in cruelty, my love. It wouldn't surprise me if he put us through all of this just to make doubly sure Karl and I were trapped along with him. We had made one crucial mistake in our attempt to take a stand. We forgot that in the Reich, control was absolute. There were no measures too extreme when it came to ensuring perfect compliance. 43. Sofie, Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. It was still dark when Felix tugged at my hand. I cracked my bleary eyes and found him standing against the bed, his face pressed right against mine as I slept.
Mama,
he whispered, then hopefully,
television?
You're surely joking, I groaned, and I looked at the alarm clock. It was just past 5:30 a.m., the worst possible time for him to wake me. It was too damned early, but I also knew it was late enough that he'd never go back to sleep. I pushed myself into a sitting position, groaning. What's wrong? Jürgen mumbled beside me. Felix wants to watch television, I started to say, but my words turned into a scream. We'd left the drapes open a little the night before, and now, in the gap between the drapes, a face stared back at me. Someone was looking through the window. I grabbed my startled son, instinct forcing me away from the window and out of the room. Jürgen was shouting behind me, "What is it? Sofie!" And then he must have seen for himself. I heard him shout, "Oh my God!"
Mama?
Felix called out. "It's okay, baby," I said, my voice shaking as much as my knees. I took him into Gisela's room and all but threw him onto the bed. "Mama," she mumbled, even as she opened her arms to her brother. "Stay here," I said fiercely. "Stay here, and stay away from the windows." I ran toward the back of the house, I could tell from the cool breeze coming down the hall that the laundry room door was open. I surmised that Jürgen had gone out that way into the backyard. Had it been Lizzie Miller's brother staring through my window? I thought so, but couldn't be sure. It all happened so fast in the pre-dawn light. I just stepped out of the laundry room into the yard when I heard an explosion. So sudden and so loud that dogs began to bark, and the birds in the trees squawked as they scattered into the silvery sky. My instincts told me to run away from it, but I wasn't sure where Jürgen was, so instead I ran toward the sound. As I rounded the corner of the house, my footsteps stalled. Jürgen was on the ground, in a heap against the wall. A dozen or so feet away from him, in the middle of our small yard, Lizzie Miller's brother was standing with a handgun dangling limply from his hand, an expression of shock and disbelief on his face. He released a low whimper when he saw me. Then he dropped the gun and leaped over the low fence in the back of our yard. The instant Henry was away from the gun, I ran to Jürgen. He was alive, his eyes wild as he stared at me. His hands were clutching his abdomen. The blood stain on his nightshirt was spreading fast, and he was sucking in deep, desperate breaths. After everything we'd survived, I couldn't lose him like this. "Jürgen," I whispered. I pressed my hands over his, trying to stem the bleeding. "You're going to be okay. It's going to be fine." "Sofie," he gasped. "Gisela," I shouted. "Gisela, call for help!" Could she even hear me from her bedroom? She certainly would have heard the gunshot, but my daughter was smart. That sound probably drove her to hide. "Someone help us!" I called. And then I went weak with relief when Klaus appeared at the fence next door. "Sofie? My God, what's happened?" "Please help us," I said. "Jürgen's been shot." I was dry-eyed, and my voice sounded stiff, almost emotionless. My hands over Jürgen's at his abdomen were quickly becoming numb. I could hear my pulse in my ears. Thud, thud, thud. It felt surreal, like I was watching a film. Jürgen was still panting, but color was rapidly draining from his face. He was losing too much blood. My thoughts were muddled, but one suddenly seemed clear. I had to keep him calm. I had to reassure him. "You are going to be fine," I said quietly, staring into his eyes. "Love you, the children," he panted. "Save your breath now, and tell me later," I said. It felt like the ambulance took hours to arrive. I was vaguely aware of Klaus in the yard with us, but it sounded as though he was speaking from a distance as he told me that Claudia took our children to their house to keep them safe. Other neighbors were peering over the fences at us, but when I tried to look at them, my vision swam. I stopped trying after a while and simply focused on Jürgen. "You're okay, my love," I told him. Maybe I was dreaming. Maybe that was why it was so hard to speak and to concentrate. Everything is going to be fine. The sun was on the horizon when I finally heard sirens in the distance. Jürgen fell unconscious then. His eyes panicked as his lids fluttered closed, his hands growing limp beneath mine. That was when the panic my shock had held at bay came rushing in at me.
44. Lizzie, Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. Just about everything seemed a little broken when I woke up that Saturday morning. Cal was trying to carry on as if nothing were wrong, but he seemed tender almost, as if I'd bruised him badly. I still had no idea what to do about it. and Henry had been so late home the previous night, I started to suspect he wasn't really working late, as he'd claimed all week. Calvin and I agreed to sit him down for a discussion over dinner, and I still wasn't sure what we were going to say to him. I had a lot to worry about with the two men in my life, and whenever I was worried, I was drawn to my garden. That was why I was up with the sun that Saturday morning, hoping to clear out the unwanted plants from a few of my garden beds before the sun grew too hot. I was pulling on my boots when I heard the explosion in the distance. Not so close that I felt I needed to run for cover, but close enough that it startled me. It was probably just a car backfiring. Some laborer leaving for an early shift to beat the heat. Nothing to be concerned about. I started to work on the garden bed, just off the laundry room, near the stairs to Henry's apartment. If he was working that day, he'd be down those stairs soon. But just a few minutes later, Henry burst into the backyard through the gate that came from the street. He was wearing night clothes, and there were sweat marks around his armpits. "Lizzie," he whispered frantically. "He was chasing me." "What on earth are you talking about?" I gasped. I scrambled to my feet and took my brother's shoulders in my hands. "Are you dreaming again?" "He came again last night, so I got the gun." My breath caught in my throat. That sound I'd heard wasn't a car backfiring. It was a gunshot? "He was coming every night. I had enough, that's all. I told him if he came near you once more, I'd take care of him. I was going to fix it for you, Lizzie, but—" Henry suddenly seemed confused. "But when I got there, they were in bed together, and the little boy came in and—" I brushed a lock of sweat-soaked hair back from my brother's forehead, forcing myself to smile reassuringly, even though ice was running through my veins. I needed to calm him down. I needed to know exactly what had happened so I could figure out how to fix it. "Let's go upstairs," I said gently. "You can tell me the whole story, Henry. I'm going to help you figure this out." I'd never seen my brother cry before, not even in the very worst moments of our lives. He was sobbing now. He shook from head to toe as if he were freezing. Even his teeth were chattering. "I still don't know what he's trying to do to us," he said. He was seated on the edge of his unmade bed, rocking back and forth like a child. "But he kept coming around here all the time, and then she came too with the cake. They are up to something. I know they are." Henry was generally tidy, but that was always the first thing to go when his mood was low. I was kicking myself for not checking his room. I'd been trying to respect his privacy, but if I'd just come up to his room and seen the filthy way he'd been living, I'd have been able to stop all of this. There was a tin of red paint sitting on spread newspaper on the floor, with brushes drying on the windowsill. I was confused about that until I remembered Avril saying someone had been graffitiing the road outside of the Rhodes house. Plates of half-eaten food sat on the table, and scrawled notes were taped to the wall. A dozen or so slips of paper just like the one he dropped in my kitchen that day, each one covered with dates and times and seemingly random words. An open box of bullets sat on the little table I'd picked out for him when I was setting up the room. "She went grocery shopping the last 3 Fridays, but she came home early yesterday. That's when I knew for sure. How did she know I was in the house?" He stood, his footsteps heavy and frustrated as he walked to the table. He pushed the box of ammunition to the side and scooped up some black and white photographs, quickly bringing them to show me. "See," he said, his tone triumphant and accusatory. "This proves it, Lizzie. They're up to something." I accepted the photographs as he handed them to me. I looked down into the faces of 3 young children in one. The next was of an elderly woman. And then my stomach dropped as I stared down at what was unmistakably Sofie and Jürgen Rhodes' wedding photo. They were young and innocent, and both beaming as if they couldn't contain their joy. Cal's words ran through my mind. He adores her. In that photo, Jürgen Rhodes looked like the happiest man in the world. I flipped to the next photo, and as I stared down at the final one, I felt a pinch in my chest. An even younger Sofie Rhodes, this time with another young woman beaming at the camera, a Star of David pendant hanging from her necklace. They had suitcases at their feet. They looked like their lives were spread out before them, begging to be explored. "These are just photos," I said to Henry. "Intensely personal photos. He'd been in their house, riffling through their things. My head spun. "But don't you see?" Henry whispered, balling his hands into fists and pressing them to his forehead. "It means something. I just can't decipher it. They're going to hurt you. People like that don't change." "When have you had time for all of—" I waved around the mess in the room, the notes on the wall, the photos in my hand. "This! You've been working—" I broke off, feeling stupid. I spun toward the nearest notes, and my heart sank. These were not Henry's work timesheets. Some were marked with an S at the top, some were marked with a J. He'd been following them for weeks. Oh, Henry. "I knew you'd be upset, so I didn't tell you I'd quit, but some things are more important than a job in a lumberyard, Lizzie," Henry told me, stricken. I should have seen this. I should have known Henry was in trouble, deluded or confused or just plain broken. My gaze went back to the bullets on the table, and my heart sank all over again. "When did you buy the gun?" "I bought it just before Christmas, when I was in a bad way. I was going to—" He broke off, squeezing his eyes shut. "I didn't buy it for Rhodes." "Henry," I choked out on a sob. "No. I want to hear about that. I want to talk to you about that and tell you how much I need you here. But right now, I need to know about this morning. Where is the gun now?" "I dropped it." He squeezed his eyes closed, frustration on his face. "In the yard. You saw him the first time he came here, didn't you? That was the only time he let you see him." "He wasn't here that night, Henry." It was a dream, or, I finally acknowledged, a hallucination. Whatever had been happening in Henry's brain, I had no doubt it felt very real to him. "But he chased me this morning," Henry choked out. "He was going to follow me here to hurt you. I had to stop him." "And is he—" "I think he's dead," Henry wailed, and the rocking started again. I drew in a deep breath. Murder was a capital offense in Alabama. Henry was clearly not in his right mind, but I didn't know if that would be enough to save him. He had done this trying to protect me, and now he needed my protection. I flew off the bed and rushed to his closet. I pulled his suitcase down from the top shelf and started to throw his clothes into it. "Do you remember where that hospital was? The place where you had the insulin therapy?" "I don't want to go back there," Henry said. "No, Lizzie. Please." "Honey, you just have to. You need help, and the VA is the best place for you to get it." "Did I shoot him? Did I dream that?" Henry said after a pause. "I don't know, honey," I said, although the sirens in the distance seemed to be multiplying by the second, so I had a fair idea that he had. Once the suitcase was full, I clipped it closed, then thrust it at my brother. "Take this. Go to your car right now. Do you have gas? Money for gas?" He nodded mutely, staring at me through cloudy eyes. "Henry, you have to drive yourself back to that hospital in Nashville," I said slowly. I still wasn't sure he understood, and right in that moment, Henry's mind was obviously elsewhere, with Jürgen Rhodes, or back in Europe, or already on the road. I took him by the shoulders and gently pulled at him, encouraging him to stand. "Can you do that? Can you get yourself back to the hospital?" Yes, I think so." The hospital was almost 2 hours away, but I couldn't think of any other way to get him out of town than to send him under his own steam. "You can't breathe a word of this to anyone. When you get to the hospital, you just tell the nurse you're confused. You tell her you're seeing and hearing things that aren't there." "But I'm not—" "Honey," I whispered brokenly. "I think you are." Like shooting Rhodes? Did I imagine that?" He sounded so hopeful. "Yes," I said slowly. "All of this. You've imagined all of it." But then I imagined him checking himself into the clinic and immediately confessing to a potential murder. So I added hastily, "But you mustn't tell them what you've been imagining, okay? Just tell them you're seeing and hearing things that aren't really there, and you need them to help you again." "Why is this happening, sis?" "I think your mind is tired, and maybe that insulin therapy made it a little bit broken, too," I said sadly, reaching to squeeze his hand. "That's not your fault. You need to take some care and rest, and you'll feel better soon. So can you go to the hospital?" "I can do that." Henry nodded miserably.
Yeah, I can do that.
I'll take care of everything else, but you have to go. And you have to go now, before Calvin wakes up.
45. Sofie, Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. The paramedics said that Jürgen probably needed surgery, and that it was serious. Very serious. Klaus retrieved one of Claudia's housecoats for me, and I threw it over my nightclothes, intending to go with Jürgen in the ambulance. But then I noticed the blue flashing lights on the street outside my house. "Take care of him, please," I begged the paramedic, as he shut the door to close Jürgen inside. He nodded at me, his eyes brimming with sympathy. "If he wakes up, tell him I won't be far away." At this, the sympathy intensified. It was clear this man did not expect Jürgen to wake up any time soon, if at all. A great wave of emotion was looming over me. I just couldn't allow it to crash. Not yet. I had to stay calm until I talked to the police, and in that regard, my state of shock was almost helpful.
"Mrs. Rhodes?"
The first officer to approach me was Detective Johnson. He looked sleep-rumpled and irritated. Another man was right behind him, a younger man with light blonde hair and an equally disheveled suit.
"I'm Detective Tucker,"
the blonde man said.
"Can you tell us what happened?"
I slowly, carefully explained about waking up to see the face in the window and running from the room to get Felix to safety. But from there, my memory was a little hazy. Jürgen must have run out into the backyard. The next thing I knew, there was a gunshot, and by the time I came into the yard, Jürgen was on the ground. Henry was there.
"Henry?"
Johnson interrupted me curtly.
"Who is this Henry?"
He lives a few blocks away with his sister and her husband, Lizzie and Calvin Miller.
"Ah,"
Johnson said, eyes widening. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a notebook. Flicking back a few pages, he raised his gaze to mine. His nostrils were flared.
"So you're telling me that Henry Davis, American war hero Henry Davis, was watching you and your husband sleep, and then, unprovoked, he shot your husband?"
"Yes."
"Where are your children now, Mrs. Rhodes?"
Tucker asked, not unkindly. I pointed to Claudia's house. Klaus was just a few feet away, watching silently.
"Sir, can you corroborate any of this?"
Klaus looked at me helplessly. I barely knew the man, even less than I knew his wife. He'd been a godsend that morning, but he wouldn't lie for me.
"We heard shouting,"
he said awkwardly.
"Then the gunshots. Then, a minute or so later, as I was pulling on my clothes, I heard Sofie calling for help. I didn't see anything." "Why did you wait before you called for help?"
Johnson asked. "Henry was standing there with a gun," I said. It felt like I was speaking too slowly. But I had an awful case of cotton mouth, and I couldn't release my words any faster. It wasn't until he dropped it that I could finally go to Jürgen. That's when I called out for Klaus.
"And where did Henry Davis go after he dropped the gun?"
Tucker asked steadily.
"I bet he disappeared into thin air, Detective Tucker,"
Johnson said wryly. Tucker shot him an impatient look, then turned back to me.
"Mrs. Rhodes."
"He ran to the back fence and through that yard." I pointed in the vague direction.
"Did you see any of that, sir?"
Johnson asked Klaus, who silently shook his head.
"But you did hear shouting before the shot was fired?"
"A few minutes before, yes."
"Male voices? Female?"
"Both, I think."
"Did it sound like an argument, sir?"
Johnson said grimly. "I was asleep, officers," Klaus said hopelessly. "Claudia and I both woke to raised voices, but I didn't hear what was said." All eyes turned to me.
You're awfully calm for someone who just found her husband shot, Mrs. Rhodes, Johnson said quietly.
I've had a terrible shock, I protested weakly.
Women who have terrible shocks become hysterical, he said dismissively. We should interview the neighbors behind, Tucker said quietly to Johnson. They might have seen something.
Yes, I said, turning to look at their yard. Henry had gone that way. I was suddenly sure of it. And then he'd be only a minute or two away from his own house. But you should go now in case he tries to escape.
Mrs. Rhodes, I would think someone in your position would know better than to tell an investigating detective how to do his job, Johnson said abruptly, then turned his gaze to Klaus. Can the children stay with you and your wife, sir?
Klaus hesitated, his gaze darting to the house. I knew he was wondering if Claudia would approve of this request. Don't worry, Klaus. I'll call Avril Walters, I suggested uncomfortably. I was a little wary of her now, but she was still the only friend I had in Huntsville. I'm sure she will watch them while I sort this out, and while... My throat tightened, just until I make sure Jürgen is okay. Avril was at the house minutes after I hung up. She had a scarf tied over her rollers and her face was bare, but she'd pulled on a pretty floral sundress. 2 uniformed police officers arrived and were watching me as I paced the dining room. And when I heard her car in the drive, they followed me as I went to meet her at my front door. She immediately pulled me into a tight hug.
What on earth is going on?
I don't know how to explain, I said numbly. Could you just take the children for today? Jürgen is in the hospital, and I think the police want to... I sucked in a breath, thinking about cold concrete cells and days of no sunlight. To question me.
Oh, honey, of course.
You're Mrs. Walters, Johnson said, approaching us.
I am, sir, she said calmly.
I'll speak to you alone before you go. Just need to confirm a few details.
She gave me a wide-eyed look as she turned to follow Johnson into Jürgen's study.
Ma'am, one of the uniformed officers said, we're ready to take you to the station now.
They left me sitting in the interrogation room at the station alone for over an hour. I was desperate for news about Jürgen, more concerned with his health and my present situation, and that was saying something. The shock had worn off, and now it was a mammoth task to keep myself from spiraling into a panic over memories of the last time I was in an interrogation room. But finally, the door opened, and Tucker and Johnson were there. Both looked grim.
Is he?
I blurted. But Tucker's expression softened a little.
No, Mrs. Rhodes. The last we heard, he was still in surgery.
I slumped with relief as the men took seats opposite me.
You say that Henry Davis shot your husband this morning in the backyard of your home,
Johnson said, his tone firm and formal. That's right, I said. Have you spoken to him?
We were planning a visit to his home, Tucker said quietly. But then we talked to your friend, Mrs. Walters.
Oh? I said, eyebrows knitting. A shiver of unease raced through me.
She told us some very illuminating information about your husband's past, Mrs. Rhodes.
Johnson frowned.
She said, you refused to deny that you were both Nazi Party members back in Germany, and that Jürgen was an SS officer who...
His nostrils flared, and he stared at me with barely disguised hatred as he said,
who ran some kind of concentration camp?
It wasn't... I didn't... I gritted my teeth and tried to calm down. It would do me no favors to let them fluster me. I came halfway around the world to be with Jürgen. Do you really think I'd hurt him? Do you really think I'd come here unless I loved him?
She also tells us that as late as last week, You told her that life was difficult here, but that you couldn't return to Berlin because of your husband."
"I said nothing of the sort," I exclaimed. But then I paused, because I did say that going home wasn't an option. Maybe the detectives had twisted her words. Or maybe she had twisted mine. My heart sank.
"And your husband broke into the Miller household a few weeks ago?"
"He did not," I exclaimed. "Lizzie Miller made that up." I squeezed my eyes closed. "Or her brother, maybe. I don't know for sure." Johnson sighed impatiently.
"So your story is that Lizzie Miller made up a story about your husband breaking into her house and that Henry Davis just appeared at your window this morning and without provocation shot Jürgen and then ran away?"
"He's been harassing us," I said, eyes filling with tears of frustration. "He broke into our house. He threw a cake at me. He's been walking up and down our street staring at me. For all I know, he's been the one painting that word on the road outside of our house."
"I didn't see those reports on file,"
Johnson remarked, almost smug.
"Did I miss them? Should I take another look?"
"Jürgen spoke to you the first time that graffiti was found, and you told him to just paint over it," I said flatly. "We didn't bother calling again after that. It was obvious you were not going to help us."
"I hear you,"
Tucker said, dropping his tone as if to de-escalate the tension. I drew in a shaky breath, trying to calm myself.
"But what I don't understand is why no one we've interviewed so far can confirm a single thing you've just told us. Avril tells me you and she have become quite close, yet she didn't mention a thing about this potential... what? Assault by dinner plate? Or a break-in? Or Henry Davis lingering outside your house? If any of that really happened, Mrs. Rhodes, you must have been distressed. Why didn't you tell anyone? We even asked Klaus Schmidt and some of your other neighbors if they'd noticed anything unusual at your house. They all told us about the graffiti and that scene you caused at the Redstone Arsenal picnic, but had nothing else to report."
"When Jürgen wakes up, he'll tell you," I whispered fiercely.
"If he wakes up," Johnson said flatly. "I got the impression that was far from a sure thing when I spoke to the hospital earlier."
I stared at them helplessly, but then a thought struck me. There were other people who knew at least part of what had been going on. "Talk to Lizzie or Calvin Miller." After that, they moved me back to the cell.
46. Lizzie. Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. "Henry left last night," I said brightly. I was carrying a basket of linen, freshly stripped from Henry's bed. Calvin liked to sleep in on Saturdays, then usually went into the office for a few hours to catch up on some paperwork while the place was quiet. By the time he emerged from his room, I'd torn through Henry's apartment and stripped the place down to its bones. I tore Henry's notes up into tiny pieces and flushed them down the toilet. The rest of his bullets and a tin of red paint I found in his closet were in a cardboard box in my laundry, along with Sofie Rhodes' photographs, tucked safely in an envelope I'd already stamped and addressed to her home. There was nothing I could do about the gun, since Henry wasn't sure where he dropped it. I just had to hope that since he'd bought it months ago, and likely in another city, the police couldn't trace it back to him.
"He left last night?" Calvin repeated, frowning. "He didn't even say goodbye?"
"He had a falling out with Walt at the lumberyard," I said, lying on the fly and hating every second of it. I'd never lied to Cal before. "But Henry heard about a job up north. He just had to be there to start today, so I encouraged him to go."
"You were so worried about him," Cal said, bewildered. "We were going to talk to him about seeing a doctor today. You just let him leave instead?"
"I figured it was best if he got out of Huntsville."
"How did he even hear about this job?"
Calvin said, peering at me.
"I didn't hear the phone ring last night."
"You do sleep so deeply," I pointed out. Then I flushed and avoided his gaze, thinking about that awkward middle-of-the-night encounter we'd had on Thursday. I stared at a knot in the floorboards, and laughed nervously as I added, "Anyway, he called an old friend late to catch up, and that's when he learned about the job." I felt so many things, and not all of them made sense. I was ashamed and deeply upset for the Rhodes family, something I thought I'd never feel. I was so anxious I felt ill. I was confused. Henry was in trouble, and my instincts were to protect him. That was earnest, a pure expression of my love. But as my brother drove away, I was already wondering if I'd done the right thing.
"I'm worried about him, and more than a little hurt that he didn't say goodbye this time,"
Calvin admitted. "He didn't want to wake you," I said. There was a rough edge to my voice, and I hoped that Calvin heard it as sadness that Henry was gone again. He offered me a sympathetic smile, then downed the last of his coffee.
"Do you want me to stay home today?" he offered. "I could help you in the garden."
"It's going to be so hot," I said, my throat tight. "I'll probably just wash the linen and maybe read a book. You should go." I knew he'd be back, probably sooner rather than later, because it wouldn't take long for word to reach the base about what had happened. My husband would inevitably come rushing home with questions I wasn't ready to answer. I hadn't let myself think that far ahead. I had to go to the mailbox to send the photos back to Sofie Rhodes, and then I had to find a safe place far from my house so I could dispose of the bullets in the tin of red paint. As soon as Cal's car left, I ran to the laundry room and picked up the box of things from Henry's room, intending to rush to my car to dispose of it all. But as I reached my door, I heard an engine on the street. Was Cal returning already? No, it was worse. A police car pulled into the driveway and parked behind my car. Panicking, I dropped the box to the floor and shoved it beneath the lamp table in the corner of my living room. The lace table square on the table hung only a few inches over the edges. The box was visible, but surely it wouldn't arouse suspicion even if the officers did notice it. Then I straightened my shoulders, took a deep breath, and opened the door. I showed Detective Johnson and his partner, Detective Tucker, inside and invited them to take a seat. I offered them coffee, which they declined. I dropped into my armchair when I realized my nervous hovering was probably making me look guilty. When I caught myself picking at the skin around my fingernails, I jammed my hands under my thighs. I resisted a bizarre urge to keep looking toward the box in the corner of the room.
"I'm sorry to interrupt your morning," Detective Johnson said.
I remembered him from his previous visit. He looked uncomfortable this time. Beneath my thighs, my fingers twitched.
"I have some terrible news, Mrs. Miller. Jürgen Rhodes was shot this morning."
"Shot?" I gasped, feigning shock. "Is he—"
"He's alive," Tucker said. "Unfortunately, it doesn't look good."
If Rhodes did survive, it might mean all manner of complications for Henry, but I couldn't bring myself to hope for any other outcome. Even if Jürgen Rhodes did have skeletons in his closet, I couldn't wish death on the man.
"We've taken Mrs. Rhodes in for questioning, ma'am,"
Detective Tucker said. I thought I'd misheard them for a minute. I blinked. "Did you say Mrs. Rhodes? Sofie Rhodes?" My hands began to tingle. I was conscious of the thump of my heartbeat against my chest. I thought things were as bad as they could possibly be, but somehow this was so much worse. My gaze kept drifting across the room toward the box. I dragged my eyes back to Detective Tucker.
"We believe there was some kind of domestic altercation that led to the shooting,"
Tucker told me.
"It's shocking, I know," Johnson said sympathetically. "You said Mr. Miller is at the base?"
I nodded mutely.
"And your brother?"
"He left for a new job up north," I said. "Yesterday."
"Can you tell us where he is? How might we contact him?"
I shook my head. This answer at least I'd planned. "He tends to drift around, but he'll write me once he finds a place to stay." I kept thinking about the Sofie Rhodes in those photos. There had been so much hope in her eyes. Then I thought about her children. I was certain she only had 2 with her at that party, but the photos suggested 3. Children in a strange country. They didn't even speak English. Their father might die. Their mother might go to jail. Or worse, if she were convicted of murder. Maybe if Henry had been arrested, he could have used an insanity defense. But Sofie Rhodes would have no such option. She was a woman. Maybe that would help? Jürgen Rhodes likely earned an excellent salary. Even if he didn't survive, they might have enough savings to fund her defense, and maybe... I froze. Was I really trying to convince myself to let an innocent woman face the death penalty for something I knew she didn't do? I glanced at the box beneath the lamp table for a split second, then looked back to Tucker. He leaned forward, staring at me with visible concern.
Mrs. Miller, we know this has been a terrible shock. Would you like us to give you a moment? We do have a few questions we'd like to ask you.
Me?
Sofie Rhodes told us a fanciful tale about your brother harassing them,
Johnson said, his tone suggesting he was embarrassed to even repeat the accusation.
She's adamant that Henry was lying about the night he saw her husband in your home. To be truthful, Mrs. Miller, I don't put much stock in what those Germans do or don't say. But I figured we'd come and have a chat with you anyway, just to do our due diligence.
I closed my eyes and tried to concentrate. There had to be a way to fix this. I couldn't do anything to undo what Henry had already done, but there had to be a way to save him from prison, to save Sofie Rhodes for her children. Maybe I sat there a moment too long, because when I opened my eyes, both officers were staring at me, their gazes narrow.
Mrs. Miller, Tucker said slowly, is there anything you want to tell us?
For the first time in years, I thought about my mother and the conversation she and I shared beneath the stars about Henry and Daddy, and strong minds and weaker spirits. You get the brain you're given, and it seems to me that those of us who are strong have an obligation to care for others when they aren't. My gaze drifted again to the box of evidence in the corner of the room. I had to protect Henry. I had to help Sofie Rhodes. I let my gaze linger on the box, long enough that the silence stretched. After a moment, Johnson rose and walked across the room to the lamp table. He lifted the box up onto the table, peered inside, then looked at me in disbelief.
Care to explain all this, Mrs. Miller? He said.
No, I whispered hoarsely. No, I don't think I will. The interrogation room was small, with stark white walls and a large clock over the door. I guessed I'd need a lawyer, but I didn't know what I'd say to him, so I hadn't asked to call one. Johnson and Tucker were throwing rapid-fire questions at me. I knew all of the answers, but I hadn't said a word since we arrived at the station. I felt Mother's memory so strongly in that room. It was like she was trying to tell me something. I just couldn't catch it with all of the noise and the guilt and the fear and the confusion.
Lizzie,
Tucker said, his tone suddenly softening.
May I call you that?
I nodded silently.
The bullets in that box match the type of bullets in the gun we found in Jürgen Rhodes' backyard. You have the photographs Sofie Rhodes says were stolen from her bedroom. You have a tin of paint that might plausibly have been used to harass those Germans up on Sauerkraut Hill. We haven't charged you yet because we thought you might have some explanation for all of this. But you won't even try to help us out here. Surely, you can see this looks bad?
Calvin is out there in the foyer, Johnson added.
He's real upset, Lizzie. Why don't you tell us what happened this morning with Rhodes, and then we'll let you see him.
I wanted to make my brother okay, but I couldn't. I wanted to make Calvin happy, but I couldn't. I just wanted to undo what had happened to Jürgen Rhodes. But I couldn't. I wanted to help Sofie Rhodes, who in this instance at least was an innocent mother to innocent children. I just wanted to make everything better for everyone around me. I could hear my breathing echoing in that little room, shallow pants that betrayed my panic. The only way forward seemed to be for me to confess to Henry's crime, but Calvin would see right through that.
We might take a break,
Tucker sighed, and the two men pushed back their chairs and left me alone. I stared up at the clock on the wall. It was almost 10 a.m., and the second hand kept ticking, even though it felt that time had stopped.
47. Sofie. Berlin, Germany. April 1945. The end was coming closer, and the mood on the streets of Berlin was tense. Some people were stockpiling food and ammunition. Others were collecting timber in piles in their yards, ostensibly for summer projects. Few were willing to admit they were actually preparing to barricade their windows once the conflict reached our streets. Lydia hadn't spoken to me since my arrest, not until the phone lines at Nordhausen and Mittelwerk went down, at which point she called and acted as if we were still close. "Have you heard from Jürgen?" she asked pleasantly. "I'm sorry," I said. "No, not for weeks." "The last time I spoke to him, Karl said we have to defend ourselves and our homes at any cost, and we must fight to the very last. He and I agreed we would never surrender. But—" Lydia cleared her throat. "If he was captured, well, obviously that would be different." "I don't know what you mean, Lydia." "The Soviets and the Americans will want our technology, our knowledge. And God knows the scientists can't manage their own way from the lunchroom to their desks. They need people like Karl to help them, or they'd never achieve anything. And of course, they'd take our families, too. The men would insist upon it." "I'm not so sure about any of that," I sighed. I knew from Jürgen that this was Karl's expectation, but to me it seemed laughably optimistic. "If I hear anything, I'll call you." A few days later, Hans called and asked to speak to Georg, and I didn't think anything of fetching my son. I left him in the study to talk to his friend and went back to the kitchen, where I had been cataloguing supplies. The city was likely to fall within weeks. Aerial bombing kept us up several nights in a row, and it seemed clear this was only just beginning. I was moving every scrap of potential sustenance into the makeshift bomb shelter we'd set up in the small cellar below Adela's building. I was scared, but I'd been scared for so long by then, I'd learned to push through it. The best thing I could do for my family was to be prepared. The next thing I knew, Georg was in the doorway in his Hitler Youth uniform, a canvas bag hanging from his shoulder. He was 15 and a proud, full-fledged member of the senior ranks. His uniform was just a little too large. He inherited Jürgen's height and needed the next size up, but he didn't yet have the bulk to fill it out. "I have orders, Mama," he told me. His eyes were alight with excitement, as if he'd been summoned to play a particularly thrilling game. It was the happiest I'd seen him since my arrest. "We are deploying immediately." "Orders?" I repeated blankly. "Deploying?" "My Hitler Youth Division is being deployed to defend Kassel." He let his bag fall to the floor, and he stepped toward me, a grave expression on his face. I set down the bag of flour I had been holding and turned toward him, more confused than alarmed. "You're 15, I said blankly. "You're a child, not a soldier. Who told you you're being deployed?" I dusted off my hands on my apron and took a step toward the door. "You've misunderstood, that's all. I'll call the captain. He's on his way to pick me up." I hated to call Lydia back, but I couldn't think of another way to straighten out this mess. Georg waited by the door as I dialed and spoke to the Zuschiller housekeeper, who went to fetch Lydia. After just a moment, she answered the phone breathlessly. "Sophie, do you have news about Karl?" "No, I'm sorry. Then now isn't a good time. I'm helping Hans pack his bag." I turned to look at Georg. He had recently started shaving, probably a little before he needed to. The razor had inflamed the hint of acne along his jawline. He had Jürgen's coloring and my intellect. He was handsome and proud, his boots shiny, his tie knotted perfectly, all on his own. But his skin was red, flushed with irritation and probably more than a little embarrassment. He was a boy. He was just a boy. "I've just talked to Georg. They can't be deploying children," I said. I could feel the blood thundering around my body, the pulse sounding in my ears and under my skin.
The Führer has said that we must defend the Reich to the last, she said impatiently. These boys have been training for battle for years.
You're going to let Hans go?
I'm worried, of course, but I'm also proud. Hans and Georg are warriors today. It's not for us to decide if they go. They have orders. They simply must obey them, she said.
Then she dropped her voice and scolded me.
Sophie, you should have learned your lesson last time. We are to be loyal to the Reich above all else.
I hung up then without a farewell. My ears were ringing with shock, with terror, with disbelief. I turned back to Georg.
You can't go, I blurted.
You need to stay with me.
I can't refuse orders, Mama. That's treason.
But you can ignore them, Georg. And you must. We're losing the war, I said, and I reached for him just as he reached down to scoop up his bag. He shook me off, his expression hardening.
Losing the war? Don't tell me the enemy has fooled you with their propaganda. The Führer says we just need to stay the course. Fight house to house, he said. That's how we will be victorious.
You have to think for yourself now, I interrupted him urgently. It's only a matter of time before the rest of Germany falls. And when that happens, we will be liberated. It is almost over. Georg stilled, his gaze sharpened on my face.
I knew it.
Knew what? His lip curled in disgust, and he shook his head.
You're disloyal to the Reich, and they arrested you because someone found out. You and Papa are probably only alive because his rockets are turning the tide of the war.
A torrent of words waited, boiling in my gut. The time was coming when I would be able to say them. You were a puppet in the hands of evil men from your childhood. But there is a good person inside of you, and I'm going to help him grow strong again. But Georg had just inadvertently reminded me why I couldn't yet say those words. If I were honest with him now, he would walk straight to that car or across the road to Dietger to share the news of my disloyalty. I couldn't even blame him. He had been raised with the doctrine of country before family. As far as I could tell, the Allies were still weeks away from Berlin. Would the Gestapo arrest me again? Take me back to the prison? If they did, my girls would be all alone in Berlin as the city fell. I couldn't risk it. I had to hold my tongue. All I could do was let Georg go and pray to God that I would get the opportunity to say what needed to be said later, when all of it was over. I'm not disloyal, I said, my tone hollow. I'm worried for you. You're a man now, but you're still my baby. At these words, or maybe my broken tone, Georg paused. Then he stepped toward me and embraced me.
Mama,
he scolded softly.
Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. It's an honor to serve the Führer. Trust in him and know that I'll be safe and back home before you know it.
I threw my arms around his waist and squeezed him tightly. There were thunderous footsteps on the stairs above us, and Laura and Gisela were there, both beaming with pride through their tears. Georg hugged them both quickly, told them to be brave and to be strong, and then a horn sounded outside. The girls ran to my side, both crying in earnest. I threw an arm around each of them as Georg crossed the foyer quickly to throw open the front door. "Wait," I blurted. "Wait." But I trailed off, because there was nothing more to say. And it was obvious that Georg knew it too. He turned back to face us, and he raised his right arm defiantly, in a salute to a man who deserved no such honor, a man who had already lost, even if he and my son were yet to recognize it.
"Sieg Heil!"
Georg said. Hail victory. Still crying, My daughters raised their hands to return the gesture. I raised mine too, just as I knew I had to, but it trembled violently above my head. Georg's tone spoke of his defiance as he gave that salute, but I did not miss the flash of fear in his eyes. I had no idea what was happening at Kessel over the weeks that followed. I asked everyone I saw if they had any news, occasionally going out just so I could ask the grocer or people on the street. Although she'd never admit it, Lydia was fretting as much as I was, for both Karl and Hans now. To my frustration, she kept arriving unannounced at my house seeking news.
"I'm sure they'll all be fine,"
she told me, but her voice was strained, and she was picking at the skin of her fingernails.
"Karl and Jürgen are prized assets in the Reich. They'll be protected no matter what happens. And our boys are soldiers. I mean, they've trained for years for this in the Jungvolk and the Hitlerjugend."
She paused suddenly, then looked tearfully into my eyes. "But you will tell me if you hear anything, won't you, Sophie? Anything at all?" I had plenty else to worry about on the home front, because Berlin was rapidly descending into chaos. The Allies were bombing day and night, and Lara, Gisela, and I were on edge all the time, ready to run down to the basement at the shrill burst of the air raid sirens. The city was soon cut off, and there was madness in the air that reminded me of Kristallnacht. Homes and stores were ransacked. People were mugged in broad daylight for the simplest of things. Against this ugly backdrop, the Reich's delusion of hope continued. Cars drove through the streets with speakers on their roofs, blaring reminders to protect our homes and streets at any cost. New propaganda posters appeared on telegraph poles and in letterboxes. Defiant to the end, Hitler continued to incite us to violence in his name. Lara held one of these posters in her hand at breakfast one morning.
"What's the plan, Mama? How shall we defend our home from the enemy?"
She was 13 years old. The Nazis had been in power since she was a toddler. How would I ever explain to Lara and Georg why we allowed them to become immersed in this world of idol worship and hate? I again did the calculation. Gestapo. Loyalty. Imprisonment. This time the city was in such chaos that I felt sure the Gestapo would be busy elsewhere, probably trying to save their own necks. Comforted, I took my first baby step toward a future where Lara and I could connect on honest terms. "The war is over," I said gently. "We have lost."
"But, Mama,"
Lara held aloft the poster, as if I might have missed seeing it.
"we must defend our street and our home to the last. See? We cannot allow them to simply take our city."
"Others will fight. This war has taken enough from this family."
"What on earth do you mean?"
She looked around, genuinely bewildered.
"We've lost nothing."
I stood abruptly. "Everything you think you know is untrue. Just like an infant, you're going to have to learn how to interpret the things that you have seen and heard." 6-year-old Gisela was seated beside me. She reached to take my hand.
"Don't fight," she said. "I'm scared already. Please, let's don't fight."
"We aren't fighting, baby," I told her softly. "It's okay to be scared. Lara and I are scared, and wherever they are, I bet Papa and Georg are scared too."
"I'm going to tell them at my league meeting," Lara hissed. "They always ask if our families are loyal. The Gestapo will come for you. That's what you deserve for saying these hateful things."
"There will be no more league meetings," I snapped. "They are readying us to fight with our bare hands. If they cared about us at all, they would tell us to prepare our white flags and to welcome the Soviets. All there is left to do is accept the reality that we were on the wrong side and we lost."
"Why are you talking like this?"
Lara cried, her eyes filling with tears. She pushed her chair back and ran from the room, dropping the poster as she left. It fluttered slowly to the ground and drifted under the table. I heard her furious footsteps on the stairs, and then the sound of her door slamming as she ran into her bedroom. I was tired and worried about Georg and Jürgen, and sick of every moment being a battle. I exhaled slowly, dropping my forehead to the table. Gisela squeezed my hand.
Mama, is everything going to be okay? Do you really promise it will?
I reached for Gisela, pulling her onto my lap and wrapping my arms around her waist. She turned to rest her head on my shoulder, winding her arms around my neck. It's going to be difficult for a little while longer, I replied. We just have to be brave until things get better. I had just slipped into bed that night when I heard a car parking on the road outside. I assumed it was someone arriving for a neighbor, but then I heard a soft knock at the front door. Thinking it might be Georg, I flew out of bed and down the stairs to open it. Jürgen was on the doorstep. He desperately needed a shave and, as I discovered when I threw my arms around him, a shower. "I'm so happy to see you," I cried. "Where on earth have you been?" He offered a weary smile. The whole team was sent to a ski resort in Bavaria to await further instructions. In the chaos as they were leaving, I stole this car and started making my way back here. Lydia thinks she's going to America. Well, I'm afraid Lydia may be in for a shock, because Karl surrendered to the Soviets weeks ago, Jürgen said as he hung his filthy hat on the coat rack. I gingerly scooped it off and set it near his suitcase on the ground. "That needs a wash." I waved my hand vaguely over the general direction of his body. "All of you needs a wash." But then I paused and gasped. "Did you say Karl surrendered to the Soviets?" He tried to convince me to go with him. When I refused, he assembled a group of the other scientists, including Aldo, and fled like a rat on a sinking ship. Karl's an SS officer and war criminal, for God's sake, just as I am. Why would anyone pardon us? He's probably in some miserable Soviet prison right now, just where he belongs. Jürgen sighed and shook his head. Even if they did offer him refuge for some unfathomable reason, what good is freedom to Karl? He had to abandon his wife and children to get it. I skimmed my eyes down Jürgen's body and took it all in. The scratch on his arm that looked like he'd had an encounter with a sharp bush. The mud on his cheek. The crumpled, smelly clothes. "It hasn't been easy to get home," he said, following my gaze. "It won't be long before Berlin falls. I'm glad I came. Things will get worse before they get better. I'll stay with you and try to keep you and the children safe until it's over. Then I'll surrender to whomever takes the city." Jürgen was already starting up the stair toward the bathroom. I cleared my throat, and he looked back at me expectantly. "Georg was sent to Kassel with his Hitler Youth Unit," I blurted. Shock echoed across his features. Then an unmistakable terror. "I tried. I promise I tried to convince him to stay. There was no talking sense into him." That night, as terrified as I was, as uncertain as the future was, I had an unexpected blessing to be grateful for. For all that was wrong in our past and in our world, at least Jürgen and I were together in our anxiety and our despair. I was folding laundry the next day when the knock at the door came. I dropped Gisela's undershirt back into the basket and started walking briskly to answer it, but Jürgen beat me to it. "So I decided to come home," I heard him say, his tone gentle. "But come on inside. We'll make some tea, and I'll tell you—"
"Just tell me where he is," Lydia said flatly.
After a fraught pause, she asked unevenly,
"Is he dead, Jürgen? I'd rather know."
He surrendered to the Soviets, Jürgen said heavily. I had reached the foyer now, and I held my breath as I stared at the doorway. What was she doing there? Did she have news about the boys? He wouldn't, Lydia breathed, shaking her head. Her gaze seemed unfocused. No. I'm sure he tried to call you first. The phone line. The Soviets must have captured him. That would make more sense. No, Jürgen said, his voice again gentle but firm. He was among the first to go, and he went north. He wanted to meet the Soviets as they advanced. But he said we were supposed to defend the Reich to the last, she whispered, brows knitting. Her whole expression twisted, becoming ugly and fierce. No. Karl would face death before the dishonor of abandoning this country, of abandoning his family. You're lying. Sunlight glinted off a windshield behind Lydia, and I stepped forward, trying to peer around her. Her car was parked behind the army truck Jürgen stole from Mittelwerk, and Hans was sitting in the back seat. Hans is here, I blurted, running to the doorway. Where is Georg? But closer now, I could see Hans properly, and a sense of dread ran through me when I realized he was rocking gently back and forward. He looked up and met my eyes, and even from a dozen or more feet. I could see that his were red-rimmed, his face splotchy. He looked so much younger than his 16 years. He was a traumatized, terrified child. I didn't need him to say it, and I didn't need to hear the details. The minute I saw Hans's face, I knew that my son was gone. Lydia suddenly started to cry, her gaze wild and panicked as she looked from Jürgen and me back to her son in the car. Jürgen ran from the house down the cobblestone path. He threw open the car door and grabbed Hans by the shoulders, pulling the boy out onto the sidewalk. Where's Georg, Hans? Where's my son? He's gone, Hans wept. Jürgen was shouting at Hans. Hans was crying. Lydia was wailing. And across the road, Dietger was holding a paintbrush by his side. White paint dripping down onto the footpath. He'd been painting propaganda slogans onto the wall of his house. Protect your homes. Every citizen must defend the city from the Red Scourge. I turned to see that, beside us, in the building Adela called home for her whole life, her tenants were hanging out the windows, watching too, and in doorways up and down the street, people were coming out to see what the fuss was. Our dawning grief was a spectacle for the neighborhood. He's lying, Lydia said behind me. I turned to her, trying to make sense of the words. Hans is lying? I asked hopefully. Jürgen is lying, she shouted desperately as she tugged at her scalp. Karl wouldn't abandon me. Karl thought he had a chance to save his own neck, and he took it. I know it's not what you want to hear, but it's the truth, I said numbly. I couldn't deal with her breakdown. I had my own to attend to. I walked slowly down the path toward the curb, closer to Hans and Jürgen. We didn't have enough guns. The SS gave us grenades and told us to climb onto the tanks and to hold onto them while they detonated. But me and Georg didn't want to die. He didn't want to die, Mr. Rhodes. Hans was babbling now, weeping and talking at 1,000,000 miles an hour, drawing shuddering breaths only when he had to. Jürgen still held him by the shoulders, but now I could see that if he released him, Hans would collapse to the ground. He looked behind us toward Lydia, and between heaving sobs he choked out, Mama, I can't do it. Help me, Mama. Please. Hans said the words, but it was Georg's voice I heard. I imagined that, as he took his last breaths, scared and alone, he had called for me just like that. My knees went weak, and I reached for Jürgen's shoulder to hold myself up. Hans fumbled for the car door and threw himself into the back seat. He was shot defending his country, Lydia said numbly. She walked past us, leaned into the car to murmur something to Hans, then turned to face me one last time. Georg died for the Reich, in service of the Führer. He is a hero, and you should be proud. A hero, I blurted. Then I laughed bitterly. He was a child, Lydia. A brainwashed, broken child. Lydia gasped, her hand covering her mouth. Hitler was never worthy of our loyalty, and he sure as hell wasn't worthy of the sacrifice of my son's life. Lydia stared at me, and then she turned to slip back into the car. Her gaze was sharp as she looked at me one last time and said, "The boys were safe, hiding. Georg tried to run away, and the Americans shot him in the back. The truth was, if Georg hadn't been a coward, he would have made it out like Hans did." With that, Lydia slid into the car, and her driver took them away. As the city crumbled around us, I could think of nothing but Georg. Several days passed, and I stayed in bed. Jürgen provided the emotional support the girls needed, boarded up windows, and moved the rest of the food down into the cellar beneath Adela's building. "Sofie," Jürgen said softly. I was sitting on Georg's bed, wrapped in Mime's blanket. The corners of it were soaked in tears, and I looked at him through bleary eyes. "Come with me." I let him lead me to the study. He positioned me, blanket and all, in one of the armchairs in front of his desk. I watched as he crouched awkwardly behind his bookshelf, then pressed his shoulder into the side, trying to push it forward. A letter opener and a pair of tweezers were on the floor beside him. "What on earth are you doing?" I asked, confused. Jürgen gave a grunt and an extra shove, and the shelf slid forward just a little. He dropped to his hands and knees, then picked up the letter opener and slid it between two floorboards. He pried one up just a little, then reached for the tweezers. "Just after we married, I was in this study and I dropped a page out of an early draft of my dissertation. It was such a fluke. It floated down from my hand and then slipped right between these floorboards. I got it out just like this," he muttered, jiggling the letter opener and the tweezers. "I thought if I ever had to really hide something, this would be the perfect spot." He made a sudden sound of triumph, then ever so gently pulled a small envelope from the gap. He blew the dust off, gently wiped it on his shirt, then held it out to me in both hands, as if it were made of glass. "What is it?" "Open it, my love," he said softly. I gently tore open the seal, and my heart started to pound as I saw the black and white image inside. It was me and Mime, arms around one another, suitcases by our ankles, beaming at my nanny the morning we were leaving for finishing school. "My God," I choked out, looking up at him through my tears. I forgot how bright her eyes were, and how wide her smile was that day. We were two hopeful kids with the world at our feet, blissfully oblivious to how cruel the journey ahead would be. "She was here, and she mattered," Jürgen said quietly. "The same with Georg. They are gone, but you are still here. The girls are still here. I hope this photo helps you stay strong through whatever the future looks like." I had always loved Jürgen Rhodes, but I'd never loved him more than in this moment, the darkest of my life, when he knew how to bring back in a sliver of light. 48. Sofie, Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. As I sat waiting for news, I tried to be grateful that this cell was large and well lit, that there was a mattress and a blanket on the bed, and even if it was out in the open, there was a toilet right there. Focusing on the differences between this cell and the last one I'd been in helped at first, but not for long. By the time the lock tumbled, I convinced myself I was going to be locked in that cell, starving and thirsty and terrified, for weeks without so much as an update on my husband or children. But then Detective Tucker appeared in the doorway. He avoided my gaze, staring at the floor. My breath caught in my throat. "Jürgen?" I whispered frantically. "No," he said hastily. "No, we haven't had news. But you're free to go." He motioned for me to join him in the hallway, and I shot to my feet and followed him. As we started to walk toward the exit, I asked hesitantly, "But why are you releasing me?" It felt dangerous to ask, as if the question could lead me back into the cell.
"We have a new suspect."
"Henry Davis," I said grimly. He shook his head.
"No, ma'am. Lizzie Miller."
I was so shocked I stumbled, and Tucker caught my arm and gave me a sympathetic look.
"I'm sorry for the trouble this morning. I imagine today has been stressful enough without this unfortunate mix-up."
I glanced at the interview room as we walked past, and through the little pane of glass at the top of the door, I saw Lizzie Miller. Although at first I barely recognized her, she was wearing an old man's shirt that was sizes too big for her. So large, she'd rolled the sleeves up to expose her hands. Her hair was in a tight little ponytail at the back of her head, and she wasn't wearing makeup, revealing heavily freckled skin and eyelashes so faint they were almost invisible. Her expression was carefully blank as she stared up at the wall. I paused, trying to ignore the impulse to confront her. She had no more pulled the trigger than I did. That didn't mean she was innocent. "Can I talk to her?"
"We really don't need any more trouble,"
Tucker said hesitantly. "Please?" He sighed as he nodded, and I pushed the door open. I sat opposite Lizzie as if I were the interrogator. "What do you want?" she said, defensive as always, but I barely heard her. As I stared at her, I was startled to see something in her eyes I'd never noticed before. Familiarity. I had also made the wrong choices in a panic to protect my family, and I'd been forced to learn the hard way that even failure did not leave a person beyond salvation.
49. Lizzie, Huntsville, Alabama, 1950. It was busy at the station, and for a while, I thought the detectives might have forgotten I was there. But then the door opened, and Sofie Rhodes was standing there. She looked even worse than I felt, her eyes red-rimmed, her face pale. When she walked, the robe she was wearing shifted, and I saw the dark, dried blood on her nightshirt. I looked away, suddenly ashamed. I'd only ever seen her as an enemy. Now I couldn't pretend that I didn't know she was once young and hopeful, the world at her feet. "We are the same, you and me," she said suddenly. "We are nothing alike. We are the kind of women who do whatever needs to be done." She dropped her voice, and her gaze softened as she added, "Especially when it comes to our family." My shoulders slumped. She immediately saw through my plan to protect Henry, just as I knew Calvin would. Would it matter? Could the police charge my brother for a crime I confessed to? "I hope your husband is okay," I whispered. She nodded to acknowledge she heard me, but her gaze was distant. We told ourselves that we were only protecting our family. In the end, we lost our son and our daughter anyway. And what's almost as hard to live with now is that we lost ourselves in the process. It's too late for us to make things right back home in Germany. That's why it's so important to Jürgen and me to build something good here. She gave me a sad, searching look. You only get one life, Mrs. Miller. If nothing else, you have to live it with integrity, true to yourself and your values, whatever the consequences. She closed the door behind her, leaving me alone again. The second hand on the clock seemed louder than ever. I stared up at it until my eyes watered. You only get one life, Mrs. Miller. But that wasn't true. I'd lived many lives. I'd become someone entirely new, just to survive in El Paso. I'd done it again for Calvin's sake, and I'd honed that new persona, desperate to make him happy the only way I seemed able. I'd shape-shifted again for the El Paso wives, just so I'd fit in. And it seemed I'd been willing to do that all over again, for Henry. To pretend I was the kind of woman who would shoot a man in his own backyard to save my brother from himself. Why had I thrown myself on the grenade of his mess without so much as a second thought for my own welfare? I'd even been more concerned for saving Sofie Rhodes, a woman I supposedly despised, than I was for protecting myself. In all of those years since me and Henry left the farm, I had reshaped and remolded and reinvented myself to please other people so many times, I'd entirely lost touch with the woman I started out as. I'd been living for other people, every single hour of every single day, for more than half my life. When it all boiled down, I didn't think twice about blowing up my life, because I didn't value it. The only life I'd ever loved was the one I'd lost. I was unraveling in that interrogation room, my perspective shifting and twisting until it felt as though layers were coming away. I never wanted to be a suburban housewife, bored out of my brain, tolerating petty gossip and begging my friends for a chance to plant their gardens. That life was fine for other people, but I'd always known what I wanted for myself, and this was never it. I wanted to help my brother, but constantly trying to protect him from his own mistakes was only hurting him in the long run. He needed to face the consequences this time. I'd fight for him, and I'd advocate for him. I'd do whatever it took to find the right treatment for him. But I could not let him hide from the truth. I'd finally seen in my own life how much damage that could cause. Calvin entered the room a few minutes later. He pulled the chair out and sat opposite me, staring into my eyes.
Lizzie, he whispered brokenly. What on earth is going on?
Cal, I said quietly, and then I squeezed my eyes closed. I'm sorry. I've made an awful mess. Calvin arranged a lawyer for me, and with his help, I told the police what really happened. Then we waited at the station until word came that Henry had been safely arrested in Nashville. They told me he was emotional, but went willingly as they took him in. About the same time, Tucker told us that Jürgen Rhodes made it through surgery.
He's still very unwell, he said quietly. The doctor told me this could still go either way, but this is a start.
Henry was being taken to a facility in Birmingham for the night, and a hearing would be held in the morning. Calvin and I would get up early and travel over to the courthouse so we could support him. The lawyer expected that, for the short term, Henry would be committed, and in the longer term, he'd face trial. I only hoped Henry would forgive me, not for telling the police the truth, but for not getting him help sooner. I followed Calvin inside our home, so worn out I could scarcely lift my feet. He went to make us some coffee, and I curled up in my armchair in the sitting room and looked around the beautiful home we'd built. Cal handed me my cup and sat beside me in his own chair.
Lizzie, he said uncertainly, what the hell is going on with you?
The other night when I came to your room, you thought I broke off, and he gave me an impatient look.
I was half asleep, sweetheart. Still dreaming a little, too. And that has nothing to do with what happened today.
It has nothing to do with what happened with Henry, I conceded. but it has everything to do with my reaction to it. I panicked today, and my first reaction was to sacrifice myself.
That's because you're big-hearted.
I'm not noble, Calvin, I exclaimed. I'm miserable. He sucked in a sharp breath, and I closed my eyes, momentarily unable to face the pain in his expression. But I had to be brave, and I had to be strong, for both our sakes. I forced my eyes open, and I said quietly, I'm unhappy, Cal, and I think you might be unhappy too. I wish things between us could be different, but they aren't, and they won't ever be. It's not fair or healthy for us to live like this.
But we have a good life together, don't we?
He whispered brokenly. I drew in a deep breath, and for the first time in 15 years, I told the truth. This is a good life, I said slowly, but it's not my life, and that's what I need to find my way back to.
50. Sofie. Birmingham, Alabama, 1951. 8 months after my husband was shot, Henry Davis pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity to a charge of attempted murder. We stayed in Birmingham for the trial, but left the children at home with Claudia. She had been a godsend since Jürgen's accident, especially after I cut ties with Avril Walters, and was in desperate need of help. Despite her misgivings, Claudia was too kind to turn away a neighbor in crisis, and we bonded strongly in those tender early days when the doctors were telling me to brace myself for the worst. By the time I was released from jail, Jürgen was out of surgery and missing his spleen. The first few days were terrifying, the next few weeks frustrating. But after all of that, he came home. And by then, I'd had a chance to tell Claudia the whole ugly story of our past in Germany. And that made all the difference. Gisela had a new friend in Mila, and Felix and Louis were best of pals too. It was startling how much of a difference those connections made for my children, particularly Gisela, who decided America might not be such a bad place after all. Jürgen and I both gave evidence during the trial. I was done in just an afternoon, just long enough to confirm the pattern of Henry Davis's harassment and the theft of my photographs. Jürgen's testimony was much more involved, and he was on the stand for days. I'd heard it all before. Jürgen and I discussed everything that had happened so many times. I knew his side of the story by heart. Even so, I wept as he talked about how it felt to lie on the grass outside our home, wondering if he was going to die in my arms. The doctors who testified were all in agreement. Henry Davis was suffering from combat fatigue, but that wasn't the cause of his delusions. He'd sustained severe organic brain damage during an intensive round of insulin shock therapy, which he'd only undergone in a desperate attempt to get some semblance of normalcy back to his life. But how are we to know that this is not who Henry Davis was even before that therapy? The prosecutor asked. That was when Lizzie Miller took the stand. She was barely recognizable. Dressed in trousers and flat shoes, her hair longer and pulled into a rough ponytail, her freckles and light eyelashes on full display. She smiled softly at her brother between her answers, as if encouraging him with her eyes. The polished suburbanite had disappeared. But in her place was a warrior. She advocated for Henry Davis. She told the court about the conversations she'd had with him about his experiences at Buchenwald, about the loss of his best friend, about his desperation to accept any treatment that might help him feel well again in the aftermath of the war. She spoke about her brother with such warmth and fondness that even Jürgen seemed heartbroken for him by the time she'd finished. When I looked to the jury, I saw some of them had tears in their eyes. I knew what the verdict would be long before the trial was over. I worried that Henry Davis would get off scot-free for what he'd done to my family. Now I understood that he was going to be in a prison of sorts for the rest of his life, regardless of the verdict. The prosecutor rested Henry's case at close of session on a Thursday, and by Friday morning the jury returned, and Jürgen and I were walking up those stone steps to the courtroom for the last time. The trial made national media, although, blessedly, not a whisper of Jürgen's real history made the press. We took our seats at the front of the courthouse behind the prosecutor. On the opposite side of the aisle, Calvin and Lizzie sat behind Henry. Calvin offered Jürgen a sad, friendly wave. He had been apologetic and supportive throughout the entire ordeal, even when Jürgen had to work part-time for months until he built up his strength. Beside Calvin, Lizzie met my gaze and nodded politely. I returned the gesture. I knew Calvin and Lizzie had separated, but it was evident throughout the trial that they were still close. I wondered if she and I would have been friends too, had we met under different circumstances. Despite everything, I grudgingly came to admire her strength and her loyalty to her brother, even in her clumsy attempt to protect him from what he'd done. I had a feeling that if war never happened, and I had just met Lizzie Miller in a salon or at a dinner party or at a picnic, we'd have hit it off right away. I was at Jürgen's side when the jury foreman told us that Henry Davis had been found not guilty of one count of attempted murder by reason of insanity. No one cheered. There was no relief, not even from Henry and Lizzie. She reached forward and squeezed his shoulder, and she kept her hand there as the judge announced that Henry would be committed to a residential facility for treatment on an indefinite basis for the protection of the community. "Are you disappointed with the verdict?" I asked Jürgen later. "No," he admitted. "It's fitting. That man needs help, not prison. This feels like closure. I'm ready to put all of this behind us and to start the next chapter of our lives."
51. Lizzie. Dallam County, Texas, 1951. It was a beautiful afternoon, and I was traveling across the Texas high plains. It had rained the previous afternoon, one glorious inch of water drizzling down over hours. The sun was out, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky, but the earth was still damp. I smelled the moisture in the soil as nature's finest perfume. The last time I drove down those roads, fences were buried in dust, and every plant in sight was dead and withered. But today, mature wheat waved in the wind, and newly planted windbreak trees stretched toward the sky around the fields. Life had returned, and it was glorious. I turned my car off the main road onto the drive, taking a route I hadn't traveled for so many years. But it was a journey my heart had made 1,000,000 times. My breath caught in my throat when the farm came into view. The gate had been replaced with a newer style, and beyond it in the distance, I saw a new windmill and that Texas live oak tree, sprawling with new life and thickened branches. After the trial, I had Henry transferred to a facility in Amarillo. The doctors there weren't nearly ready to recommend release just yet, but I was hopeful that it would happen one day. That new hospital had a gentler approach anyway, treating Henry with psychotherapy and low doses of sedatives only when he couldn't sleep. My brother wasn't the same man he once was. The brain damage wasn't likely to heal, and combat fatigue was going to be a part of his life for a long time. His short-term memory was terrible, and he still got that glazed, confused look on his face sometimes. Often when I talked too fast or dumped too much information on him all at once. The delusions and paranoia were gone, but maybe those problems would return one day too. I'd take him however he came, and we'd navigate all that together. And like Calvin once told me, every man needed a reason to get out of bed in the morning. That was why, after the trial finished, I picked up my pen and wrote Betsy Nagel a letter. Henry had been writing her too, so she already knew about his struggles and the trial. I just wanted to see if she knew what had happened to my parents' old farm. Way back in 1935, Judge Nagel sold that patch of land for a song to a man who let the place go to ruin for a while. But the desperate times eventually passed, and the judge's conscience would not let up. In the 40s, his finances stabilized again, and he bought the farm back and put some suitcase farmers on it. Ever since then, a roster of strangers had done a stint on my land, making money for the Nagel family by growing them crops. But the Nagels just so happened to be looking for new tenants, Betsy told me, and her father said I should come right on up to sign a lease. I had torn Calvin Miller's heart to shreds, but just as I'd always known, he was a good man. The best man. He wasn't obligated to give me a single cent of his money when I walked out on our marriage, but he generously gave me enough money to support myself for a few years while I found my feet. I drove all the way up to meet Judge Nagel in Oakton the day I got that letter, only for him to tell me he decided not to lease me the farm after all. "I'm going to sell it to you instead," he announced. "That's very generous, Judge," I said reluctantly, but I couldn't afford it. "You haven't asked me how much I want for it yet." I had to assume the way we lost our farm to him had haunted Judge Nagel over the years, too, because all he wanted to hand it right back to me was for me to repay the money Henry had originally borrowed in 1933. I had plenty to cover the cost of that farm, plus enough to keep myself going until it was productive again. Even as I drove through the gate, I could see that my farm needed a lot of loving care. But that was okay. I had never been afraid of hard work. The vegetable beds would need to be rebuilt, but the chicken house was where it had always been, ready to receive new tenants. I was relieved to see electric wires running to the house, and a new lean-to bathroom added at the back, too. There would be no more midnight outhouse runs in winter, and no more racing around to light the lanterns, because that house would have electric lighting at last, just as Mother had dreamed. I parked the car and stepped out to turn my attention to the Texas live oak and the little wooden crosses that jutted out of the ground beneath it, marking the space my parents were laid to rest. Beside it, the park bench I had always feared so much had collapsed. Elsie's chair needed some love, and I wasn't great at woodwork. That would have to wait until Henry came home. I started to walk toward that tree, a million images flickering through my mind of the way the farm once was and the way it would be again, now that it was finally ours. Mine, and Henry's too, because he would always have a home with me. I pictured him there in that new barn, tinkering with the engine of a tractor. I pictured row after row of vegetables and chickens roaming the garden, and cows back in the field where that big old pond was, the rest of the farm planted with wheat, tended and sowed and lovingly grown by me and my brother. This, my soul cried, this was the life you were meant to live. By the time I reached that oak tree, I was exhausted and I was overjoyed, and I was so damned relieved to be home, I could barely take another step. I dropped to my knees and pressed a shaking hand to the dirt above my parents' resting place. "I'm home, Mother and Daddy," I whispered, flattening my palm against the cool, damp dirt. "I'm finally home, and I'm going to bring Henry home, too." This felt like the end of a very long journey. This felt like the beginning of the life I was meant to live all along.
52. Sofie. Huntsville, Alabama, 1951. A few weeks had passed since the trial ended, and life was returning to our new normal. Felix's reticence toward Jürgen was a thing of the past, and he'd insisted on his papa driving him to his new kindergarten that day. Gisela and Mila liked to walk to school together now, and that meant I was at home when the mailman passed. I ran through the house to the mailbox, just as I did every day. I'd written Lara so many times over the 10 months since we'd arrived in America, but I never heard from her. Not even when I wrote to let her know that Jürgen had been shot, or when I let her know he'd finally recovered. I still hoped and prayed to get a reply, but the ritual of checking that mailbox was starting to feel like I was picking a scab, preventing myself from healing. And once again the mailbox was empty. My heart sank, and I turned back to the front door. But to my surprise, Jürgen's car pulled into the driveway beside me. "What's wrong?" I called, alarmed. He fumbled with the handle on his door, cursed, then threw it open and stumbled from the car. "Sofie," he said, clearly stunned. He was holding an envelope in his hand, and as he extended it toward me, I saw that he was shaking. "Is it from Laura?" I whispered. But Jürgen shook his head. Before I could even register my disappointment, he waved the letter and laughed through tears. He ran around the car and came to my side, pressing the envelope into my hands. "My love, read it." The letter was addressed to Jürgen at Redstone Arsenal, but that wasn't why my knees went weak. I knew that handwriting. I'd seen it at school when we passed notes in class. I'd seen it when she taught Georg to write his name. I'd seen it on a letter I read in Martha's kitchen while the world went to hell around us. I turned the envelope over slowly, and there were those same scripted letters. From Meim, Elsass, nee Nussbaum. I had grieved her, and hope can be a dangerous thing. If I believed for a second that this letter really was from my Meim, and then I found out it was not, I'd have to grieve her all over again. "It's impossible," I gasped, looking at Jürgen with frantic eyes. "It must be a trick." "Sofie, read it," Jürgen said, gently taking my elbow to ease me down to sit on the step of our porch. I was grateful he did. My knees had gone completely weak. "Dearest Jürgen and Sofie, I thought you were both dead, and I imagine you might have assumed the same about me. But you are alive. And I am alive and well and living in Washington, D.C. Please call me as soon as you get this. Love always, Meim." "How far is Washington, D.C.? I blurted. The corners of Jürgen's eyes crinkled as he smiled and pointed to the phone number beneath her signature. "It's a long way by car. No distance at all by phone." She answered on the first ring, and I imagined her sitting by the phone, waiting, ever since she posted the letter. "Hello?" Her soft voice, hopeful and anxious and beautiful. I croaked out her name in response. "Meim? Sofie? How?" She was laughing and crying, something about my snow boots and money and a husband and children and a newspaper. Over the sound of her sobs and mine, I couldn't make out half of the words. But who cared about specifics? I was speaking with a real-life miracle. It was some time before we calmed down enough to swap stories through our sobs. I had 2 precious years with my family after I escaped Germany, and then 2 years in the Krakow ghetto with them too, she said. But the smile in her voice faded as she went on. I survived 2 years in Auschwitz, although I cannot tell you how. They all died. Grandfather and Mama, and Musha's wife and son on the first day at the selection, then Musha a few weeks later. It was hell on earth, Sofie. Things I cannot even allow myself to think of now. But later, when we meet in person, I will tell you. "You don't have to," I replied. "But if you want to, I'll listen." And finally, it seemed to be ending, and Soviets were coming, and those Nazi monsters set us on the death march. For all of that time, I'd held on to those snow boots of yours. Some nights I would be sleeping on the ground, so cold and scared and tired. but at least my feet were warm. And I always thought of you. Every night I thought of you. We were liberated, and I was taken to a Red Cross camp. And then I met Ben, and I wrote to you." At this I gasped. "I didn't get a letter from you." I was so sure she'd write to me if she'd survived. So when years went by without word from her, I forced myself to come to terms with her death. "Lara replied," she said heavily. "She told me you and Jürgen had both been killed for disloyalty. She told me not to contact her again. So I thought you were gone. I mourned you. Georg died toward the end of the war. He was shot fighting with his Hitler Youth Unit, with Hans." Jürgen had been holding my hand and passing me handkerchiefs throughout the call. At the mention of our first son's name, he squeezed my hand. I stared at him through my tears as I admitted the truth about my daughter. After the war ended, Lara struggled. She was grieving Georg and unable to let the Nazi ideology go. She and Hans turned to one another for support. At first I thought it was a good thing because I knew Hans was heartbroken too. But while I was trying to drag Lara back into the real world, Lydia and Hans were determined to keep her in the old one. It breaks my heart that she would find your letter and lie to you, but it doesn't surprise me. I'm so sorry, Sofie. I'm just so sorry. Where is she now? Is she with you in Alabama? In time, her relationship with Hans changed. And when I told her I was coming to America to be with Jürgen, she ran away to Lydia's house. I tried to bring her home, but the housekeeper wouldn't even let me see her. Just before we left, Lydia pushed a note through the mail slot to let me know Lara and Hans were married, and didn't want to hear from me again. As I explained this to Maim, I finally realized that the letters I'd been sending Lara since I left Germany would never truly reach her, even if Lydia did pass them on, even if Lara did read them. The end of the war came too late for her, I said, finally accepting the truth myself. Maim told me about meeting her husband, Benjamin, at the Red Cross camp where he was working for the United Nations, and how they fell quickly in love and married only a few months later. They settled in Washington, D.C., and had their daughters, Zidoni and Selena. "I have everything I dreamed of," she told me. "A beautiful home, a wonderful, handsome husband, and my 2 beautiful girls. My life is a miracle, Sofie, and every single day I wake up and thank God for it." But then one day last week, Ben came home from work, just about jumping out of his skin because he recognized Jürgen's name in the newspaper in an article about what happened in Huntsville. She laughed weakly. "Ben knows all about you. I swear I've told him every story at least twice. And here we are." "And here we are," I whispered, laughing through my tears. "There has to be an after," I told Jürgen the previous year when I first arrived in Huntsville. Hearing Maim speak with such immense gratitude and hope as she told me about the blessings of her new life, I finally accepted a truth that had been gradually dawning on me since Jürgen was shot. After wasn't going to be a single moment when all of the trauma and the guilt disappeared and everything was okay. There would still be regrets and shame and nightmares and midnight anxieties. But after meant waking up every morning and facing each day as it came. It meant extending grace to those who feared me and my family, and giving our new community time to learn that we were more than just the mistakes of our past. After would be truly mourning Georg and Lara. But it would also mean long car rides to see Maim and to meet Ben and her children. It would mean never losing the wonder I felt that she had survived. After would mean living the second chance Jürgen and I stumbled into with constant gratitude, raising our children in love to counter the immense heat we had seen. That was how we moved on, and I was finally ready to begin. A note from Kelly. Story ideas often come when I least expect them, and this book was no exception. In July 2019, my friend Teresa invited my family to join hers for a Saturday afternoon outing to Parks, a small town about 90 minutes' drive from our homes in central New South Wales. Parks is famous for many things: a fierce rivalry with the nearby town of Forbes, an annual Elvis festival, and the 200-foot telescope that juts out of the flat, sparse landscape to the north. The CSIRO Parks Radio Telescope, known to Aussies as the Dish, helped broadcast the 1969 Apollo 11 moon landing. The Parks Observatory was hosting a festival for the 50th anniversary of that event. As I wandered the exhibits with Teresa and our respective children, I saw a display about the history of the U.S. space program. It mentioned beginning in 1950, German scientists worked with American scientists to develop the rockets that would ultimately see humankind reach the moon. I was immediately struck by how unlikely that arrangement was. Just a few years earlier, those men had been on opposing sides of a horrific war. But they worked together and achieved one of humanity's most astounding technological accomplishments. I started researching as soon as I got home that night, and fell down something of an Operation Paperclip rabbit hole. I learned that Operation Paperclip was a program to bring the most valuable German scientists across the Atlantic to work for the U.S. government. It was an immense undertaking, involving more than 1,600 German scientists and engineers across many disciplines, from chemistry and physics to architecture and medicine, and, of course, rocketry. Most of those German scientists ultimately lived out their lives in freedom and comfort in America, their pasts rewritten so they could be of service to the U.S. government. Many were complicit in war crimes. Others were complicit through their silence. Just like Jürgen and Sofie, many of these German men would argue that they had only done what they felt they had to in order to keep their families safe. Does that rationale hold out in the face of unfathomable suffering and death? Is there a point where we are morally obliged to take a stand, whatever the cost? In writing this book, I wanted to show Jürgen and Sofie caught in an unimaginably difficult situation through the Nazi years, as so many German citizens were. But given the choices they make along the way, I'm still not sure my characters deserve the happy ending they find. It's historically accurate that Jürgen's past would be erased once he arrives in America. But is it just? I only hope readers will ponder this too. Nothing about Operation Paperclip was simple. Not the politics, the mechanics, or even the ethics. It has been fascinating, frustrating, and heartbreaking to explore some of these issues in writing this book. Thank you so much for taking that journey with me. History buffs may recognize that Jürgen's career loosely follows Werner von Braun's career path. Although the character of Jürgen, his family, and his reaction to those career events are products of my imagination. And aspects of Mayim's survival and escape were inspired by Gerda Weissmann-Klein's experiences, including the ski boots that saved her life. In Mrs. Klein's case, her father insisted she wear them when she was captured. More information about Gerda Weissmann-Klein and her incredible life and advocacy work can be found at citizenshipcounts.org/our-founder. Finally, the character of Aunt Adela was inspired by my husband's late grandmother, Vera Harabayek, who we all knew and loved as Baba. Baba was one of the fiercest women I have ever met, a matriarch of brutal honesty and boundless love. I hope to have honored her memory by sharing something of her spirit in this book. Kelly. hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of The German Wife, a novel, by Kelly Rimmer. Performed by Nancy Peterson and Anne-Marie Gideon. Presented by Graydon House and Harper Audio. This program was produced by John Marshall Media. Executive producer, Jennifer Lopes. Text copyright 2022 by Lantana Management Proprietary Limited. Production copyright 2022 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books S.A. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.